Well, it's jumping and pumping in here tonight.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good evening.
Enjoying my last weekend before 6 months straight with no weekends off. Yeah. You guys all good?
All good in the hood. All good in the hood. Be quiet here tonight, though. People are about. They join, but yeah, nobody wants to open up their mic.
Nothing to share. That's it. That's what's happening. I have nothing to share.
Seems that way, George. Seems that way. People must have just gone, you know what? Everything's been answered. We have an R value. We have air pressure next to a vacuum. We have 8 inches per mile square. We have all these things. So we don't have to question these things anymore.
Thought it was completely the opposite.
What? Well, everyone's pretty quiet on it. Like they must be satisfied with all the answers, George.
Yeah, they must.
Well,
They're
there's
very
no
quiet.
debate. It's flat,
There
mate.
is
The question is what's next, and that's what I'm waiting for, mate.
It's flat, is it? Well, it's far from flat. It is far from flat.
Oh, yeah.
The horizon is always flat, mate.
The horizon ain't flat at all.
What's been confirmed, mate? Have you ever
No,
seen a curve?
I've never seen a flat horizon either.
Because you're looking at mountains and you're looking at the land. I mean, you go to the
Right?
sand, the sea, mate, and it's always flat. You get a hot air balloon, and you go as far up as you can, well
Well,
into a ledge of distance, and you only see flat light spectrums in
well,
comparison to where the sun is and the way we've seen it, mate. And it
I,
blurs, and it ties in with what mate.
well, every day I look at a horizon that is full of beautiful, beautiful water, full of it, but it's far from flat.
Far
It's flat.
from flat.
It's flat. Look, we
Um,
spoken about refraction and why
I disagree with
boats
that, man.
apparently go over it. It's not curves, mate. It's completely flat.
He didn't mention curves either. My walls are flat and they are upright. You know, flatness, it doesn't have a vector.
Yeah. Saying the horizon is flat is 100% incorrect.
Well, I wouldn't say that either.
Yeah,
But to say it's far from flat, I mean, what is flat then? You know, if you can have flat walls or flat ceilings and flat floor, or you know, if you can have all of that, even a flat diagonal surface you can have. The flatness doesn't give a a vector to it.
when I look at my horizon, I've got a circle of vision in front of me. It doesn't look flat. Now it looks pretty hazy a lot of times. Looks pretty mushy too. Doesn't look flat.
Well, the horizon is horizontal. That's what it is. You know, any
I know.
horizontal line will be parallel to it.
Exactly. It's a
And that's where the
horizontal
and that's
flat
where the
line, and that's
and that's
you're
where the
100%
flatness comes
correct, mate.
from. That's where the flatness comes from on this context. When you say flat, you already meaning flatness in that vector, horizontal, level. I know what you're saying. You need to put when you say flat, you need to put into context. Just by saying flat means nothing. For someone who's coming in, that means nothing.
Well, for anyone, I don't think it means too much, really. I think the word flat is very I think it's misleading myself a little bit to some extent. But that's just me. What would I know?
It's because the term's associated with a stigma, mate.
It's got nothing to do with this stigma at
It
all.
does, mate.
Well,
It's
okay,
definitely
well,
flat. It's horizontal. That's a better way of saying it, no.
yes. Yeah. Even the word flat earth, or the two words of flat earth, are still very misleading, I think. Now, I'd probably argue that what everything is built up from and on would be flat and horizontal, like ground zero, like wherever that ground zero is. I've got a feeling like that's pretty flat and horizontal.
Yeah, but that's why I find it funny this whole argument, you know, and the commotion of people trying to do different tests to prove either way, you know, trying to prove either way if it's flat or not,
Yeah.
completely ignoring the terminology used as sea level. So is the sea actually level? If the sea is not level, why do we call it sea level?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
So
means sea
I
level.
think we are
Yeah.
so I think we are stuck on what level means or
Yes.
what sea
Yeah.
level means.
Well, the mean
Yeah,
sea level is the average horizontal measurement
yeah.
taken across many different points. Now we know that the sea ain't flat all level at any one particular point. It never is, because it's always moving, always shifting. Whether that's through the forces of whatever pressure is applied upon it. whether that's heat, wind, the wave movement itself. All these things in itself make the oceans not level.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but you also need to understand what I'm saying. For celestial navigation purposes, you need to consider the sea to be level.
Yes.
You need to have your horizontal level lines. You need to meet a perpendicular line called the zenith line at the 90-degree angle. So for those tensing purposes, once you to do celestial navigation, the surface of the sea must be on that vector.
Yeah, that horizontal vector. Yes. Well,
Or
you're only getting.
horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're only ever getting your angles by establishing straight lines of reference. One to your horizon, and another one to whatever celestial body that you are lining up at that point in time to calculate your angle. That's how you have to do it.
Absolutely.
You can't do it any other way. And even when you're taking into consideration things like your dip allowance and all that sort of stuff, well, all you're doing is working out a difference from one horizontal line to another horizontal line. That's all you're doing. Mm, well, that's obviously argued on the globe side. The 0 equals level from their point. You know,
Asking why my cat obeys me. The answer is simple. If you talk to him with the cat, yeah, he will end up understanding what you mean, whatever you say. They're not stupid. If you don't communicate with them, they have no clue what you're talking about, what you're trying to say.
The fact of the matter is, we know it's not a spheroid, a sphere-shaped, a pear going around the sun. We know this isn't a thing. The next question is, who are we going to uprise against, and what is important in our day-to-day lives in taking this forward? Can it be taken, at the moment, it's taken mostly as entertainment and as a joke. There's no real uprising against this globe.
How would we know this?
It's what's been observed, and it's what we're seeing in the, we look back at the ancient texts and we see that this has been a thing and something's been hidden from us. Many people have seen this information.
Or how can we take these ancient texts as being accurate?
Not only the ancient texts, but what we are seeing in the government today. Bad acts, it's backwards, and we see the common term that they sell their soul and they do all sorts of fucking, you can't imagine. The system, the education system, the pharmaceutical industry. The list goes on. And all these systems are connected, and the law system and why we have certain compounds against the law compared to others. It's right in front of our eyes. And it starts with the education system, and then you have the television, and you see, it goes on, the universal symbol, I think it's the globe. And then you see all these movies showing the alleged globe.
Well, I'd say it starts even with more than just the education system. What about the parents themselves?
Exactly, it's gone back a long time. We don't know how long it's gone back, but definitely via television.
Because we as parents definitely introduce our kids, obviously from the education that we received in the past, but we as parents bring our children into these realms and encourage these realms.
Well, exactly. The question is next. How much are you going to believe what you've been told? And what do you take seriously? Or can you observe your reality?
Well, you see what you want to see, isn't it?
And this is where Gnosticism comes into play. And we see reincarnation, and we see karma, and we see, this is when Buddhism also, you see the idea of suffering.
We see reincarnation.
Is a topic that comes into play. It's connected to the idea of suffering and how real suffering truly is.
Yeah.
And, when you roll your ankle and you feel that pain, and that's the source of the situation. That's the absolute source. Some people call it the Saturn matrix.
Yeah, but I'm
We can
interested
observe
in how we see reincarnation. Now, to me, right,
it's in the now.
I have a very specific idea about what reincarnation is, and I probably would suggest 99% of people, when they hear the word reincarnation, they would think exactly how I think about reincarnation. Is that what you're saying? What reincarnation is?
100% it is, and it's connected with the idea of the now and the feeling of pain. Say rolling your ankle, that's absolute the feeling what reincarnation is.
Okay, then. So
and when people experience DMT like states, they go to that place, but visually.
Okay, yeah, but so now I've been reincarnated, and I am, because I lived once before, and I died once before. Well, not necessarily died, but now I have passed on to where I am now.
Definitely.
Okay then. So, well, I don't have any recollection of this reincarnation process myself.
You don't need to, because we are connected to brains at the moment to a certain extent. And you can't expect, we do observe neural links and this sort of thing and memory. These are all known things. But these brains are known as radio transmitters or receivers, sorry. And they're receivers to a consciousness. And the question is, how many brains are actually in tune to real consciousness?
Okay, so I'm not trying to give you any pushback in an aggressive type of way whatsoever, but I am pushing back a little bit with what you're saying. So why is there only a chosen few, so to speak, that realise this thing of reincarnation, that we're all connected to one big brain, or we are all one big
Because
brain?
not many, it's dependent on how many lives one has lived in the demiurge toroid. And they say usually after 20, I think it's 24 lives, one starts to become aware of it and can leave, but it can be done earlier. But usually it takes multiple lifetimes in the demiurge system.
Okay.
And usually it's around the same time. You can live 20 years for a life, depending on where you're born and the situation.
Okay.
And it's not always connected exactly to this earth.
So
It can be completely different because we can see this in the dimensions. And this is, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily the same timeline, is what I'll say.
Right. So with all the people that are here on Earth at the moment, just say the figure is 7.5 billion people. We'll take that as a fact, right? Even though who knows what it is, right? Out of those 7.5 billion people, how many people are on their first life that they haven't been reincarnated, that they have been, like, this is their actual starting point life?
Well, you can tell by talking to the person, and what they take seriously. You can really unpack people. That's why we have the term, new, young soul, old soul, this and that. You can tell by a person's energy how many lives they've lived. And, but we also see that we exist in like a third dimension as humans, maybe fourth dimension to a certain extent, but we see animals. They live in a binary system of fractals, their lives, and then to what extent can they feel pain? And then we see the cyclical nature of carnivores and herbivores and how they devour each other just to exist. And then we see herbivores eating plants, but at the same time, if we observe plants and trees, they actually give off chemicals and signals. They want to fucking stay alive. They don't want to be consumed. And we see this constantly going down lines, and it's just an ultimate idea of survival and trying to avoid something which seemingly is suffering and pain. And then, so to a certain extent, we can see that trees actually feel a sense to want to live. So how could that be any different to our experience?
Well, see, it's funny you should mention the terminology old soul, young soul, all that sort of stuff, because my wife is right into crystallology, and she says that she can see a person's aura as well. Not only a person's aura, an animal's aura, and a plant's aura. She says she sees these things very, very clearly. And she's often said to me that when she looks at me, she sees an old soul, okay, in me. Now, with that in mind, right? So if I am this old soul, right, one would think that I would be more in touch with this reincarnation process that you speak of, right? I would be more aware of this reincarnation process, but I don't have any recollection or any attachment or any realization of it whatsoever. Now, I'm not saying it's not true at all. Right? I'm just saying my realization, my awareness to it is zero.
Yeah.
It's not to say that I don't believe in it, Vanu, right? Because I'm very, very open when it comes to these things. I'm just saying from my personal experience, I have not experienced anything to go, you know what, for me, I can see this, I can believe in this, I can experience it. Like I just don't see it for myself. But I,
There's nothing wrong with being skeptical about what you know.
I don't, but I don't poo-poo the idea either. That's why I'm asking the questions that I am asking you. Not in not to be aggressive or poo-poo the idea.
I think it comes with the certain extent of responsibility. You probably you got to be careful crossing into that ethical understanding, because a lot comes with it,
See, I can't. My wife, she does lucid dreaming and also to astral traveling. She can pretty much do it at the drop of a hat and experience all these really bizarre things. Right? And I'm always joking to her with it, and she has tried to get me into this trance-like state to experience certain things. Now, maybe I'm too resistant to it. Maybe I'm not open enough to it, but I can't get myself into that state where I can experience what she experiences. Not that I'm going to experience what she experiences at all, because I'm going to have my own experience. I realize that, but I just feel a deep sense of relaxation, I suppose, is the best word that I can put to it. When you get yourself in that deep meditative state, you feel relaxed. You feel like you can feel, I don't know, it's like energy flowing out of your body, I think, and you can feel this lightness about you. But that's where it stops for me. Like it doesn't. I can't myself take that next step where I'm floating through the universes or astral traveling or being able to experience myself in a different place or a different dimension. Can't get there at all.
Well, doing it sober sounds crazy.
I see it slightly different. I give an example. The way I see it is like this. Imagine you're having a dream. And that dream, in your dream, would last for, you'll have the notion of 80 years of your life. And during those 80 years of your life, you're going to live every single moment. You're going to take every single decision. You're going to you're going to live the life that you feel most suitable for every single moment. But this is one single dream. Yeah. So for you have the notion that you lived 80 years, let's say, and one day you wake up from that dream and you say, hold on a second, this was all a test to see how would I behave on these situations, how would I live my life? What if everything in the end is just a test?
100% it is, to a certain extent, but you do get tricked no matter what at your passing to reincarnate. The only test is if you become aware of how light works and the system you're in, so you can make the right decision at your passing. That's ultimately what it is. That's what the Gnostics believed, and that's the truth of reincarnation. You simply have to be completely aware. You have to see the repetition in your waking life, and people see it through neurology and whatever it may be. But it takes, there's something extra to it, extra sensory.
Absolutely. I think the evidence is out there. We just at some
It's
point we
related
decided
with
to
the now.
overlook it, but it's coming out now more and more. People mentioning about what we call near-death experiences. People reporting what they've seen in certain stages where they were declared dead. And for whatever reason, they came back and they reported what they've seen, what they interacted with. And it's too many people saying similar things. We cannot just overlook these things. There's been studies doing about it.
Well, exactly. And people like to live in their own little worlds. We've been saying these sort of things. People have been experiencing them for thousands of years. And people just like to live in these systems, these mind frames that have been fed to them, like we said, through education, television, just the general subconscious mind has been hacked into by a demiurge system, and it's an inversion of what reality is, right? And we can look beyond it. We can. And this is where multiple lives comes into play. But you can't. The problem is taking it too seriously and bringing ideas into it. All we can really know is the now, and that means all the time. Time has been proven to be an illusion of the now. We all know this, right? This is basic. And so what we see is it's a toroid. We all know what a toroid looks like, correct? We've all seen a toroid. And this is where time comes from. And there's many of these toroids. There's not necessarily plenty of other 3D, globes or planets that we see out there that we can live on. There's plenty of different toroids.
From a toroid.
Yes, because it births and eats itself in the now. And that's where the projection of mental before and after comes. So it's always happening now.
I think this is just a reification fallacy. Just reifying what it wanted to be.
That's exactly
just
what it is.
Reifying to be whatever he wanted to be.
We're in tune to the toroid, mate. And it seems to be very sophisticated and you seem to think there's this separateness to it, sort of thing. And that's just the trick. It's a double toroid, and it's based on like the yin and yang binary. Actually, it's very similar to what we see in simulations today, like computer games and whatnot. We see that quantum mechanics works the same way that the code works.
It's beyond our understanding.
I think
we can try to replicate. We can try to replicate some things. Fair enough. But if you figure out how something works, you can actually break it.
Yeah.
If you play with the fire, what's going to happen in the end?
Yeah, exactly. I think, well, it is a natural question, isn't it? Everyone thinks about it. Where did we come from? How did we begin? Like, that is a natural question itself. But for man to actually create life, any life, doesn't matter what life it is, whether that's a plant or animal or man cannot do it at all. Man cannot create. If you gave man all the resources, all the men, all the brightest brains, and gave them all the compounds that they need, they can't create an apple seed from scratch. Man can't do it at all. Cannot do it. Absolutely.
Everything has a sequence. A sequence, I mean.
Yep.
Everything. Every living creature, it has a sequence, the DNA of it.
Yep. A man might be able to manipulate these things and change these things, right? Get say 2 different apple plants and manipulate them in some specific way to create a different apple tree, but they've had to start off with the apple tree itself, the two different seeds, and they've grafted them together, somehow, right? They can't create life
Well, we've
from
done this.
scratch
We,
of anything.
we've done this all over the world in I think it was the 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with grapes. There was a
Yep.
massive disease in grapes, and we did all over the world basically,
Yes.
looking for a vine that could sustain, could resist the disease,
Yes.
phylloxera, and and that was the process that they found. You
Mm-hmm.
plant a root of a plant that is resistant, and then after it grows, you cut it off and you plant the other one on top.
Yep.
So you merge them together,
Grafted
graft it. Yeah,
onto it. That's why many plants are actually grafted onto rose stock, right? Because they are resistant and very strong. So rose stock is used for many different grafting technique, with trees and plants and stuff. It's a very successful way of going about things, but actually to create that 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 grapevine from scratch without having to you can't do it. You can't do it from scratch. Not at all.
and that's the problem, isn't it? And then the problem doesn't stop there. the problem continues once that you say that no intelligence is required to do that simple seed, but meanwhile you're going to try to replicate.
Yes, yeah. You want to yeah, try and play God in some way, shape, or form. Right? It's quite amazing, really. Quite amazing. But no, we can't create life in any way, shape, or form from scratch. Well, you can kind of, right? Find yourself a good woman and whatnot, and yeah, you can create life.
100%, mate.
You can do that, right? But yeah, do it in a test tube. Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance. But they'll tell you they can.
Yeah,
Right? They'll tell you they can do it.
I would make even easier for them. I would send them to the morgue. There you go. There's plenty. You have everything that you need here. You just need to make it alive.
Yeah.
You don't need to combine chemicals and no, forget about that. There you go. You have everything you need: a heart, lungs, everything.
Yeah.
Just bring it back.
It's all right.
Why to bother with the cells? And no, man, you have everything already there.
Yep. Yeah, take some lungs from over there, a heart from over there, kidneys, pancreas. He give you all the bits
Well,
and
this is
pieces.
what the Illuminati has been doing. The the you be careful with how you term the system, but they've been stealing organs.
Yeah, but they're not creating life.
Maybe they are, right? Maybe they're
No.
hijacking it, and they're
Yeah.
doing it in a very fucked up way. This is the
No one.
unfortunate that we're under rule by very messed up people.
Yeah, well, these messed up people aren't creating life from scratch. They aren't doing that.
Well, there is cloning being done.
That's not creating life from scratch.
They're cloning people. I reckon they're making them in test tubes, man. You know, we can see photos of Biden before and after. And I don't know how many people they killed. They probably killed Elon Musk. He's probably a test tube baby. It's on, bro. I reckon plenty of them are test tubes from the genes of the original person. Like, we can see how their face completely changes. I'm pretty sure I have a mate who fucking was made in a test tube. Literally, like, they fucking got the genes and they made them. And I was like, there's people who've been frozen for like 10 years, like as an embryo.
I swear to God, I went to school with a kid whose head looked like it was a test tube. It was funny. Poor thing. And a very unfortunate shape. Pretty cool kid though, actually. Really good at footy, actually. He's an excellent football player.
Well, that's what we see. We see different shapes and sizes, but we see genetic code. Like, you see how people's siblings look very similar to one another. And they have, not only do they look similar, they have similar mannerisms. It's almost like fractal code. And what we see, and we see it in all forms of life. We see it in even seeds, mate. We see it from plants, they drop seeds, even pollen, or the mycelium network of mushrooms.
You know what trips me out is the idea of how many types of faces you don't see anymore.
How many types of faces?
Well, that's what they've been saying with the Neanderthals.
Well, like, not even that. Like, the
certain
idea of, like,
humans.
even like Ben, so you might dig this. Like, I mean, I don't know. I remember growing up, and it's like there was just kids with odd, like you just said about that guy with having a head like that. Just guys with odd characteristics that were also, you know, brilliant in some other form, shape, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, cool artists, whatever you want, whatever they were. And if you notice, like, they've almost been like just locked up, put in prison, and not allowed to procreate. Because all of the coolest motherfuckers are, you know, all the coolest motherfuckers wound up in trouble. And so it's like they had this like eugenics, like, I don't know, I was just thinking, like, you know, it's this idea that I don't see certain faces in, like, even, or, you know, in certain communities you see certain things, but, like, you know, just that oddness, and it's like it's almost been like purged, or they've tried to purge it. It's still out there, but you know what I mean, like but part of that fractal code kind of thing you were getting into, I really like that idea. But like how, like, they've tried to eliminate certain elements of the code.
Definitely, that's a good take. They've probably killed off the fucking legendary ones.
Where are the ballers? I feel like a blue. I feel like a blue eyes are. I'm in a fighty type of mood. I need some strength.
I'm almost just done with the argument. I try and refrain from yelling at cunts. I try and refrain from just abusing them. Like, you know, to me it's done. To me, I like to hear new ideas. Nothing about the argument about the globe, because, you know, they bring up maths and they bring up whatever the science teacher wrote for them on the board or whatever they read in the textbook, and it's like, mate, this doesn't apply to anyone's life.
You want me to play
we know
ball?
what it is. I already know the answers. The question is, what's next? That's what I like to hear.
Well, do we know the answers to anything? Like,
the question is things that are actually interesting.
Well,
you brought up ideas that we need to be able to actually evolve as people consciously. Like we don't want to be stuck in the past, yelling about the moon landing and the ball. Like we know none of this is real, and we know that there's a spider system in our brains through the television, through the internet.
What do you think light is? I don't know. What do you think light is?
Binary code.
Binary code.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Like either on or off.
Okay.
Like night or day kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's an interesting binary code. I like that.
It will manifest into everything, and quantum mechanics proves that you can look into everything. Binary, it's the same way simulations work. Same way a monitor or a phone works.
Not everything, man.
So
We are not binary.
Everything
we are
is
not
binary. Everything.
No, we're not.
Is binary.
Not our DNA, no.
Yes, it is. Look, I'll even show you.
It's beyond that. Binary is just 2. Our DNA, if I'm not mistaken, is 6. It's beyond it's beyond that. It's beyond our understanding.
It's a Tesla coil.
Oh, it's a
Tesla coil, mate. This has been proven.
Okay. Also, our soul is binary, is it?
Yes, it's either on or off.
Your soul's either on or off.
In regards to the toroid, yes. If you're either on, you're either in the toroid or you're out of the toroid. That's in context of the soul. You know, it's hard to put the soul into context, though. You can put it very simply, or you can make it complicated.
Well, if your soul is off, you're dead.
There you go.
All right.
I agree with you.
So, and when it's on, right, you're alive. Okay.
There you go, mate.
Okay, then, but that doesn't explain, right, what the soul is. It's either on or it's off.
Well, like I said, we can make it simply, or we can make it complicated.
Or how
we can look into the details of the soul. Yes.
Right. You know, that's like saying, I've got one arm and I chop it off, and then now I've got no arm.
But that's like saying just because the body isn't animated, that it's off.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
That doesn't, you know what I mean? But it makes sense that like the animation versus not animation, of the body would be on or off. But like even like that concept of like Judgment Day, when all the souls will be woken up again, taken from the grave. You know what I mean? Like, kind of implies that you would be switched off while you wait for Judgment Day. If that's, you know what I mean? That kind of a thing.
Yeah. Energy either is, it's either on or it's off, isn't it? We're just a form of energy in a roundabout way, but your soul itself, I think that is energy, but how it works, when it's on, how does that energy make
Maybe
you?
Well, think of like somebody like Bob Marley. When he died, like everyone, like like his energy shot through the fucking world. So I mean, did he die in that sense? Like, you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just interesting. Like like it almost makes me think of like what's the charge of the soul? Because then you have a duality of that. Like, do you have a negative charge or a positive charge of the soul? You know what I mean?
I reckon you do.
You know what I mean? And then there's that element too. And then that's why I love the idea of like creditors and debtors, because creditors are like the light, they're bringing something, and the darkness, and the negative is the darkness trying to take away from, extract the light.
Yeah.
Well, how I see it, the soul has to be a contract.
Amen to that. Well, I think of it like how cool that it's. That's why law
The soul
pervades everything.
The soul is the software. In putting in layman's terms, is the software that you need to operate your body.
Well, that's what I find is so interesting, even with the flat Earth shit, is that collectively, like I like the way that it's put. Of like, there's been an what do they call it when they an upload, like you know what I mean, like a download of the software. Like, you know what I mean? Like flat Earth and all this kind of shit has been downloaded by because we've advanced so far materialistically and not spiritually that like we needed the download, we needed the software to combat the materialism.
Yeah, we needed the internet. We got the information. Information is out there. It's not just about flat Earth. It's about many, many things.
Yes,
I mean, if you want to be conspiratorial, I mean, information is out there. Thing is, what you going to do with it? It comes to a point that you're surrounded with so much information, you don't know where to start. Too much of anything is not good for you.
Well, I think everything starts with yourself, doesn't it?
I like. I heard a good line that like, because there's infinite things to know, that you could never know everything. Knowing everything is not like the the litmus for like enlightenment. You know what I mean? Like this idea that because you could never know everything, that is not the answer to the problem, let's say, to be solved. But I think it helps. Definitely.
Yeah, but in the old days, information would come in the form of books. Yeah, you would need to be able to read in order to get the information. So people were used to the old-fashioned thing, books, physical things that you can actually buy or even read and give it back. But in nowadays, it's it's in our fingertips. Information is in different forms, not just in reading formats. But in videos, in misinformation. It's in everything. Now it's down to every single person, every single individual, to be intelligent enough to sift through the information and see what is useful and what is not useful.
Well, it's no different to the books, George, in some regard. Like, yes, we had books, we had libraries and all that sort of stuff, but to me, books themselves and the education system, but books in particular, were part of the mass indoctrination system. Like first to get your message out, to get people on your side, you had to stand in the middle of the village in the town square, and you had to spruik your message. But it was just the people in your village that were able to hear it, and these were the people that you were able to get on your side. And from there, you'd send someone to maybe to another village, to gather support and stuff like that. And this is how the message kind of spread in the old days. And then then we had the printing press came along. So we had flyers, we had newspapers, and books and things like this, which were much more readily available. But the people in charge for printing these things and putting out the information was quickly controlled. Especially when you're talking about things like newspapers and the what.
Let me to interrupt you, man. This is also the time that the Bible was printed in masses.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the time, the turning point.
the Bible itself. Yeah. Well, perhaps I want to put the Bible to one side. Myself, but you can include the Bible in that if you want. But yeah, the whole way along there, then there was the radio, then there was moving pictures, then the TV, and now the phone or the tablet, whatever you want to call it, the computer. Now the information is out there at a fingertip, but the message is instantaneous, and the message now can instantaneously change the views of the masses in a heartbeat. Now we saw that 2 years ago. In a heartbeat, overnight, a switch was flicked, and the world was turned on its head, and a majority of people went along with it. And that's the power of the message, and that's the power of the message that people have been taught to trust. Because
Yeah, I agree entirely, man. I guess my point was more on the side of when people started to get information through reading, they would have time to read and digest what they read and talk about it and go deep into the story and even interchange thoughts about it, what they read, between them. So they would be pretty much on the same page. They would have time to digest all of this information, even though fictitious or not. Now, in nowadays, we don't have that time to digest because it's information after information after information after information, and nothing you analyze. Nothing you'll press the pause button and say, hold on a second, let's go through this one, and then go to the next one. Now, you do an overall interpretation of what it reached you. Ultimately, AI recommends you videos and things for you to watch. So, unless
definitely,
unless you do a specific search, and nothing is up to you. You put you click on your page, and the information that is there is chosen for you.
Well, you got to look. I think unfortunately people aren't taught how to, especially the kids and the education system itself, the lesson of how to critically think is not there. It's just like, this is what you have to think about. This is how you think. This is the answer for this question. Put this answer in this box, and you too will be successful. That's basically what our education system is. It's not about thinking at all. It's just about getting the right answer in the right box, and learning how to critically think around the information that you are presented. Well, that's and to say that people don't have time to think, no, I disagree with that 100%. People just choose not to think, right? To use that they don't have time to think. Yeah, no, I don't cop that. I don't cop that at all. I know, 2 years ago when the world was turned on its head, and everyone was encouraged to line up and for the big V. My eldest son at the time was put in a position where he was told that he had to do it. Now, he did a bit of research on his own, had nothing to do with me whatsoever, and he did some research on his own and came across some conflicting information that worried him enough that he went, well, you know what, I'm going to make a stand. I don't want it. Now, if you want to terminate my employment, so be it, but I'm not going to do it. And he's stuck by his guns, and he was able to ride the wave. He wasn't terminated, and was able to keep his job without having to do something that he didn't want to do. And I commend him for that. But people just want to believe, their sources of information. Facebook, TikTok, these sorts of things. This is where we get our information from, boys and girls. Turn on the TV, turn on the news. You can trust these people. That's how we're taught. You can trust the information at school. We as parents send our kids to school saying, you're going to go to school so you can learn, right? So you can learn things. We're all as guilty as one another to some extent for what is going on, really.
Yeah, but you go to school mainly to learn how to say yes and no, and to tick the right boxes.
That's why. Yeah,
Same
that's
thing.
what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah. Correct.
Exactly right. All right, but like I said, at the when I was a hell of a lot younger, when I had my kids, I did send them to school. Hopefully, they would get a good, quote unquote, education. But I took a very active role in my kids' education. So I just didn't leave it up to the school at all. I was involved. Well, both my wife and I were
And
both
are you
involved.
implying that your child's education is done?
No, when did I say that? My children are always learning.
All right.
Are
Yeah.
always learning. Just because they went to school.
We all are. Are you
Yeah.
implying that you are not done learning?
Me, I'm always learning things.
Yes. I think we all are. I think
Always.
even my 80-fucking-year-old grandfather is still learning.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I'm just, well, it was in context with what I was saying, but I never
You just
said that
told
I
him the world is flat.
Sorry, that was my take. That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
sorry. Yeah, no, that definitely was not my. The message I was trying to get out that once you go to school, then education is done. That was not my the meaning of what I said. I just said we send our kids to school to learn and to get education, but not that is where that education stops. The education system itself should be a tool that parents can use, right, to help better their kids. But the parents themselves should be the main educators of their kids, directing and guiding them, and how to use that tool that is at their fingertips.
Definitely. Well, everything is done through genetics. You have both genes from the mother and father, so of course they are in charge of it'd be best for lessons for not only your body to be created, but also to mold your mind in the way you should experience or interact with your environment.
Yeah. And let's not kid ourselves at all when it comes to the education system, right? It is vitally important that you put that right answer in that right box, right? If you are striving for a particular placement, right? Because otherwise you're not going to get it. You will fail. Now that's not the be end all and end all of things, but in the real world when you are trying to get by.
If you take anything seriously, you'll never fail. There's no such thing as failure. I honestly don't believe that.
Well, if you don't
Find
put
failure.
if you don't put the right answers in the right box, you won't get that bit of paper that won't let you proceed to the next box.
Exactly.
Right?
That's just projection
You
from the education system.
You cannot disagree with the class.
No.
You know,
Yes,
if you
you
disagree
can.
with the
Of course
class,
you can.
you know,
Well, that's
you're
why
left
I'm here
out,
saying
you
that the
know,
globe
you're left
is
behind.
no. You're laughed at if you're a fucking loser. You're laughed at if you don't have anything that is, if you don't have something that's aggressive or something that looks serious, something that can change how things already are. If you don't have that, then good luck to you. Good luck changing anything.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? It's all about going against the class, and that's how the system has always been. That's how things have always changed.
No,
so I don't agree with well, we can agree to disagree.
If you aspire to be an engineer, for argument's sake, you better
I agree with that.
You better get those answers in the right box. You can't go against the grain. You cannot say, you know what?
Engineering's the only thing.
There is no gravity. There is no this. I'm going to make my own things, make up blah 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 blah, and I'm going to pass. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere.
This is where context comes into play. So it's called a double toroid, mate. It's called 0-1 binary. You can take context however you like.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, man. Regardless of what you think, if you don't tick the right box, that's it.
Exactly.
You're not going to pass.
Well, the point is, what I'm saying is binary manifests into many things. So there's no such thing as a right or wrong, and you should know this. That's the whole point of philosophy in general. You see everything as a one. You see opposite, and positive is the same thing. Positive and negative, sorry. We've all heard this. We've all heard the idea of the one, and it comes back to the now and the question of what time is. All these things are connected, even this argument of you tick the box and that's right. Because, you tick the box and you say it's a spheroid and an oblique spheroid. You tick the box, maybe you're right. But wait, you look outside and you realize you're wrong. You see, you think for yourself and it's not always the wrong.
Yeah, but that is after the fact. You're still required to tick the right box.
Fact is a word and it's a concept. I'll listen to you.
Nowadays, it's more and more like, when you do the driver license test, it's multi-question, but, you have similar answers, but only one of them is right. Yeah. And they have a model they'll put over the page and they'll see if you pass or not.
The question is, mate, can I ask a question?
If you don't tick the right box, they don't care what you think. Yeah. That's it.
My question is, mate, who's judging? Hey? Who's judging you? And then you ask, who's judging and why is his judgment worth more than your own conscious perception of the now? Why is his judgment more, he's a soul and he's copped the body, but why does he have the big hammer, the hammer and sickle, and he's judging you? Why is that?
All depends how bad you wanted that diploma.
No, because it's the system. Yeah, exactly. It depends how far you want to bend over. No?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but who's going to bend over?
If it's important to you, you need to swallow the frog,
Yeah.
the right boxes and keep your head down and just move through it.
Yeah,
once it is done, and you have your white coat on, now that you're an expert on the subject, now you can also, be part of the story. Maybe you have a story to tell too.
Define story, and you define, you got to define these things. You got to ask what it all is to begin with. You got to ask who's judging and why they shall judge you. You know,
I mean, observe and declare.
I'm into old Celtic spirituality before.
I mean, if you put your white coat on, and if you come here and say, "Look, see,
yeah,
Toroid,
who cares about the white coat? Who cares about the white coat?
And everyone will listen to
if
you.
you're a smart person, you can fucking read. You know, you go to the most prestigious university, or any university, or any education, arena, and you can read the bloke who's teaching you what they're saying. You can read them. You see what I'm saying? You can be whatever you apparently are via status, and you can still be the one reading. And this is where consciousness and the esoteric field of knowledge comes into play. Now we've seen these things and we know these things. I'm going AFK for a bit.
Okay. Well, it is Saturday evening, folks. Saturday morning for some. Some people may or may not have had their breakfast. Some people may be pretty cranky because they haven't had their breakfast yet. Most important meal of the day is breakfast to get yourself on a good start. Don't forget that, peoples. Get a good.
Super cranky, man. So super cranky.
Yeah.
11:15. We're almost pushing into Sunday there, bandwidth.
Oh, it's only quarter two. 11 here.
Where are you?
I'm down
Well, here
south. Down
here
south.
it's afternoon.
You guys got
bloody South Australia.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just in front of you. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, making some noise going outside. I actually like that. Knew where he was going with that conversation. It was just, well, the whole conversation has been quite nice. Hi, Tony. Hi, guys. My name's Tony.
Hey, man.
I would have to be the biggest idiot on earth because every time I want to speak, you guys just make so much more sense to whatever comes out of my mouth. So I just shut the hell up. I don't know what to say.
Jump in. Only jump in, man.
No, not at all, man. Correct. Yeah, jump in, man.
Yeah, you guys got
seriously, guys. I don't know. Sorry.
We'll clear the floor for you. You know, Jeremy will always interrupt and overtalk you and cut you
yeah,
off.
no, lying.
Well, I've been watching you guys for a couple of months now, and trying to fit in and trying to work things out. But see, the world's just one big circus, isn't it?
Oh, mate, yeah.
Make sure in the front seat.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the main attraction, but yes. Yeah, gee, the moon's quite nice today, guys. Just popping up here. Yeah, look, I follow the sun and the moon and the stars, and you guys might have seen a couple of things. So I do, but nothing really important because the more I know, the more I realise that you guys just take it everywhere else, but where I'm heading, yeah, like I'm the connection and the flow that happens every month, and now it's so obvious to me. Like I can't believe that it's not taught in schools, and yeah, look, I just get so lost. I get so lost in thought now. Like I realise that the world really has been taken over by evil dictators, and the longer the populace follow the agenda, the worse off we're getting. All of us. It's quite sad. It doesn't matter how much money you make. I used to make some decent money, and now I choose to let the government tell me what they want to give me and try and fit in the best I can. Yeah, and I'm struggling. There's no doubt about it. But I'm not here to give you a sad, sorry story. But yeah, like I can jump back into fitting into the working model, so to speak, the taxable model. But I like being untaxable.
Well, it has its benefits, doesn't it?
We all been part of the show.
Look,
We all been
there's
part
no,
of
there's
that.
no, as long as everyone's paying their bills, there's no escaping it. Like there's nothing I can do. I've tried to make a stand for at least 5 years solid. Like from not working, refusing to fit in. All I ever do is get policed, and now I can't afford to sort of keep my car running at its optimum premium sort of quality that should be there. So I feel like I'm holding myself back now. So I feel I need to jump back into this model that I've refused to fit into for so long, and it's very, very hard. Then I'm making that step back into society after such a long absence, like with the lockdowns that we've had here in Australia. I know it's not the same all around the world, but we're all heavily policed and masked and
I think we're
submitting
mostly Aussie here, mate.
to the
Let's not
law.
get started on that.
Yeah, look, mate, I honestly, the reason why I don't speak, because it doesn't take much for me to really, fight the fight, so to speak. So I stay silent for everybody else's peace, to be quite honest. Yeah, so it's just crazy. It's just I'm so lost in so many ways. But listening to you guys just nut out and talk and have conversations. I can't have conversations like this. I never have been able to have conversations like it. I'm 51 years old and I still feel like I'm 10. Like in so many ways, but my thoughts don't show that. So that's why I prefer to sit back and really just type and give out thoughts or consciousness that whatever comes to me, I'm just like, okay, that makes sense. I'll throw that out.
Yep.
And because my conversation isn't as educated as you guys, I can't read more than 2 pages at once. My eyes don't allow it. They always have been that way. Like illiteracy and it's quite sad world to live in. Not being able to read and write, although I can, it takes me forever. So I choose to listen and learn, and obviously the hard way. Everything I do has always been the hard way. So that is my sad life. So I've always loved colours and so I got into photography after being a slave for so long, and now the world makes sense. But now I can't put it together in words and tell people what I know. I can only show them, and it's up to them. There's a couple of people that get me, but well, yeah,
it's the right brain
ignorance is
thinking.
bliss. Yeah.
It's the right brain.
But see, Tony, the way you think, the way you want to articulate yourself and your thought process is just as valid as anyone else's thought process. Now, to say that you're not as educated or this is or that, I think personally you do yourself a disservice, right? And you shouldn't do yourself
I
a disservice.
don't believe that I'm a complete idiot, but I do so many idiotic things each day that I seem to prove to myself that I'm more of a loser than anyone else.
We got to define the idea of loser. We've spoken about eternal consciousness, this sort of thing.
Well, that's exactly where I'm at. Like, for me, I have nothing more than my consciousness. So if you connect to it, good for you. If you don't like me or you do love me, look, honestly, some days I think I'm the funniest person in the world, but nobody else gets me. So. I'm serious. I sit there and I'm so hilarious in my own mind, and nobody sees it but me. It's a lonely world. It's so many people are trying to fight the same fight, and they're getting nowhere but in debt. I'm not in debt, but I don't have anything to show for it where I used to. I gave it all away. I left for my peace and for the boys, my family's peace, because I just couldn't get along with the loving person that loves the kids more than what she loves me. So I had to let her go.
Not alone anymore, man. I've
been silent for since about 2013. 2017, 2018, when I had the breakup. So I've virtually been silent from then, and it's very hard to talk. So when I do get to talk, I suppose I just don't shut up. But I'm trying to shut up and listen. So please go on.
You have the floor, Tony. You have the floor. The time is now for you.
Yeah,
So the
there you
consciousness,
go.
guys, the consciousness that has been the topic in and around a few places
Yes.
over the last week or so. It's real. There's no escaping it. We live in a realm, and it's full of color and sound, and it seems to be missed by so many people. It really
But
does.
it's also suffering, and there's the conception of pain. You know, you roll your ankle. I'll say it again. You know, you roll your ankle, and that is what the idea of life is. And color and sound and these things come secondary to that. No.
May I give an example of that? I actually broke my toe about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago.
And that's when you feel most alive, right?
Well, I don't really feel pain. I've broken both my ankles and I've done my arm a couple of times. I don't feel pain, and for some reason it just doesn't bother me. And I went to the hospital, sat there. They didn't ask for any mandate, any vaccination or anything like that. They can see that consciously. I just look at them straight in the eye and just go, "You're not asking me a single word. I'm going to give you only the information you require." It's the same as the police. They like to follow me around. So
you don't feel physical pain.
I tell them straight.
Legendary. You're a legend.
Well, I've got a twisted toe at the moment, which is still healing. It's fine. I'm walking around. I went to the doctors and the nurses looking at it, and I'm pulling the toe, going, "Can you at least straighten it out a little bit for me?" Pull a little bit of a splint on it. No, it'll straighten out. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's just a hairline. Don't worry about it. I'm like,
you do good in the wars, wouldn't you?
Oh, look, no brain, no pain. I'm not sure. How else do you look at it?
What a bloody legend.
I don't know. Consciously, like the second time I broke, I've broken both ankles, but the second one I went in and the bloke's trying to pull it straight to put the first cast on to let it heal for a little while before they operated on it, and I've just bent over and pulled my foot and twisted it and pulled it towards him to try and straighten it out and put the bone back into place because it was clearly out. And they're going, "Doesn't that hurt?" I'm like, "Not really, no." Like, I can feel it, but it doesn't bother me. Like, you cut your hand, you cut whatever, it doesn't bother you. It's just like, well, crying's not going to bring it back, is it? Do you know what I mean? Crying's not going to make it go away. So just put up with it.
Have you ever rolled an ankle?
Yeah.
You weren't jumping around like, fuck, I want anything but this moment to not be a thing.
As a young AFL footballer, you get a knock on the tip of your finger. That hurts more than anything, I think. With the cold. And it just jars it straight in. And that pain, it's all like, wow. But it dissipates after about 10 minutes. It's just like, okay, stop your complaint. But I was young back then, so I'm not sure whether I'd feel the same now. But I don't know. I don't know. Have I been beat around the bush too many times? I'm not sure how to think. I know we are all connected, and I feel it all the time. The synchronicities are this one. Like, they really are.
Yeah, definitely. Synchronicities are definitely real, and numerology for sure. I think numerology is a big one that's overlooked. You know, numerology is seeing the same number. You see the same number.
Sorry, guys. I lost you there because I was walking around the yard and I left my phone down.
Yeah.
I've got my headphones on. I don't know. Oh, here you go. Sorry. I'll shut up.
Yeah, we've lost for a moment there.
I'm going to try and shut up.
You were talking facts. You were talking facts, mate.
It wasn't facts. It was the connection. It was the spirituality and the consciousness and
it's
synchronicities and
do you
all that
believe
sort
in
of stuff, man. It just
reincarnation? Yeah, it's
oh
numbers
yeah,
and
I was
money.
listening to Bandwidth speak about that before. Yeah, look, there's no
Yeah.
doubt about it. Old souls, like your wife seeing the auras, man, on everything. That is fucking awesome, man. Send her a picture of me and tell her what she says. I've had a couple of people that say they can see the aura, and they get quite frustrated at me because they say it looks more golden around you, and they just don't want to see it. Yeah? It's like a
We've
golden
seen
light, and I'm
these,
like,
yeah,
well, fuck
we've
off.
seen them. We've seen reincarnation. We've seen this, the toroidal demiurge system and how it manifests in this
Oh
world.
God! Well, the tridal that you just said. What was that word you just said?
Toroidal.
Toy. See, this is why I don't speak, because I'm uneducated. I haven't seen and written those words before, but I've heard them so many
It's
times.
like a 5D.
I don't have the verbos. But what I was going to say, the eclipses are clearly that, without a
Yeah,
doubt.
definitely. Yeah, the eclipses, the moon and the sun are the exact same size, but they want you to believe it's this random system of rocks smashing into each other and this vacuums. You know, we could go on about the
Big Bang.
specifics. And
look, if you don't know that the Big Bang happens when atoms are united, like male, female, egg, sperm. You know,
we
if
could
that's
go
not a
into
Big Bang,
that.
I don't know what else is. Yeah, like because everything else is just vanity
The
land.
Big Bang. That's funny, bro. That's funny.
One big pond. Tell me one thing, out of curiosity. How does it feel to look at nature differently?
Oh, mate, I feel the grass growing. I'm not kidding. Like I can hear it. Some days you just like, wow, I can hear everything, man. I can see everything. Like you've seen the movie Lucy, how the trees, you know, all the energy flows, and then you see all the lines going straight up into the sky. Like if we are a concave Earth and all facing inwards into the center of the God, man, wouldn't that be awesome? Like if we can connect, and the synchronicities that I feel the most is when I really allow that information in. Yeah, so you just reverse everything that they've given us on the heliocentric model, and bingo bango, here we are. And like, but hey, I'm not taking anything away from flat Earth, but you know the southern poles don't fit, and really the lunar eclipses don't really fit either, guys. Anyway,
Flat Earth is just the entryway, right? Yeah, it leads to something else. So I think it leads to the Creator. I think that's how they've misled people away from the Creator.
So what are we doing? Are we honestly letting all the monkeys get their monkey juice, and we're just
You'd
letting
say
it
you
go?
were from the
Like
Creator.
is
You were
that
seeing
meant to?
something before the flat Earth.
That's
No.
the piece. Is that the piece that I'm really looking for? Because I've already got it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's that inner
You'd
piece
had
of
it. You'd
knowing.
always had it, mate, and it's done
Yeah,
through
it's always in there.
lifetimes. You've
It
always
just
had
gets
it,
taken
and
away
flat
from
Earth
you
comes
piece by piece.
next. No one who doesn't already understand is going to understand what has been said in these awakening channels and
Well, there's
esoteric
nothing new under the sun.
information. You have to have known beforehand, and this extrasensory perception. You've known it since you were born, and this is where reincarnation and how many lives you have lived to know the information, regardless of the now and the situation of how you got there. You already knew. This information could be exposed to anyone else, but you already knew, and it's coming from the inner sanctum.
I think it's also why they push people towards the inner city, because there's a lot of they take you out of nature. Yeah, and your frequencies
it's all Wi-Fi'd out of you. You're exactly right. Microwaved into you. It's just ridiculous. You're exactly right.
So that they get people away from nature and away from the creation. The sound, just the very sound, which is frequency of sitting on a beach or listening to the birds or crickets or frogs, or what the harmony, right, of a group of frogs doing their thing, right, or crickets or, just the simple things like that get you in touch of that frequency, of that harmony that can exist. And in the city, what you hear is chaos. And I think that's another way that, we're led away from the Creator.
Well, they've got those police sirens, the ambulance, the emergency sirens going off all the time, and that heightens you to where you really are. You're in a model. You're in this construct that you can't escape. You're in prison, no matter whether they're coming for you or not. It's a conscious thought. You go, bing, like, okay, yeah, someone's getting policed. Someone's done something wrong. Why aren't we all fitted in? Why aren't we all getting along? All that sort of stuff.
Well, so these alarms, exactly right, mate. These alarms bring you into the now, and they give you a feeling of danger. What they call it is flight or flight.
Fear and anxiety, fight and flight. Yeah.
Well, exactly, and that's what humans or animal nature is built upon, and it's fundamentally.
It breaks you down over time. They know the frequencies that break you down, and they often use them in their sirens and their TV and everything that's around us that's man-made. They often use those frequencies that break a human sensory down.
I like to say it's all part of the Mickey Mouse Club, but now we have to say it's all part of the Monkey Club or Monkey Pox Club or however you want to, whatever's coming, whatever program.
Depends how you define monkey. Yes.
Well, exactly. If we're talking about a heliocentric model, that aren't we all? Like there's 99, and we just have to keep fighting that until that model goes away. It's only a verbal. It's only a saying. Yeah. It's only an emotion. You take out of it whatever you want.
It's a geocentric model. And there is no monkeys involved here, unless you're looking at animals. It's clearly what we see as a human state, which is above that of the animal system.
Sorry, it sounds like you put it on a note.
You're in the third dimension. Trees and nature are in the second dimension.
You guys have been so beautiful to listen to, and now I get on and you're like, you sounded a bit like David Attenborough. I'm like, oh, now the act's coming. It's like, guys, stop acting. Just be your crazy self. Like, honestly, I'm like,
it comes and goes, and you're in tune to it when you hear it, and when you hear it, you know it, and that's just how it works.
Shout out, David. What a good show that was.
I'm not familiar with that bandwidth.
David Attenborough, the show.
Oh no. Oh. Honestly, I haven't watched him because he's so hard to listen to me. Like
oh, really?
I can watch it in silence. He puts some beautiful stuff out, but to me it's a bit of a mind numbing to listen to be quite honest.
Watch as the lion gets ready to pounce upon his prey.
There's a couple of Aussies that in like the guys working at work and they're going through. Yeah, it's quite funny. Yeah, like the mockery of him is more hilarious. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's all a big show, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always been a show. It's been a show since the day you were born, mate.
It's funny because I used to consciously be aware of what's going on in the sky as a 10-year-old because I loved it so much. I loved the colours and always wanted to be a painter. So I became a painter and then a plasterer and then back to a painter. And so I've always been around like moulding things, like abstract art virtually as a plasterer and a finish off painter. So adding colours, and I used to colour consult and do all that sort of stuff as well. So also a very good salesperson when I believe in the product. So hooking onto Flat Earth and getting into the Poncho Pete and the Dennis from 24/7, it really did captivate me into another world. And now that I see that we live in a Mickey Mouse club, and you virtually do you want to be a Freemason? You want to get paid to act? Do you want to show the guys what they're missing out on? Do you want to be a liar for them? Do you want to, like, honestly, if you're not making money and just talking, you're just a slave. We all know that by now. This is what the consciousness is. So watching the sun and the moon come up every day, and wow, to me, my life has changed for such splendor. But it's always been splendorous. Like I've always loved what I've done and done my best and tried to work harder than anyone else, like the biggest fool does. So here I am doing the least and getting some quite nice results every now and then out of the cameras. But yeah, it's the world is that simple. You either love what you do or you hate the world. So I love what I do. It's just everybody else's verbos fitting in or working out how we're being policed. Is just mind numbing to me. It's like,
how long
guys,
ago
wake the hell up.
was your how long ago was
Oh,
your
mate.
realization of all of this?
Look, it's called temporization. It depends how much you want to take the temporary experience and take it, you want to give it a smile, you want to give it a smirk. The point is, it's temporary. And you got to be aware of what's coming next. And you can.
Well, Tony, you're exactly right. It's every breath, and every breath I stand in my honor, man. I stand in my truth. I don't talk shit and I don't lie, and it is that simple, man. Like
nothing
if I'm
wrong
wrong,
with
tell
talking
me.
shit to a certain extent.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I've never been able to, and most guys don't like me for it because when it comes to start talking shit, I just like, okay, I'll sit back and I'll have a laugh with you, and I'll probably fit in something once every 10 minutes that's funny, but that's the way my brain works. It allows all information in and then reverberates a thought.
You be
I don't know
copping,
how, but I haven't been a reader my entire life, and that's the saddest part about my brain.
It depends if you can smack them in the neck or you can have a fucking giggle with what they have to say, mate. At the end of the day,
I laugh at everyone and everything. I laugh at everyone and everything, and that's the difference. I don't exclude myself meaningly, but that's how it comes across. Like, just look at the way I text in chat. Like, I can stop conversations, and I don't mean to. I'm just like, oh, that's just a thought, guys. Get on with it, you know.
It's called the checkmate with the king fucking piece, mate. That's what it's called.
So, Tony, when was the realization of
Yeah. Good, nice question.
concave for you?
Oh, you want concave?
Well, didn't you say
I can honestly say the very first time I was presented with the correct information was the time that I knew working inwards or centering all my thoughts towards the center of the earth. As everyone, I feel, the Illuminated, the Freemasonry, they are all doing. They've got that consciousness. CERN's opening up another wormhole, are they not? Yeah. So everything's just reversed. But
you're a concave
visually we can see exactly how it is. Mate, I've got proof of the water curving and the water concaving, and I've got the earth in its natural form. There's plenty of stuff, man. I can give it, but it's so minute. It's not worth going, I've got proof. I'm not the dickhead that's going to put my hand up.
Well, we know it's not a spheroid.
But it's
it's
a
not an oblate spheroid. Right? Exactly. It's a consciousness, and it's an extension of the consciousness.
Wait, can I ask you a couple questions? You're a concave earther?
I would definitely say,
yeah, bro.
I would definitely say that's what I feel. Yeah, like
it's concave and it's convex.
I'm definitely not saying flat Earth is wrong.
I got you. I understand.
But there's definitely a couple of points that just make no sense at all on what I visually see. I've spent 3 solid years in like every day, man. Sunrise and watching how the world works. Not like as much as I watch you guys and listen and don't get on and talk shit, you know, because I don't know what I'm talking about. I can only go by what I'm learning. Yeah,
it depends on the G, doesn't it?
Can I ask you one question about concave Earth, because it's the only thing that I have a hang up with, which is basically the same thing I have a hang up with sphere Earth. Is that water, as measured, as I've measured it, right, doesn't curve upwards. Wouldn't it need to on concave Earth? Like it appears to curve up in visual command.
You're exactly right. In a leveling water, which it always does, water always seeks its level and finds its level. Yeah, no matter what contains it. You're exactly right. Bending water is ridiculous. Yet it is magnetized. It is. You can throw a line in here in Geelong and get on the CB and talk to someone in Russia. Yeah.
I get that part.
So we've got a magnetic force. Call it gravity. I'm not calling it gravity, but call it whatever you may.
I'm not. I didn't
could,
ask that.
and it is a possibility.
I don't have much time. I'd like for you to get to the very point. Can I measure the water curving upward? I believe in the magnetic fields. I believe in all of that. Water has current. It can be affected by forces, but
look, honestly, if I could do it, someone else would have been able to show it by now, because I financially I can't go and afford the latest thing. We've only got the technology that they allow us to have. Yeah, we can't see 1,000 miles. Otherwise, everything would be proven on everyone's model. Yeah, we could only see about 300 miles, so to speak. Everything else is a falling down. Okay, and I'm talking about lights in the sky that I've watched for like 20 minutes coming, like before it even gets on the vistal plane that we can see. Yeah? So I can film a light coming toward me. Obviously, it's a plane for a long time. When you get in the right locations and at the right time, like I'm talking all night virtually, like 2 o'clock in the morning is a great time to go out filming if you want to see where things are coming from and how they're falling into our atmosphere or our realm, yeah. Or this dome that's above us is only local to us, yeah. My dome doesn't reach your dome, yeah. And that's only our visual cortex. So it's holding it all together in our field. Yeah, we can only speak about locally. Collectively, you can be book smart and talk about whatever the hell you want, but consciously and locally, you can only talk about what you can prove, and I can only prove what my eyes can see. You can't break into my mind and change it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could measure that water. It would have to curve at a certain rate, just like on a sphere, and that's the only issues. That's the main issue I have with the sphere. So it would apply to concave Earth. I get the theory. I'm interested. Like it makes some sense in other areas, but that water curving would be easily measured.
You did say, Tony, that you had proof of measured concave water. Have you got that handy, or can you?
It's at night. It's at night, so you can't see it. So it's not so much the water. Look. There's plenty. You can see it daily. Like I go to the point here in Geelong Point, Henry, and you can see it curve up, but we've got an ebb and flow, guys. Like I'm not trying to say I've got proof. One movie, one video, one time lapse or whatever doesn't prove anything, but it's the ebb and flow. It's proving that we're a living, breathing organism. That's for sure.
So is that proof when you say that you can visually see concave water? Is that the horizon?
I can see concave and convex water.
And convex water. Okay.
Yeah, of course you can see them. You can see them both. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a living, breathing organism. I'm not fighting you guys. I'm fighting the Earth at the moment to go, what the hell are you? I've spent 3 years dedicated, unemployed, no money. This is all I do. This is what I post. I'm going to work it out. You guys we'll put it all together. Who gives a shit? But it all makes sense to me. Yeah, this is locally my dome. Come in and experience it with me, or find your own dome. You know what I mean? That's how simple. That's how simple life is.
We're just talking past each other, guys, because we don't mean the same thing with the words that we are using.
Yeah,
when we say Earth,
I'm easily offended by stupidity, and I'm the
what do you mean?
Sorry.
When you say Earth, what do you mean?
look, I'm only going over a distance of 64 kilometres, yeah, from here to Melbourne.
No,
So,
that's not my
that
question.
bay, that Port Phillip Bay that you can see on the Google Maps, that's not that big a thing to measure, really. It's quite simple. Like I only posted like 2 or 3 days ago a pier across the bay where they drive along the riverfront, yeah, on the pier. Well, like the sun was at the perfect location and it's shining right on it. It's perfectly level across there, guys. Yeah, but some days it curves up and some days it curves down. Yeah. Like I'm only talking about a bay.
Yeah, that's the atmospheric condition
I
that's
can't
causing
speak
that.
about.
I can tell you what that is if you want to learn.
Yeah, it's called refraction.
I just want to make one point. I just want.
You
I
just
don't mean to
want to
be
talk,
rude.
man.
Yeah, you're
You
talking
gotta
a
get
lot.
some leeway.
Hey, I'll shut up.
Just 1 minute, dude. That's all. You know, you're carrying on for a bit longer. People have questions and stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get excited because I don't talk very often. But please go on.
Well, maybe just concentrate on the question because we're interested, but you don't seem to want to answer the direct question that he's asking you or that I asked, and that's kind of strange. But those optical effects you're looking at, you know, are just that. They're caused by the atmosphere, how the atmosphere lets the light, the information get back to you. But measuring that water is what would prove the shape. So I'll go on mute.
Yeah, geometric versus apparent. You know what I'm saying? Like things that always appear to be with the limit. I mean, not always.
Your mic is really bad, man.
So your mic is really bad, mate. You sound really muffled.
Is that Charlie Brown's
better,
teacher?
guys?
That sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Is this any better, guys?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, I was asking if it was geometrically physical, what you're perceiving, or is it just apparent due to potential conditions?
It's all optical and it's unmeasurable on my standards. So on my financial situation as well. So I don't even have possession of a what do you call the lights? The little anyway, the laser lights. Yeah, I've got nothing, guys. So I've only got a couple of cameras and a little bit of an internet for a while. So I'm here just trying to put it all together. Yeah.
I still think
I'm 100%. I'm 100% for flat Earth. I'm not against it in any way. As I said from the start, I feel it and I experience it consciously heading straight up and heading straight out, wherever you're looking, going to a center that creates us all and connects us all. That's what they're bringing. That's what it's saying. But we could be going straight up on the flat Earth as well. So I'm not saying I'm right. That's what I feel. Yes. Yeah, I'll shut up.
Yeah,
but I'm
George.
trying to make a point. Interrupting me while I'm talking doesn't get your point any more valid, and I'm happy to listen.
George, go ahead.
I've been trying to address it for quite some time. We were talking past each other. I asked you a question before.
I apologize to everyone, guys.
When you say
he immediately cuts you off.
When you say the Earth, what do you mean?
The Earth, my local part of the plan, yeah, or the plane. Earth, what do you like?
The Earth.
If we're not all coming together, like I've tried to put together a model where we have a
we're talking about models, man. The Earth is the ground where you stand, isn't it?
Okay, I'm trying to make a model that makes sense to everybody.
No models, man. The Earth is a solid, yeah? The Earth is what contains the oceans in. Yeah, so the surface of the water is level, is flat. Not the Earth itself. The Earth, in order to contain the oceans, cannot be flat. So if you remove the water from Earth, what you have left is not a flat Earth. It needs to be concave. That's the whole point. The surface of the water, it doesn't curve into a sphere.
We know there's no sphere. We know there's no such thing as an objective spherical Earth. Look, mate, do you agree with me? One big pond. There is no such thing as a spherical oblique Earth.
when you say you're trying to make a model, Tony, are you trying to make a model of both the sky and the Earth coming together as one? Is that what you're trying to do? Where you can map
No.
these things?
Nice question, though. I like your question, Bandwidth, but if we all got together taking photos, and we've all got cameras in our hands most of the time, so having a flowing light that will at least line up all the countries where the light comes, whether it's and you can measure the curve if it's curving around this bending light, yeah, that we all given the model to. That's how our brain works. So having a constant flow of uploads of where the light is at all time in between darkness, and that will give you exactly how everything's situated, and you can put it together in that aspect. So that will give you a mental and optical vision of where the light goes. It's where I
Well, it depends on what you're
100%
dealing with. It
believe
depends on
that
the
that it's
situation of
flat.
the light,
Yeah.
mate.
Because it's not a
definitely
spinning.
flat.
Yeah,
No,
it's not a spinning ball.
Well, we all know it's
So
not a spinning ball. And then you have fucking idiots come in here and go, "Oh, it's a spinning ball. I defend Elon Musk. I defend clones in the government.
Hey,
I
it's nice.
defend
Yeah, what I listen
pedophiles in the
to,
government." It's like,
what I
fuck
listen
off,
to
cunt.
is you guys
Fuck
getting
off.
better and better at talking to them, because I've always found that flat earthers are very fucking rude to globers. Eh? So for me, I sit back because my approach is like this all the time. This is how I talk to everybody. I don't change for anybody. Doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor or ugly and in between. Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
Life is what it is. So
it's consciousness, and it has inherently to do with the awareness of suffering. Imagine a vacuum. We all know what a vacuum. We know a vacuum in space doesn't exist, but in this context, a vacuum that we use, to pick up the dust in our rooms. Imagine a vacuum picking up, the conscious state or the pure being, and it's sucking us in, and it's a contract system, and that's what is sucking in. It's copying what is real, and it's
sucking money
absorbing.
out of everyone's pocket.
Let's get back to some facts,
absorbing.
guys. I'm hearing a lot of feelings, subjective opinions, and feelings. Let's get back to the facts at hand.
Yeah, and that's where I have to shut up, because I'm factless, really. So
well, it depends how you define
facts. Thank you for listening to my feelings, guys, and it's much appreciated. At least you know when I comment now that I'm a complete idiot with an idea.
Well, that's pretty much what an idiot is, isn't it? A person with ideas.
Yeah, well, I don't know what else to say, guys.
Big Pond was talking very smart things tonight. And
right. It seems to annoy a lot of people.
No, look, you're talking correct. It's not as fair. It's not as fair. And if anyone here wants me to believe it is, that's my whole point. And what we were talking about is consciousness, and the fact that the demiurge is birthing and it's creating and destroying the now. And it's always happening. And that's what it has to do with my simile I tried to make about the vacuum.
When you say it's not a sphere, Tony, well, you are adhering to a spherical shape if you are concave. It's just an
for sure. I've thought about that. Yeah. As we all say, there's nothing new under the sun, and we should reverse everything they say.
So are you an LSC concaver, or you?
Is Steven Christopher not the coolest fucking guy you've ever met? Like I'm not kidding, man. He's as close as an Aussie as you can get. He's fucking awesome, man.
Well, yeah. But you adhere to his way of looking at the concave. Is that sort of where you
he's fucking awesome, man. And the way he explains how the planes drift around makes perfect sense to me. Yeah.
Okay.
How they come into the plane, and then they move along just like any other light moves along. And
Who's
like,
this bloke?
there's so much good stuff that he's got there.
Who's this
That
cunt? Who you talking about?
that if you just deny it, it's just. It goes against what I feel. Yeah, so we've got a lot of feeling like that.
Well, yeah, the only things that I see in common with the concave and convex models or spherical models is the mapping of the sky, so to speak, in how we see it here on Earth. But now you get into the realm of light, don't you?
Well, if that sphere of stars moves around as he says, with the Milky Way moving the sun, that like it makes sense to me. Like it does. If the curve curves in reverse as it goes over you, which it would, you can only see so far, and the sky would fall down to the horizon. So it doesn't fall up. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd be, if there was so much light around and we could see infinitely, you would clearly see, whether it's an inception or not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will give it to the concave Earthers. They seem to be the only ones that have on a very large scale to measure curved water in a concave fashion. I think that was in the late 1800s, thereabouts, where apparently they measured it exactly the opposite to the spherical model, which seemed to get some sort of
the late 1800s. Back, the late 1800s, back when bandsaw was in high school.
Yep, exactly right. So it is very fresh in my memory, about a fortnight ago and 4 scores ago and all that sort of stuff.
But if you're going to jump on another model, though, that plasma moon model is bloody awesome as well. I posted that on Facebook last week.
We all know the holographic plasma moon. We all know the moon.
Yeah, but the whole model. And the clocks in Germany and all around the world that mimic that model. Wow, that's a bit of a no-brainer. If these are all psyops to what's really going on, guys, we're in for a good ride, yeah. The awakened ones instead of the sleeping ones, and the poisonous ones, and the monkeypox ones, and the zombie ones, and.
So what did I just hear just now? A holographic moon.
Well, we know that the moon is a hologram. Yes,
no, we
and
don't.
we know.
We do not know this. So don't say what we know. You can have your opinion that the moon is a hologram of some sort, but we don't know this.
No, we know that it is a hologram.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Where? Show me the citation where it says that we know the moon is a hologram. Bring it up.
Well, I've done years of research.
Doesn't matter. Show me the citation, because you said that we know that the moon is a hologram. So you should be able to produce the evidence that says that the moon is a hologram. You should be able to do it pretty quickly if we know this. I should be able to go.
I don't have the citation. What I can tell.
We don't know. We don't know that the moon is a hologram then.
What I can say to you is that the moon gives off its own light, and the moon gives off a colder temperature than that which the sun does. And what we can see is that the moon is a holographic object. Yes.
No, we don't.
And we can see this. We can see through the meteor craters on the moon. We can see how they're in this system, and we can see how the moon changes sizes. Hey, Bandit Saw, did you look at the moon last week here in Australia? The moon was doubled.
At all. We don't know these things. You can have your
We
thoughts
saw
on them,
it.
right? We don't
We
know
saw
these
that the
things.
moon was very large a few days ago, and we saw that the moon. We saw that the moon was double in size, and we
No, we
saw
didn't see
it.
the moon was double in
and we-
size. Show me where the moon was double in size. That's a mighty claim.
I
The moon
will
was
take
double in
a
size.
picture for you next time. If
All
you've
right?
not been,
next time. You didn't take it this time. You'll take it
Well,
next
actually,
time.
the Glovers would admit to the appearance of the moon doubling in size due to the atmospheric conditions creating
Exactly.
lensing effect.
Exactly.
That's their claim, at least.
So
Thank you.
now
Thank you.
So now we have an illusion of the moon doubling in size, but
Illusion
the moon actually,
of what we
right?
all see.
Well,
We
the
see
moon
that
doesn't
the
double
moon
in
is
size.
very large.
Oh, settle down, Vanu. Settle down. Really, it's getting
No.
Settle down. All right. Talk normally and have a normal conversation. All right.
All right.
Right, it's getting out of control. So the moon may appear to get double in size, but that is just obviously an optical illusion, right? Because the moon doesn't actually get double in size. Right? That has never been proven, never been shown. Right? The fact that the moon is a hologram has never been proven or whatever. These are just theories and these are just ideas at the end of the day. Right?
I can't believe how far it's come back, this month. It's come back heaps. Like our southern way.
The moon is self-illuminating. Well, there's nothing for that yet either. Right? These are just people's ideas, which are fantastic ideas. I'm not poo-pooing the ideas, but they're not known and they haven't been proven to be as such yet.
Well, at the end of the day, it depends on who you're talking to, and it depends on the information that you're receiving. We know what the moon is, and I heard information that certain people have spoken to the moon. It is a vibrational signal. The moon is giving off its own energy, and we can speak to the moon, and we can see that the moon has its own inner layer, and we can see that the moon gives off its own cold temperature. We can see that the moon's light is actually colder than the shadow it gives off.
Doesn't Bruce Lee all say that it's like a computer inside and there's aliens coming out? That one's pretty cool.
There's something very interesting happening with the moon, and we can see that the moon can be very large, especially when it is appearing to be full. I'll say this in the southern hemisphere. At least in Australia, I've seen the moon, and the moon has been very large, and I've seen it in all sorts of colours on, the way I can see it. The moon appears to be something it is not. We can see the moon. Well, that's exactly what we can see that the moon is the same size as the sun.
Bernu, hold on. Dicelo, your mic's really bad, mate. I don't know. You tried to say
something. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better, mate. That's better. What
all right, you want
say?
me to repeat it?
Yes, please, mate. Yeah.
I said, I see a croaky right over here in the bush. I'm just going to sneak up on it and stick my thumb right in his arm.
We can see that the moon is the same size of the sun. We can see the moon is the same size of the sun. But then we see on the horizon that the moon isn't the same size as the sun. Sometimes the moon is very large in comparison to the sun.
Got facts coming, or just hypothesis?
I've asked for some citations and facts and stuff, but coming up short with these claims, unfortunately.
The moon definitely could be flat. Like
I don't think it looks flat at all.
No, not at all.
I
agree 100%. But with a couple of models thrown around in my head, it's It's like it could be like it's possibility.
Anyone
like
who
is it really a reflection of the dome? Because it's a fucking awesome concept. Like watching the plasma and those extra layers that we all speak about. Like honestly, guys, it makes very good sense on a flat Earth. Without look, take the pizza disc away. Like that's all we're showing. That's all we're allowed to see. This is what I mean. Everybody who can film, even the people on the outer lands, will want to get into it. You know.
Well, see now, if you're going to say
they might lie about where they are.
Well, if you're going to say it's a reflection, it is the perfect reflection at all times. Right? It looks exactly the same at all times. And to me, if you're dealing with stuff between us and the moon, right, you're not going to get a perfect reflection all the time. So
I'm sitting outside.
It doesn't make sense.
Looking at it right now, it's perfect. You know? And where they say Australia is where with the location and where I am at it in like Lower Victoria.
Yeah.
And it's just on the outside of me, so it's closer to Tasmania than what it ever gets normally. Normally, it's on the other side of the house. So I'm in the backyard at the moment. So, like all the time, it's always there. Like it's always reflected as it's going around. So it makes sense to me looking up at it. Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to confuse anyone else. If we're not all this conscious, we can't all know. Yeah.
Oh no. It does go in a perfect cycle, like the sun and like the stars. Everything goes in a perfect cycle, and you can predict it day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in,
endlessly. Yes,
right?
annually
and forever.
Can I just say something here?
Yes,
because we mention it, and every time that we mention it, we just walk past it, and we don't analyze with a different eye. We also mention the fact of they're hiding more land. Yeah. With a question mark. I mean, I would say it's a matter of fact. And we have proof of it. I mean, we have reports from Admiral Byrd saying that the Antarctic, it's an ice cap sitting on a plateau. So sitting on Earth. Like I said, the Earth is what keeps the oceans in, not the ice caps. No. So there is definitely Earth underneath the ice. How far it extends, we don't know how far out it extends. Does it mean that everything
exactly where it goes?
Hold on.
We don't know.
Let George finish.
We don't know if all of that Earth that it's covered by ice, if it expands to a point that there is no ice anymore. So we don't know how vast the area might be.
Exactly.
Because they don't let us even pond on that hypothesis.
Yeah, it's quite possible that there are other ponds, other lands, further past these areas. I'm very open to all that.
There was other lands beyond the poles.
These ancient technologies that they talk about.
The mud flood touch area, man, that's awesome shit. It's everywhere. There's no escaping it. You can't hide it. And this is what I mean. We talk about all these facts that everyone wants to go on about, but reality is they're dumbing us down for a reason. Like, what is going to be reset? What is coming? Like, there is the flood coming.
It's already been reset.
Suppressing all the heat from going up and dropping the ice just makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Well, someone bothered to the point of doing a map depicting this what we call Antarctic, covered with ice as we know it today, depicted on these maps with no ice whatsoever, and depicting the land itself. So
we've seen
if for whatever reason the ice hidden part of the land, and we are only taken to the part that has ice and not to the other parts, I mean, that is what we would know. They don't need necessarily to reveal the whole thing.
Rothschild's got a bloody island. Everyone else got an island. Like I've got the island of Australia, and no one. Yeah, it's like it's all mine, man.
The fact remains: the Earth is a solid, the water is a liquid. What contains the water is the Earth. There are places with ice, places with no ice, but we cannot ignore the Earth, which is what is containing the whole thing. And it might be
quite a bit of
it might
information from
be
the water
as big as I don't know.
I'm making a coffee. I'm going to mute, guys. Right, hey, I might hop off and let you guys talk. I have a lot of fun listening to you guys. Thank you very much for
all thanks, Tony. Cheers, man. Come back, man. Definitely.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, man. I had fun. Thanks, guys.
Mate.
Easy on the concavers, guys. They got a different worldview than us, but it's like the enemy of your enemy.
Oh, we got to team up. We got to team up.
Yeah, I got no problem with concave earthers. You want to go against the mainstream paradigm? Let's go. Attack.
Yeah, exactly right. Strength in numbers.
Like, I don't agree with that shit either. That I don't think the water's curving in either direction. But, they might be able to help us and come up with some kind of shit. Who knows?
Well, it's either direction depending on if you're using a GoPro or not. But look, what we do know is that there has been mammoths spotted deep within Antarctica. We have seen mammoths.
But hold on a second. I wouldn't. Hold on a second.
I have listened
let me just
to
say
the
this.
diaries of Admiral Byrd.
Hey, Vanu, I talk normally, mate. Come on, seriously, have a normal conversation.
Let me just drop this in. Bearing in mind what I've said about the Earth is a solid and contains the waters in. That's, to me, it's obvious. The surface of the water is flat. That's what makes me a flat earther. That's how we navigate in this flat world. Horizontally. That's what gives the flatness to my flat earth. We all know that the Earth is a solid and water is a liquid. We can walk on the solid, not on the liquid. We're not Jesus. So that's my whole point. That's what makes me a flat earther, even though I know that the Earth, the ground, it cannot be flat. It contains the water.
Right. So, Vanu, you said you had listened to the diaries of Admiral Byrd talking about mammoths. Can you share that? Can you share that link where we can also
Well, I've made a video. I've actually made an entire video on Admiral Byrd's private diary, and he sent an expedition into Antarctica, and this was it was a military expedition. He was the first man to prove it. Admiral Byrd was the first man to fly over both poles.
Okay. You are avoiding my question. I asked a very specific question. You said you had listened to the diaries of Admiral Byrd talking about mammoths. Can you share that, please?
I sent my video of Admiral Byrd. This is a video I made. You can look into there's a rendition of his private diary. Admiral Byrd went into Antarctica, and it turned out to be something you could never imagine. He went into the inner earth of the mind. He went into Antarctica and he saw the lands.
Okay, this diary that you said you listened to, where he spoke about it, can you share that link? Not something that you made, right? The diary that you said that you listened to, are you able to share that link?
You can look it up for yourself, mate. Look up Admiral Byrd private diary.
So you can't. It's just
you didn't hear what he said? Admiral Byrd slipped his thumb into the inner workings of a mammoth's arm.
Admiral Byrd went deep into the Antarctic
There's a book that's called Admiral Byrd's Diary, if you want to look into it on Amazon, there really is a book that he's talking about.
Admiral Byrd's private diary. He went deep into the lands of Antarctica. This is the extra lands that they're hiding from us.
Well,
what's with the theatrical voice, bro? What's with the theatrics in your voice? What's going on here?
Bro, I can speak normally.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Can you please share some links?
Nah, to be honest,
please, do you have anything on Admiral Byrd? We want something on Byrd.
We wish for this information, Vanu.
He's fucking trolling us.
Oh, Lordy.
We've seen the information, mate. We've seen. You know, this is what we got to talk about.
No.
People doing an
At the end of the day, you come in and you make claims, all right, and you will ask for information from the Globers when they make claims. You've made a claim. I've asked for the information. Now you're coming up short. Your answer to me is stick my thumb up a mammoth's butthole and find it for
I just
myself.
posted it for you.
Bro, Stacey's chilling. Stacey posted a link for you.
It
Look,
just said
the
we've
video,
seen
I
the
made a
There's your
video.
voice.
I made a video
we
that was
asked you for
based.
it.
Look, can I say one thing? I made a video that was based on Admiral Byrd's private diary. I don't know where I got the information that it was his private information, but I sent it to thousands of people. Thousands of people have read the information that I've spread.
But you are saying that we've seen the information. We haven't seen it. We're asking for it.
I just posted it. It's
us?
a link if you'd like to look at the book.
Yeah,
he's talking about probably.
The private diary. She posted the private diary, and this has been spread to many people. And when I say many people, I mean thousands of people have seen this information.
I've got to buy a book to read this.
How can it be a private diary if you're sharing with us? Can it be private anymore?
It's not private anymore.
Many people have spoken about extra land, that there is more land. And look, the point is, either way, regardless of what video I've posted or what information I've said or what Stacey's link has posted, regardless, mate, Admiral Byrd was the first man to fly over both poles, and this is common knowledge. And what we know from Admiral Byrd is he's proven that he has gone and he has seen things that no waking man should have seen.
Are you on drugs?
You ain't gonna wake up with a bloody croaky voice tomorrow.
I'm used to it, mate. It's every week. It's every week, mate.
I know. It's getting a little bit long in the tooth, the theatrics.
You could do more than one voice at least, different characters.
Yeah, exactly. Put on a show. Put on a proper show.
You could try to sound like me. That'd be funny.
It's $22, Stacey. $22. Like, what the hell? Like, I want a free download. Like, do we have a free download?
There actually might be one. I don't know. I just looked at it real quick because I've seen it before. It's just been a while, but yeah, $22.
And in the write-up, I can't see anything about mammoths in the write-up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the mammoth thing. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Admiral Byrd said. That's what Admiral Byrd said.
That's a wild, outrageous claim with very little at the moment. Very little.
His private diary. He wrote it in his private diary.
Get his diary, take a screenshot, and post it. It's pretty simple.
Well, it was passed on to his family, and there is no images of his diary.
So you're part of his family.
Secret, man. It's secret. It says on the title, secret.
You were part of the lucky few that had access to his secret diary.
I saw the information, and I saw what he said about the extra lands beyond the Antarctica.
if his diary was only available to his family, how did you get access to it?
Well, it was leaked.
It was leaked. Okay, so where's the leaked information?
Well, it depends on what source of information you want to look into.
I'm just after the leaked information. All right, so you've got it. You made a video about it. You should be able to take a screenshot and post
Well, I haven't saved information, this exact information, because I've known it for years.
You didn't save it.
No, I've known
this
it.
is like vital information, and you just went, "Oh, it's not really all that important. I don't have to save it."
Sounds like Don Petit now.
I can tell you what it is if you want the exact proof.
No. I'd like something more than just hollow words just to back it up. That's
Yeah, it'd have to be proven another time.
Another time. Okay. Another time. Can't do it.
I've seen the information. I can tell you what it is.
You've seen it, but you didn't save it. It was that important that you didn't.
Like I've said, I've seen a lot of things. I've seen things no waking man should see.
I'm not surprised that you have seen a lot of things.
Hey, I mean, at least the group chat's going now. We've got at least 14 people in the chat now.
What have we got? Avalon.
It appears that our friend is not weaving a tall tale.
Yes.
No, it's not about the towel, mate. It's not about the towel.
Hold on.
I've posted.
It appears our friend is correct.
We have a new person in the chat. Avalon. Say hi, Avalon.
Oh,
G'day,
can you hear me?
How you doing, mate? Yeah.
Hey. Hello.
Hey. How you going?
Good. Joined the server about a month ago. No idea what it's about, and so I'm just listening.
Yeah, I've just voice verified you, so now every time you pop in and out, you should be right to go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome.
So, what is like the purpose of the server? Or a lot of the terminology, I don't even know what the terminology is. It's very confusing for me.
Well, it depends what you know in the mirror.
Why did you join the server? Would be the first question.
I think I was on Twitch one day, and I always sort by lowest viewers. And I saw someone in this server, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna join. The server looks interesting." And I stayed because it kept looking interesting. But
this is literally the most interesting discussions happening on Discord. Like we talk about all
100%.
kinds of. It's mostly like nerd stuff, like sciencey. It's the nature of reality where some people are questioning it.
Depends how unconscious you want to go.
I see.
Is this like the best discussion that's happening on Discord? Is it, Jeremy?
It is.
You know
It's
that?
literally the best. I mean, not right at this moment, right now, but
I think it is honestly the best Discord discussion going on in all servers. I've been to many servers. Trust me, I've been to many servers.
You have been to many.
You know what I just found?
100%. This is number one. This is number one for sure.
Let me see if I can do this. I just got the PDF file. I found that's the book supposedly that's free.
Oh,
let me
the
see.
Admiral Byrd one.
Yeah.
Oh damn! See, Stacey is serious.
I'm serious. I was serious. I'm serious.
Where Vanu is just full of hot air. Right? Just blurts out stuff.
Well, it depends.
Right, but Stacey, comes to the party. Comes to the party. Right.
Depends if you want to be sexist. Yeah. That's on you.
He said, "Yeah, if you want to be sexist." I don't know if it has anything to do with sexist, but yeah.
Oh, look
there you
at
go.
you. Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome, honey. At least that's what it's saying it is at least something I'll keep looking for anything I can find on it because I can't stand to. I'm not paying $22.
No, me neither. Especially when it's got nothing about mammoths in the write-up.
Like,
right?
and if it does, then you can
Speaking
say
of
sorry.
which,
So I don't know.
speaking of which,
We've
our
heard that
friend, not
mammoths
to
live in Antarctica.
Hold on, Vanu. Hold on. You chopped off SE. Go SE.
Sorry, bro.
I was just gonna say, in the interest of fair play, our buddy Vanu seems to have a point. I found something on this. He might have read it, a story like this. So, in
I
fairness
haven't read
to him,
anything.
there is.
I know many things.
Yeah.
I say it like it is, brother. I say it like it is.
Felt many things.
And I was just
experienced.
personally myself. Hey, Vanu. Okay. All right. Enough with David Attenborough. Enough with David Attenborough.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I was just challenging the information that was said, SE. That's all. All right.
No. Fair play to both sides, right? We were discussing it, and I found something. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, look at Stacy. She's got the whole book here on PDF. Damn, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All this kind of information should be at our fingertips like that. Someone's got a PDF file, usually of a book somewhere. Just a lot of times it takes researching on stupid Google to find it or somewhere. Yeah.
What's the command you press to search a word? Control what when you want to search a word?
I don't remember.
In Discord?
Control F? No, when you're searching a document.
Oh yeah, it's Control F.
Control F? Yep.
Yep.
We'll go mammoth.
Well, we've all seen what a mammoth looks like, and there has been, we have recorded the mammoth, yes, and we have seen the Tasmanian tiger.
No mammoth in the book. But SE has something about mammoths. What did you find, SE?
Well, it mentions that Admiral Byrd wrote or spoke about he found a hotspot, which is not the first time I heard about this hotspot that he found, because there's a thing of them swimming, his men swimming. But I never heard of an area where they found life that was thought to be extinct. And it even mentions mammoths. So Vanu does have a point of he found it somewhere. Now, I don't know how true this is. It's the first time I hear it.
Yep. This is what we're about, SE, putting things under the microscope.
Yeah, either way, there's no judgment. Somebody has something, bring it to the table, we'll check it out. I mean, yeah. That's how we learn. Now, concerning the concave thing, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, these concave earthers, they're not the hollow earthers, right? These are two different theories, right?
Yeah, different, yep.
So the concavers, I know the hollow earthers, that's like way out, right? According to me, but the concavers, they think that the earth has an upturned edge. Is that their belief?
It's basically reverse. It's basically we live within a sphere itself, and everything is on the inside surface of that sphere all the way around.
That's the concave belief as well?
Yeah.
So the water is curving above your head instead of below your feet. It's the opposite of the sphere. It's got the same issue with curving water that the sphere does.
So basically, if you look straight up, SE, and look through space on the other side of space, there's water adhered to the roof.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, I posted there an old documentary about the convex Earth research, and at the end of the documentary, after these engineers did many things, verifying levels and so on, and plums, all of these things, they mentioned the release of a high altitude balloon north next to Siberia, and they've cited a large continent, which is not part of our maps. So this is reported in the north. Yeah, many years ago. This is already at least 10 years ago. So again, there are places we are not allowed to go. So they went to the extremes where they were allowed to go, close to the ice caps, and they released this altitude balloon. I don't know what to say, man. There's people reporting more land at north, people reporting more land at south.
And if you think about it, SC, in a weird way, if the water is above our head adhered to the surface, that could explain rain.
Yeah. Once enough of it accumulates, huh? Yeah, like your car. Yeah. Car window. Look, I mean, anything is possible, right? But I mean, there's some far-fetched ideas. Who's to say, really? Who's to say?
Well, I don't know if you were here the other day, but they were saying that in reality, SE, our head is older than our feet.
Oh yeah, that's an old one, of course. Time dilation.
Old, isn't it? That's the first one I've ever heard. I've heard it for the first time the other day. I'm going, what? My head is older than my feet? That's crazy.
Yeah. First they started with high-rise buildings, and now they're doing it with the feet and the head. Because if you live on the 100th floor. Sorry, Vanu, go ahead.
That's your projection. The fit in the head, mate. That's what you're thinking about, mate.
No, we're laughing at it. Because if you were to believe that nonsense, your brother living on the ground floor of a 100-story building, and your twin brother, and you living on the top, well, you would age slower than your brother living on the ground floor. Now, if that's not ridiculous, right? I don't know what is.
Yeah, but not only that, where do you start counting age? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, if you believe in Emma Bird, I guess we got to believe in a hollow earth. For sure, then, if you believe in that story.
Yeah, that's another crazy theory. We all know that he says that he flew into a gap in the earth and met an advanced civilization. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Now, that could be misinformation or whatever, yeah.
Who knows exactly? You don't know if that's been altered or somebody's messed in to make the story look all crazy. I don't know. Supposedly the book's like in Ohio or something like that, very close by to me. There is another version I found on Barnes & Noble's for like $10 and something, so it's half the price. If you want to buy the book, I'd recommend to do that instead of going to Amazon. Apparently, Amazon's more expensive nowadays. Yeah, I don't know what to believe in those books. For me, a book is a book. It can be written by anybody. I don't trust just because it's in a book. Not saying I don't take the information on board, and I think it's interesting to read these things. I just don't take it as actual facts until it can be proven.
Also, don't forget he was a high-ranking member of the military. So there's that.
I don't like when he sat down and did his interviews too. It reminded me, I've said so many times, I like the whole moon landing thing when they sat down. It seemed to, I don't know, if you had found other land and all this stuff, I think I'd be quite excited about my conversation. Like, hey, look, guys, what you think is not the case. And you know what I mean? I would be glowing with excitement. And it just seemed too, I don't know, planned. In some ways.
I think we're not asking. There is a question that should be asked and has never been asked. Who defeated Admiral Byrd when he went to the Antarctic?
What?
You said defeated?
Who defeated Admiral Byrd when he went to the Antarctic?
What do you mean defeated?
He left with a massive, what do you call, group of ships, submarines, you know, and he's been defeated. He returned defeated after 3 weeks. And he went on the second one, which is the exploration one.
You're saying the battle group encountered, well,
they've been reported flying
the Germans
saucers
that were already there, or
correct.
some advanced, the Germans?
Well, they went looking for the Germans. I don't know what they found. Probably they found the Germans, but at the time was reported already objects with technology that we would say today being UFOs.
Way beyond our technology we've ever even heard of. It's almost like sci-fi freaking movie. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's the underground dwellers that he mentioned.
And they have there are videos of this attack. Who are they? The Germans?
There are videos of this attack?
Yeah.
I would like to see that if you can post it.
I saw
I don't
a video
have it,
of them. Like, yeah, I did see a video of some sort done, and it was of supposedly the I can't remember all that happened now, but wasn't that the same one too, where things were being melted into the boat, or was that a different thing? Like people were everything. The first
I
time
heard
he
all
went.
that stuff, but I never heard that video existed of it.
I saw it was like a documentary video once on it, and it showed clips. It was not like you should see everything you think. No, it was
correct.
It could have been faked. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not quite still images, but very, very short. It's a couple of seconds that you can see.
Exactly.
That kind of, you know, the old films, you know, probably even pedal by hand.
Yeah, something like that. I remember something like that too. I do. It's been years. Huh. It's funny. I ran across that stuff before I even got to the full information of Flat Earth, which is funny as shit to me. The story is actually quite entertaining.
Yeah. Now, why would an admiral on live TV say that there's land the size from mid-America, the size of, I forgot what he said, the size of the United States? Why would an admiral say that?
And unseen by a human being.
Yep. Now,
and how can you verify it's never been seen by a human being ever?
Yeah, I know one thing for sure. If the army or the military, let's say, would discover such a land, I know definitely that they would keep it secret. They wouldn't disclose that to anybody.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not saying that there isn't land out there. I just whatever it is, whatever's happening, I just don't believe that story and that narrative. I have never really fallen for that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, but on that same interview, yeah, when he's asked, is there any other place on Earth that you can find adventure? Yeah, and he mentions the North. Yeah, almost like a lowland, low ice caps, and very busy at the moment. But he also says that in the South, the ice caps, they sit on a plateau, and how high they are. So they're already telling us the ice is on top of land. It's the extent of that land that we don't know for how long it goes. Obviously, he found a spot with no ice in it. Obviously.
Yeah. Well, apparently there's Earth inside too. There's a bunch of shit in there where people are living. So maybe we need to quit focusing on on our surface and go inside. I don't know.
The restrictions that they put on us, on everybody actually.
Yeah.
And the fact that all the countries in the world have agreed to this, that raises red flags for sure.
Absolutely. We can't ever agree on anything in the entire world together, but we gonna agree on this one. Huh?
We fight over land, but not this one. This land doesn't exist.
Exactly.
It's not land, it's just ice. It can collapse anytime, it cannot be disturbed. You cannot fly over it, nothing. Yeah.
Crazy.
Like Jim Carrey says, and they're buying it.
Yeah.
Icy terrain, glaciers and shit. That's some of the most dangerous terrain you can navigate over if you're actually on the land, because there's this thing that happens where you get crevices or something where the ice there'll be a giant gap in the ice, but then a little bit of snow and a little thin sheet of ice will cover it, and then you could just be walking over and that shit will just collapse.
Fuck that.
Forgot what they're called.
I'm good. I am not falling in no ice water. Not happening.
Oh, I don't even know if it's water on the bottom. I think it's just like ice.
That's true. Right back home.
But yeah, I mean,
because the other thing that never made sense.
Some of the most dangerous lane you can navigate, and in the meantime, a little 16-year-old girl went across Antarctica on foot. Fucking ridiculous.
No, that's ridiculous, man.
The one with the sandwich, Jeremy. The 16-year-old girl.
Who the fuck buys that? Like, who's buying that story? I don't know. You got to be out your mind.
Yep. Hey, Bansa, are you there?
Yeah, mate.
All right, I finally got you guys in the same room. I was thinking conspiracy theories.
I know what's
you and Jeremy been trying to do this for a week. I'm saying, okay, these guys are doing it on purpose now.
He's about to pit us up against.
Oh, we were dodging it. No, we were dodging them big time. What do you got now, SD?
Yeah.
No, I'm just pulling your guys' leg. Actually, Bansa came up with a very good theory, shall we say, or idea. What did you call it? A point of origin, you called it?
Well, in spherical geometry, to get coordinates, you need a point of origin. That's the only way you can have any coordinates whatsoever. You have to establish a point of origin. So unless you have a point of origin, you can't establish any coordinates. You can't have multiple points of origin. Right? You can only have one. That's how spherical geometry works.
I will go further than that. Regardless if it's spherical or not, if you're going to introduce a coordinate system, you need to have a starting point. That's obvious. It doesn't have nothing to do with the geometry.
No, that's what a point of origin is. All right. That's
your
starting
starting.
point. That's your starting point. Yeah, and you understand that, SE, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I like the.
What happened?
And also, I like what you said about the curve, that you understood about what I was saying, that in their model, the water starts curving immediately from either boat.
Well, yeah, if you have a point of origin, right, it can't go in multiple directions at the same time. It can't. It's
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it, bro. You got it. So if you have two boats and 2 points of origin, see where the paradox comes in?
Yeah,
I think you got it.
They have to have 2 points of origin, which are directly over their head, which you can't have at any. You can't have that simultaneously.
Yes, sir. What do you think, Jeremy?
About what?
Be careful.
Well, I'll answer for Jeremy. Yeah, of course. Celestial navigation confirms it.
Jeremy and me have a little beef on this, so
all
he's
you need
a little
is an
bit
angle.
reluctant, as you can see.
All you. I wasn't paying attention. I'm mad busy with the kids. All you need is an angle.
An angle? Did you hear Bansaw's explanation of the point of origin?
Yeah, I don't really understand, because you can do it with just latitude and longitude on a sphere. The point of origin thing is you need a point of origin for GPS.
But two ships heading out, don't they need a point of origin each to plot their course, or get to where they're going?
Not necessarily.
When you're talking spherical geometry, Jeremy, you need a point of origin to work out those coordinates.
Hey.
You can't have 2 points of origin. It doesn't work in spherical geometry. Right? You say you need that initial point of origin to be able to work out any coordinate system whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we have.
For the whole coordinate system?
Well, in spherical geometry, I was trying to get on board with what SE was saying, right? Because this whole model confliction argument, which we were contending with, and I just looked up spherical geometry and how it works, and it's stated very clearly in spherical geometry, the way you work out any spherical geometry, you need a singular point of origin. Right? You can't have multiple points of origin. It doesn't work that way. Because otherwise, then you don't have a coordinate system that is reliable, right? Because your coordinates are then all over the place. So you need that singular point of origin to then work your coordinate system off.
That's correct. But on the sphere, you have two different ones. You have one on north, based on the northern star, and you move with elevation angles towards a equatorial point. And you have the other one from the south, doing exactly the same thing, and you merge both. And the zero line will be where these two gonna meet, and you are reifying a sphere.
I would disagree. I would say there's still only one singular point of origin. I wouldn't say there's 2 points of origin.
Yeah, there are no 2 points. The globe model is worked out like that. That's what I'm saying. It's based on flat plane measurements.
I still don't understand the whole thing of this. You need a point of origin for a spherical coordinate system, or just to do spherical geometry, or?
Spherical geometry, you need a point of origin.
Well, what if you're going to just measure a spherical triangle? What's your point of origin for that? I know for GPS you need a point of origin to start your coordinate system. You know, I don't know about just
really,
doing
Jeremy?
spherical geometry.
Spherical triangles?
Yeah, spherical triangle, a triangle on the surface of a sphere.
Yeah,
I don't know. You call it whatever you want,
But
but
you
you get 3 points on the surface of a sphere and then connect them with three. I don't know what they call them. They call them straight lines. They're obviously not straight though, but great circle routes maybe. And then you got a spherical triangle.
Yeah, but when you're working
You
out,
can't bend, man. Can't bend.
What's up?
What did you bend? It's not a triangle anymore.
What did I bend? Dude, it's not a regular triangle. It's a spherical triangle.
Listen, it doesn't exist such a thing, man. There only exist triangles, and it doesn't exist spherical triangles.
Yeah, no,
Sphere is
spherical
3D,
triangle definitely
triangles are
exists.
2D, man. Come on, come on.
No, spherical triangles
Sorry,
do
man.
exist, George. No, they do
A
exist.
triangle is very precise, man. You need straight lines.
You keep
cannot
using the
have it
word
two ways.
triangle. Hold on, Bansa. You keep using the word triangle, but we're not talking about regular triangle. Obviously, we all know what those are. We're talking about a spherical triangle.
But it doesn't exist spherical triangles, man.
They do.
You can't draw a. You can't put 3 points on the surface of a sphere and then connect them with lines that don't deviate left or right.
No, I want you to draw me a spherical triangle on a piece of paper. You're not going to do it
right now.
because a triangle is 2D and a sphere is 3D. Come on.
First of all, you can't draw it on a piece of paper.
Spherical triangles. This is begging the question that you guys trying to do.
First of all, you can't do it on a piece of paper. Obviously, you need to do it on the surface of a sphere for one.
Listen,
and for two,
I can draw a triangle.
Hold on, man.
I can draw a triangle on the surface of anything, any surface. Piece of land,
draw a
you
triangle
plane
on the
it, and you
surface.
draw a triangle.
You can't draw a triangle. You can't draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere. I bet.
What sphere, man?
What do you mean? What sphere? Do you think spheres don't exist?
Oh. Get a basketball, George, and draw a triangle on the surface of a basketball. That is a spherical triangle. They do exist.
It wouldn't be.
No, they do exist, and to say that they don't exist is just wrong.
I don't know what the argument is, but I mean,
let's bridge the gap. Let me try to bridge the gap here. You can draw what's called a. You can't even use that word, but let's just use a spherical. You can draw something on a sphere that resembles a triangle, right? But you can't call it a triangle.
Absolutely not.
A triangle.
They have a word for it. It's called a spherical triangle.
Yeah.
That's
definitely not a triangle.
That's
you can't
where
draw
the
a
problem
regular
is.
triangle on the surface of a sphere. That is absolutely never going to work. A spherical triangle.
Why to assume the surface of the sphere? That's the problem, man.
We're not assuming
if you're going to build something, listen, you're going to build something in the shape of a triangle. Yeah, you want to do whatever. Yeah, you plan it out and you draw your triangle on the ground. You can use paint, you can use whatever you want, whatever method, and you draw your triangle on the surface. You don't need to say sphere. Why would you say sphere?
George,
because that triangle, from the point that it turns,
you are mixing up the argument. You are mixing.
No.
Yes,
no, I'm not mixing up. If you bend that triangle, it's not going to be a triangle anymore.
George, you're mixing up the argument.
Yeah. Why need it?
That's like saying giraffe lion. We have a giraffe lion.
Circular triangle. Circular triangle.
Listen, you get a sphere. Okay, spheres exist, right? That's not in contention. So you get a sphere. You put 3 points somewhere on the surface of it, right? We can draw little dots on the surface. Then you just connect those lines with lines that don't deviate from left to right. So they'd be called like great circle routes or something, maybe in spherical geometry. And there you got a spherical triangle. Definitely not a regular triangle. People that use regular.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
It's not a regular triangle, SD.
How do you measure that angle? You have that on your ball. How do you measure the angle? Which instrument you're going to use to measure the angle?
As far as measuring it, that might be a little tricky. You know, you could
it's
be
not
at
an angle
you
then.
could be at the point. It's not a regular triangle, no, dude. It's a spherical triangle.
How are you going to measure the angle, man?
I'm gonna tell you.
Which instrument is used to measure to measure? Which instrument is used to measure spherical triangles? Please.
George, they use the great George, hey, wait a minute. They use the great spherical triangle. Just what you just said. What's his name? Jeremy. What did you just call that? That is what makes
the great circle route.
Yes, and that's why, George, when these assholes use spherical triangle, that's what they're using and calling a straight line, and they're pulling all their straight lines and angles off of that, looking directly over the top of it.
I was very careful with my words.
You're right. No, it's a bullshit fucking deal, but we're arguing kind of about nonsense, right?
No, it's not nonsense, and I was very careful with my words. It's not nonsense. Everything I said is straight back.
No, I agree with you. No, I'm saying George isn't paying a little bit of attention, George. You gotta.
I think I am. Maybe I'll ask again. Maybe if I rephrase it slightly, you guys understand better my question. Yeah. Let's say that I'll give Jeremy what he said. You have a basketball. You put 3 points on the surface of that basketball, and now you're gonna connect these 3 points together. We're done. Which instrument it's gonna use to measure the angles?
You're gonna flatten it out, George. Yeah.
No, you're definitely not gonna flatten it out. You're not gonna flatten it out. No, you can't flatten it out.
Well, then you got a squared plus b squared. So
there's multiple ways you can measure it as the surface of a sphere, right? You can do the thing the Globers do, where they'll make 3 different triangles.
And
they'll make 3 different real triangles. They'll make 3 different. You want to know how to measure this or not, George?
And once that you do that,
let him finish. He's gonna say how ridiculous it is on his own. Watch what he's gonna say. They're gonna have to make lines, straight lines. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question.
There's other ways
go ahead.
you could do it. See, there's multiple different ways you could do it, right? You could just get the angle at the point of at one of the point at all 3 points. From left, you turn from left to right. See how many degrees it is. You know what I'm saying? There's multiple ways you could do it.
Degrees of what? Degrees of what?
You can only work out 3 angles at those 3 points. And those 3 points, you have to create tangent lines, right, at those 3 points. That is where the angle is, only at that point. And it doesn't
but they don't have tangent lines, do they? They have curved lines.
No, you have to create straight lines so you can establish that angle at those 3 points. That's how you do it.
You wouldn't have the angle, man. You wouldn't have the angle. You don't have an instrument to measure this, man. The instrument that we use is a protractor. It only works with a flat baseline, man. We all know that.
George, to deny spherical geometry is actually a thing, right, is wrong. You can do it, and you can do it by creating straight lines at the tangent points at those points.
I'm sorry.
And you can work out the angles at those points. You can do it.
Spherical geometry is the study of spheres and circles, yeah? Yeah. What we're talking about, triangles, is completely different. It has nothing to do with spheres. Triangles are 2D.
We're not saying triangles, George.
It's not applicable to spheres whatsoever. And you wouldn't, if they were curved, you wouldn't measure an angle from them. And you wouldn't have 180 degrees either.
Okay, George, we're not saying regular triangle. Okay, open your ears up. We're saying spherical triangle. Different thing, not triangle.
In which year of school you learned that? Because I missed that class.
About how to draw a spherical triangle?
Well, which class of geometry do we learn?
I didn't learn that in school. I don't know. I wasn't good in school.
Oh, okay. So we just assert things we didn't learn. Okay, fine.
Well,
on the other hand, what I've learned contradicts what you guys are saying.
What did you learn?
Guys say, look, Here we learn differently, and this is the conclusion as to why. And make me, because a triangle, as far as I know, you need to have 3 angles, and they need to be. You need to measure the angles. No,
a regular George.
Angles? You need a protractor.
A
Spherical
regular
triangles,
triangle.
it's an oxymoron. I'm sorry.
George, a regular triangle, yes, it's on a flat surface. You have 180 degrees. Okay, all that. However, this is something different. This is not a regular triangle. Forget regular triangles. This is not that what we're talking about. Definitely not. I know I know the Globers, use the word triangle a lot, but this is not a regular triangle. Right?
I understand that. It's something only exists in the mind of some people because we don't learn this ever. Only on Discord.
There's
only
a thing.
Discord will make you believe these things. The Jedi trick.
It's not a trick, George. Listen, there's a thing called spherical triangles. You can draw 3 points on the surface of a sphere and then connect those dots. Okay, that's that really can happen in reality. Would you agree to that?
Well, how do you measure the angle?
Okay, I know, but would you agree to what I just said?
I know it's possible to do, but how do you measure the angle? Would that be an angle? I don't think that is an angle. No, that is not an angle.
So we're not good. So listen to me. Yes or no? Can you draw 3 points on the surface of a sphere?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Can you connect those with lines that don't deviate left or right?
That don't deviate left to right. What do you mean curving on the top of the sphere?
Lines that don't yes, curving lines. They won't deviate from left to right.
They're only curving up and down, they're saying.
They're only curving up and down, so not straight then.
Not straight.
Definitely not straight. Definitely not straight. Absolutely not straight lines.
But if we're talking about, hold on a second. Yeah, but this is where we have the problem here. For you to have any angle, you need first a straight line. You need 3 points for an angle. No, listen. Hold on a second. You need 3 points for an angle.
So hard on this, I don't know why.
You need 3 points for an angle. Yeah, an angle. You need to have the shortest distance between 2 points, which is a line, and then you need the third reference point for the second line for the angle to happen. You cannot have any angles any other way. There is no spheres, no curves, nothing. You need the first straight line and the second one. It doesn't matter how long they are. The angle needs to happen.
You can 100% work out the angle at those 3 points of a spherical triangle by establishing straight lines at those 3 points. You can 100% do it, George.
I don't think you can, man. It wouldn't be straight lines, man.
Of course you can, right? You look into it, George. You can do it.
You can do it through the inside, yeah. 3 chords through the inside. Then you have the angles, yeah. And you can measure those angles. But
it's not about
you cannot measure the angle any other way. Listen, the protractor needs to have a flat baseline, the 0 line, in order to work.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to use a protractor to measure this. Definitely not. Definitely not going to use a protractor.
So I asked you which instrument you're going to use to measure the angle. I asked you this before. You said a protractor. Now you say it's not a protractor. I
definitely did not say a protractor. You would never use a protractor.
So which instrument are you using to measure this angle?
Relax,
this thing that you call an angle.
I know. I need you to relax. You might have heard. I don't know what you heard, but you can go to a point. You can go to one of the points, right? And you can see where the line is, and you can turn left to right on that line, right? Can you do that?
And turn? What do you mean turn?
Turn in a circle segment, right? We're at the point. We see one of the lines. Maybe we could put a stake on it or something.
Oh, but you avoided the line. But hold on a second,
George. You're too fired up, George. Relax.
No, not at all, man. Why are you jumping to the line?
You're asking how we
line. It's not just the line.
George, you're asking how we measure it, right?
Yeah.
I'm jumping to the line because this is how we're measuring it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna be at one of the points, and we're gonna turn from left to right or vice versa, and we're gonna see how many degrees are in that turn that we do, right? The circle segment.
Degrees of what?
Degrees of a circle, dude. You know what degrees are?
So protractor then.
Nope, definitely not. Definitely can't use a protractor for this.
Oh, just a circle.
What?
What do you mean a circle?
A circle segment, degrees. We're going to see how many degrees
You have a
are in that
line.
turn
Hold
that
on
we
a
go.
second. You have a line so far. Your line is not
Yep.
straight, obviously. You just have a line. So from that line that is not straight, how are you going to have an angle? In which instrument you're going to
Telling you
use to
how.
measure it?
I'm telling you how right now. I don't know why you just reset us back to the beginning. You're standing at the point, at one of the points of this spherical triangle. We have an instrument that can measure how much you turn and how many degrees are in that turn. So you go, you set your instrument up, you turn your thing, and you see how many degrees there are in between those two lines, right?
That's what he's asking you. What instrument are you going to use?
I don't know, bro. You could use a theodolite or something.
You use
a total station. You can't use a protractor band. You can absolutely not use a protractor for this.
Hold on a second. If the line is not straight,
hold on,
if
bandsaw.
the
I worked
line
in a. Hold on, guys. Bandsaw. I worked in a high school. I
thought you said the line is not straight.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
I was battling Moyak in this in GEMS one day, okay? And the geometry teacher overheard me. I was telling Moyak, I'm like, listen, you can absolutely not measure a spherical triangle on a basketball, or I don't know if we're talking about soccer ball, with a protractor. And the geometry teacher after, she pulled me aside, she goes, you're right, you can't do that. I was like, I know, thank you.
What you got to do, Jeremy, you got to create two straight lines at that point. You got two tangents. All right.
There you go.
And between those two tangents, that's where you put your protractor and measure the angle. But that
Yeah.
angle is only relevant at those 3 points, and that is the angle that you are measuring. And the only way that you can measure that is with a protractor, right? But
you could do it that way too.
Yeah, but the problem is
do it that way where you could do it that way where you make straight lines. The three different triangles, yeah. Then you could use a protractor. Absolutely, that's another method.
The problem is that a sphere doesn't have tangents.
Yeah, but you have to create those tangents to work out.
Yeah, but the sphere doesn't have tangents. No,
of course not.
No, it doesn't.
The sphere doesn't have tangents. Yeah.
No, you've got to create them exactly, and that's how you do it. You create.
What do you mean create them?
Just that you create them to measure them. Otherwise, you can't work out the angle. However you work it out.
Hold on a second. I thought you guys had the angle already.
However you work out the angle, George, you have to create straight
lines. Yeah, but now you're changing what you guys were saying before.
I don't think you have to make straight lines.
I
don't think you have to make those tangents. Hold on,
George. What was described here by Jeremy was a straight line from one point to another. No
from
tangent.
One line to another, yes. You can measure it like that.
So that's not a tangent.
You can do it You can also do it bandsaw's way. Relax, George. Relax.
A line on the surface of a sphere from point A to point B is not a tangent.
You can also measure it bandsaw's way. There's multiple ways to measure this. It's not even a question of if we can measure it.
Yeah, it is the question. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
It's not a question of if we can measure it. We can absolutely 100% measure this. There's no doubt. It's silly to think we can't measure that. Come on, man.
Well, you're going to need a flat plane. I know we can measure. We can measure because it's flat.
What you're not doing, George, what you are not doing, George, right? You are not working out the angle. You got your 3 points, A, B, and C, right? So you are not working out the angle between A, B, and C. Right? They're not the angles that you're working out. All you're doing is working out the angle at those points, right? To A, B, and C.
Yeah, but those lines.
They don't point to each other, these angles.
Those lines are curving.
Of course they're curving. That's why.
So no tangent then. So when you say a tangent, it doesn't exist. What you're saying then?
Of course a tangent exists on a spherical triangle. 100% it does.
It doesn't, man.
100% it does. You have to create them.
tangent is an exterior thing. It's not part of it. You know, a tangent is a straight line meeting it. Yes, it's not part of it. Yes, so you don't have the tangent. What you have is a straight line. What you see as being a straight line, what you think that is a straight line, which is your shorter distance on the surface of a sphere between point A and point B. Yeah, but how
So I
you
don't know
have
why
the
you brought
angle.
this tangent in. You don't need the tangent, dude. You could just do it with a theodolite or something. Some tool that is made to measure
The other light,
turn.
no, the other light requires a straight line.
A theodolite works the same as a protractor, Jeremy. Works exactly the
Yeah,
same.
but there you go. And you are denying that. You're saying that your line is curved. So you cannot use something that's going to measure straight lines for your
It's
curve.
curved up and down, not left to right, though.
It doesn't matter, man. Which instrument?
It's only working out the angle, George, at that point. And nowhere else. At that point.
How are you going to measure the angle is the question. For you to measure an angle, you need to have a starting point, which is a zero line, in order to have an angle. You don't have that. Your lines are curved. None of them are zero lines.
Oh, my. Well, you can do what Bandsaw said and make the tangents, measure those
Am I
straight
missing
lines.
something here?
Hello. You can do what Bandsaw said. Yeah, you are missing something. You can do what Bandsaw said, make the tangents, measure your straight lines with the angles, 3 different triangles. They'll all add up to over 180 degrees because it's happening on the surface over the surface of the sphere.
No, that's begging the question, man.
Not begging the
if you're going to measure any of this,
begging what question?
over the sphere.
We have a sphere. We're doing this in our hand. It's a basketball. Where are we begging the question of a basketball, George? You're dying to win some goofy argument that doesn't exist.
But you want your triangle to be a triangle when it's not a triangle, man.
So we agree there is a sphere, and
how are you going to measure the angle?
So we agree there is a sphere.
How are you going to measure the angle?
We agree there is a sphere.
Which instrument?
So we agree there is a sphere. So we agree there is a sphere, and we're not begging the question then because it's a basketball in our hand that we can hold, touch, and see.
Yeah, and what is the angle?
Do we agree we're not begging the question, George? Let's take this one step at a time, very slowly, because I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, you're begging the question is the spherical triangle. What is the angle on your sphere?
What is the angle? Bandsaw told you how to measure it. You make tangents. You measure the straight line angles from all 3 of those.
So no. A sphere doesn't have straight lines, man.
Azimuthal angle. You're not interested. You get their azimuthal angle, and you measure the 3 different triangles, and you come up with more than 180. That's just how it works.
Well, that's where the begging the question comes in. Because you give us an example of lines curving on the surface of a actual sphere, and then you say those lines are not curved anymore; they are tangents now. You need
still curving.
You need to put your mind in one place. You cannot be playing on both sides of the fence, man.
The lines are still curving. The lines are still curving, George. The lines are still curving. You made new tangent lines above those lines. You're desperately trying to win some argument that is not even
so you need more lines. So you need more lines on top of these lines. So you need 2 different sets of lines. We have one from point A to point B.
Yes.
Okay, and the tangent is from where to where?
From A to B and from A to C.
Jeremy, are you
No. Your line from A to B, you said is curved. Yeah? Where is your tangent from?
On the surface, it's curved, George. It's like you can't. I don't know why you can't understand this. On the surface, it's curved.
So your tangent
is
not
on the surface. And then we draw a tangent. George, shut up, George. On the surface, it's curved, and then above it, we draw a straight line. So we have a curved line, and now we have more straight lines.
Man,
Jeremy, is Jeremy a Glober?
All of this to tell me in the end he's going to need the protractor to measure the angle. The thing that he doesn't need.
Well, once we have the straight lines, yes, you can.
Yeah, you need the tangents. Yeah, of course. It's not an angle otherwise. You need the straight lines. Yeah, we know that.
Okay, and then once
you had to dance around the bush to admit it. Yeah, but okay.
And once you get the straight line, measure the. And once you get the straight lines, nice, so you're breaking up. And once you get those straight lines, you can measure the angles, and now you'll see that it's more than 180 degrees because you're measuring the triangle off on the surface of a sphere.
No, it's wrong. What is more than 100? No. The second set of lines that you that are straight, as you end up admitting, that second set of lines is not going to be more than 180 degrees. No, because those you can actually have a triangle because those lines above the surface of the sphere are straight. What is more than 180 degrees is the lines underneath that you beg the question, yeah, that they are triangles. They are not. You cannot measure the angle of them.
Shit, man. Dude, you measure. Yeah, this is tough, bro. This is not a good look for us. I'm telling you right now.
These lines don't go.
Okay, so are you a flat earther, Jeremy? And
Nice, slow. You're breaking up. Yes, I'm a flat earther, dude. You don't need to be a glober to know how a spherical triangle works, though.
Wow. Yeah.
Anybody can know this. Everybody can know this. A concave earther, a flat earther, everyone can know.
Anyone can know this. Yeah.
Yes.
But it wasn't
George
taught at
can't.
schools, though.
Apparently, George can't, but
it's not,
everyone else
It wasn't part of our education, though. We're only education of some. Maybe the privileged ones. Because we're still looking for which instrument is used to measure these spherical triangles.
A protractor.
If you do it bandsaw's way, you can use any.
Protractor needs straight lines, man.
I said you create straight lines at those 3 points. All right, you create.
The straight lines are required.
Hold on, George. Hold on. Right now, those straight lines are on the exterior of the triangle. They're not on the interior, and those angles only apply to those 3 specific points. And when you work out all those angles, they will add up to greater than 180 degrees every single time. Now, you can do this, right, in reality. And there are things called spherical triangles. Now, we're not saying that they are triangles. We're not saying that at all. They are 2 completely different things.
You didn't, completely different things. You didn't hear what I said, that's why.
I don't think you're listening to what we're saying, that you have to create straight lines.
No, you have to create straight lines. There you go. So there is no spherical triangles then.
No.
If you have to create straight lines, there is no spherical triangles, man. Is it difficult?
You are creating 2 straight lines.
You said this is a spherical triangle, but then you need straight lines to measure the angle. I mean,
straight lines. You work out the angle between those straight lines, right? Then you go to a different point. You create 2 other different straight lines, right? You work out that angle. Then you go to another point and you work out where those straight lines are going to be, and you work out the angle there. You add up all those, they will add up to greater than 180 degrees every single day of the week.
No, that's not correct.
Fail. No,
that is absolutely 100% correct.
No. I'll tell you already, it's not correct. Because what you're doing, hold on a second. You didn't hear what I said before. I'm going to repeat myself, so I'm going to apologize to the rest of the people here. Yeah, what you're doing, it's 2 different things. You have 3 points on a sphere, a physical sphere, Now you have lines connecting these 3 points over the surface of a sphere. Obviously, they are on the shortest distance between these 3 points, Now, for you to measure the angle, you need to do another line above this line, a straight line now above that line. That straight line those straight lines gonna connect those 3 points, not on the surface, above the surface. Those straight lines, they definitely add up to 180 degrees.
No.
Obviously, you're not mentioning those, you are mentioning the ones below. You're not mentioning the ones that you measure the angles with. No. You are referring the other ones that you couldn't measure the angles of. That's why they add to more than 180 degrees, because they are not triangles. It doesn't exist such a thing as a spherical triangle.
Yes,
Okay,
it
the
does.
reason
You
why they
always
add up
need to
the
refer
reason.
back to
Hold
the
on,
protractor
George.
to have a reading of the angle.
The reason why they add up to more than 180 degrees is because you're not just making one triangle above those 3 points, connecting the three points with 3 lines. You're measuring the azimuth angle. So you would flip your ball to the top, project your straight lines out. What's so funny? Can you not flip your basketball so that your dot's on the top? It's funny that you think it's funny.
Yeah, man, it's funny that
So
you
you're
love to make the question, man, of these things. There are azimuths already, man. We're just talking about triangles, man. What do you mean azimuths?
your azimuth angle. That means you make your horizontal, you get a horizontal, and then you turn from left to right, and you measure those angles with whatever, a theodolite, a protractor, and then you do the same thing with another point. So you have 3 different triangles, but one angle from 3 different triangles is what you're measuring. You got it?
Oh, I got it, man. Very
So
well.
you
For
realize that you can measure these angles.
to have one angle, you need to have 3 points. A straight line is the required.
Yeah, and that's what we do with bandsaw's method. You make a straight lines. Yep.
So no spherical triangles there.
You're measuring the spherical triangle underneath these straight lines.
Underneath the straight lines. No, because that one, you're going to say that it's more. It's not a triangle. We all know it's not a triangle. It measures more than 180 degrees. But,
It's not a triangle. It's not a
there you
triangle.
go.
It's a spherical
But you say
triangle.
it's a
Not a
spherical
regular
triangle.
Yes, it's not a regular
That doesn't
triangle,
make any
George.
sense, dude. There's no such thing as a spherical fucking triangle, dude.
There you go. Someone with a bit of sense.
Guys, this ain't a good look, guys, for real.
Come on,
Bro, what's the definition of a triangle?
Yeah, we know what a triangle is. Everyone knows what a triangle is.
So what's the definition?
You know what a
What's
fly
the
is, and then do you
definition
know
of your
what a
spherical
butterfly
triangle?
is?
Jeremy, that's a good one.
What's the
You know what
definition
happens
of
when
your
you put a
spherical
word?
triangle?
You know what
You
happens
actually
when you
have
put a word in front of another word? It becomes it now has a different meaning.
So what's
Like a
the
fly,
actual?
like say you have a
What's the
fly and then you
actual
have a
name?
butterfly.
I have kids in
Definitely
school
not
that
the
never
same
learned.
thing.
My kids in school, I like to do homework with them when it comes to these kind of things, in geometry. I never, ever came across spherical triangles.
Yeah,
It doesn't
what's the
exist
actual name?
on the
What's
books
the actual
anywhere.
name for a
Only
spherical
on the
triangle?
mind of these people.
George, what do you call
And
the
it's
shape?
contagious, apparently.
If you have a basketball, George, right, and you put 3 points on that basketball, right, and you join those 3 points with the shortest possible distance, and they're all joined now. You get your texter and you draw your 3 lines, right? What do you call that shape?
I'm asking, what do you call that shape? What shape? Well, I don't call it a spherical triangle. Can you show me any math book, textbook that identifies a spherical triangle in geometry? I would like to know the actual name for that, please. Oh, we don't have one?
It's ridiculous, guys. Come on. It's ridiculous what you're saying. A spherical triangle. Just listen to the word.
It's
ridiculous.
Okay.
What do you call it then, SC? What do you call it? What's the shape called, that SC?
Call it something without triangle in it.
Why?
That's just my opinion, because it's not a triangle. A triangle has 3 straight lines and 180 degrees. That's the definition of a triangle, guys.
Whoever wanted the name of it, it's sometimes called a Euler triangle. EULER.
There you go. A Euler. We'll call it
Yeah,
a Euler.
but this was invented what? Last year, 2 years ago. The kids are not learning that. It's not part of the curriculum. It's not part of geometry. It doesn't exist.
Whoa.
It's non-Euclidean
You're gonna
geometry.
again. I would ask again, which instrument you're gonna use. You're gonna refer back to straight lines, not curved lines, and protractor. Nothing else. You have a line, level lines.
Because it's got the word triangle in it. That's all you're objecting
Yep,
to,
that's the problem.
right?
Right there.
And it is.
It's not about the word triangle. It could be just.
It's a silly thing to object to.
No. It could be just angle. It could be just angle. One angle. For you to have one angle, you need 3 points. You need 2 points for a straight line, and you need a third reference point for the angle.
Yeah, and then
So
you create
the straight line. The straight lines. It's a must. The straight.
I told you very clearly how to do that, George.
This is like objecting to me having a butterfly, and you're saying, no, that's not a fly. It's not a fly. It can't be a fly. A flies have whatever.
You ignoring the straight line, which is required for your protractor to measure the angle.
Yeah, you guys are presupposing a lot here, and it's a far stretch.
Presupposing what?
You're presupposing triangulation using bent fucking angled lines, dude. Come on.
You create straight lines to work out what that angle is at that point. It is very easily done.
And is that parallel to the surface?
What's parallel to the surface?
Wait a second.
Your fictitious line you created, your tangent, the line of sight.
Take the victory when he's giving it to you, guys, though.
If the lines, how could it be parallel to the surface if it's a sphere and the line's straight? Come on, man. Why are you asking
that's where the
questions?
presupposition lies.
There's no presupposition there. Your question was goofy and made no sense. Dude, we have a basketball in our hand. Listen to me. There's a basketball. There's a basketball in your hand.
Listen, you're presupposing the Earth is a basketball.
No, we're not talking about Earth. We're just talking about spherical triangles. And as far as us doing this, we're doing it on a basketball.
It doesn't exist. That's the problem.
We're doing it on a sphere. We're doing it on a basketball, on a sphere that's in our hand, and we can touch, and we know it's a sphere. We're not presupposing jack shit with this. You guys are fighting some fight that's not there to fight.
No, what we're presupposing is the triangle to be curved, because you say it's curved, but then you say it's straight lines on the same sentence. That's the problem.
We're not talking about Earth, George. We're talking about just the principle.
This is just silly, guys. What are you guys arguing about?
Look, math is all made up in the first place. We understand a lot of this shit, but when you're talking about this doesn't exist, it does exist. You may not agree with it. That's okay. That's fine. But it's still something that is used, right?
Yeah.
That's my point.
Can you use it without the almanac?
I didn't learn that. Did anyone learn this here?
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people learn spherical trigonometry. I just don't think it was in their education. You probably would have to go to a higher education to college.
No.
Is it a calculation?
Spherical geometry, it's a geometry of spheres. It's about curves and stuff.
Do you have to
triangles are triangles, spheres are spheres. Different geometry. Spheres are 3D, triangles are 2D.
That's why that's why this thing we're doing is definitely not a triangle. Definitely not a triangle. One last time. This thing we are doing is not a triangle. Stop telling me what a triangle is. We all know what triangles are.
So why you claim how many degrees?
George, stop talking for 1 second. We all know what a triangle is. No one is claiming that this is a triangle. We know it's not a triangle. Okay? Do you understand that?
I understand that you guys point out that it has more than 180 degrees for some reason.
So you're not
I don't know what's the point of that.
You're doing some Glober shit right now. You're acting like you guys are acting like Globers right now.
Jeremy? Hey, Jeremy, you got a formula and a calculation? Is that what you're doing, calculations with spherical triangles?
You don't need to calculate anything. You can do all hard measurements.
Don't you have to reference the GP in your almanac?
We're not talking about doing this on Earth, guys. Everyone needs to settle down. We're talking about doing this on a basketball. We're doing this on a basketball that's in your hand. You can hold it. We're not presupposing shit. We're not calling it a triangle. This is a stretch you guys are doing right now.
No, it's a calculation.
It's not. You don't have to calculate shit. You can make hard measurements of all the angles involved. There's no calculations even in it. I don't think.
I wish they wouldn't call it a triangle. If they would take the word triangle out of it and call it something fucking different, people wouldn't be arguing. I don't think like this.
What's the point of doing it on a basketball?
I don't know. We're doing it on a basketball
because
they're
it's
denying
fear.
that this thing even. We're doing it on a basketball because they're denying this thing even exists. So we're showing it. We show it existing on a basketball, something you could touch in your hand.
And what are you actually showing? You're showing what on the basketball? Explain.
We're showing that you can connect. We're showing that you can connect three dots with lines that don't deviate left or right, and the angles will add up to more than 180 degrees.
There you go. See, that's the one. The angles. Which angles? You cannot measure the angles. You don't have them. Why 180 degrees if you say it's not a triangle?
We're not saying it is a triangle.
Then what's the fucking point of highlighting that it's above 180 degrees?
We're saying it's a spherical triangle. We've never claimed it was a triangle.
You just said it.
Let's see about it then. Okay, let's give them that. And now what?
What do you mean? And it's a spherical triangle. Boom. Thank you.
It's a spherical triangle that you need a straight line to measure the angle from.
We're glad to have you aboard, George. Right?
Yeah,
Welcome.
it's a spherical triangle. No, it's a spherical. No, it needs to be defined properly. It's a spherical triangle that needs a straight lines in order to be achieved.
So now
that's how spherical it is.
So now when we have when we construct a sentence, we have to construct it in such a way that this spherical triangle has to have straight lines.
Yeah, that's how spherical it is, because spherical is sphere. Yeah, spherical is straight.
Paragraphs of explanations after it, so you know what we're talking about. If you just use the words spherical triangle, you know what it is.
Yeah, sphere without the sphere, but straight lines.
Can I say something really quickly? I understand. I think exactly what a lot of people are saying, like the whole spherical triangle. What's the fucking point? Because I know why they did it, right? It's to make the whole model what it is and to believe in a fucking spinning ball. I understand that too, and it's wrong.
Now you're getting it. Finally.
But is it possible to do that on a fucking ball? And is there something called a spherical triangle? Yes. However, is it in importance and is it provable are we on a spinning ball? Is it even needed outside of that? No. We don't need that for navigation. We don't need it for the stars. That's all for bullshit. Everything they use that spherical triangle for is for that fucking ball to prove it.
Exactly.
That's why we have a ball.
We fight it. That's what we're trying to tell you guys. Stacy
finally
gets it.
I totally get it. But at the same time, I'm not going to deny what Jeremy's saying. It exists. It doesn't mean that it's something that we should be applying to our life.
Yeah, but Stacy, listen to the irony. They tell you they have a spherical triangle. When you ask them, how do you measure the angle? They draw straight lines. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. Come on.
That's how you do it, SC.
I know that's how they do it. I'm not saying that that's not how they do it. But you don't see, Bansaw, you don't see the ridiculousness in it, bro. Think about it.
It is not ridiculous to say that they exist.
Really?
We were using a basketball as an example. Now,
no, I'm not saying it's Bansaw. I'm not saying it's ridiculous.
What do we need to use it for? If you take outside the equation that we're on a ball and it's spinning out in space and that shit, let's take that out of the equation for a second. Why would you need to even have a spherical triangle?
How many angles in a sphere?
We're not talking about a sphere.
We're talking about spherical triangles. So how many angles on a sphere, please?
Yeah, you can be ridiculed like that, guys. He's right. How many angles in a sphere?
You brought up the basketball.
Question doesn't even make sense, SC. Come on, dude. How many angles in a sphere?
It doesn't make sense.
Exactly, Jeremy.
I'm not partaking in this part.
What do you mean exactly?
Exactly. How many angles are there in a sphere? You have a spherical triangle. Don't you realize that they're making fun of you, bro? It's a joke.
If you have a spherical
Jeremy,
triangle,
it kind of is because the only thing we use that shit for is literally proving that bullshit globe. We don't use it for anything else but that nonsense. That's their go-to on the globe sign to prove a reality that doesn't exist. So they're trying to take our math and our bullshit and use it for their advantage. So in reality, we shouldn't be even giving it to them to do.
Exactly, Stacy. Well said. You guys are giving them a present.
Oh yeah, they don't even
Listen to me.
realize that
When
they're
you draw
against us.
3 points, when you draw 3 points on a sphere, on the surface of a sphere, and you connect those points with lines that don't deviate left to right, that forms a specific shape, right? It's not a triangle, it's not a square, it's not a circle. It's a very different shape than anything else. They've named that shape, calling it a spherical triangle. Well named. Looks like a triangle. It's on the surface of a sphere. I think it was
How do you
well
measure
named
it?
when they named it spherical triangle.
Okay,
And how
hold
do you
on,
measure it?
Jeremy. So how do they
Whether you
describe
can
it?
measure it or not, it's definitely a different shape than every other shape, right, George?
So how many angles? How many angles on the sphere?
George, is that a different shape than any other shape?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is there anything that makes that same shape?
What do you mean? I don't know what shape. That's not a shape that we can agree on. Like you just said, it hasn't been named yet.
It has been named. We called it a
Well,
spherical triangle. Jesus
it
Christ.
So
depends what you're looking
it's
at.
spherical triangle. Okay, and how do you measure it again? The spherical triangle.
There's multiple ways you can measure it.
Every
Bandsaw's way
straight
is
line.
Bandsaw's
You
way
need
is
to have a curved instrument to measure that, man.
You use a protractor, George. That's how you
It
do it.
wouldn't work, and it wouldn't work on the curved baseline. No,
100% it works, and I told
no,
you
it would.
how it is
No.
done. You can disagree with it all the way, right, until the cows come
Yeah.
home, until breakfast time. That's exactly how you work it out, George.
Absolutely.
And that's fine.
Can
Disagree.
somebody tell me
leave
why
me
I need a
alone.
spherical triangle in my life for any reason?
You don't.
Oh, you
don't.
probably don't. Yeah, I've never even used pi or algebra in my regular
A
life.
spherical triangle is known as a triquetra.
They're not drawing lines on the surface of the Earth, which they say is 2D, and measuring spherical excess. That's not what they're doing.
We're not saying that.
I would agree with that. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
We've never said that.
Well, that's what Jeremy just pointed out, that when you do it on the surface of a sphere, you would get spherical excess, right? That's not what they're doing out in reality. They're not on the
Agree.
surface. Yeah.
No, I agree that definitely not. You could do it on a basketball or a golf ball, like something, in your hand. I'm not saying they're doing that on Earth. They claim they're doing that.
Right.
And their claims are
Okay. Just as long as we're on the same page, they're not doing anything with the surface of Earth. They're doing.
Yeah,
They're
we're
doing
on the same
spherical
page,
excess.
you guys.
Okay. Good.
You guys are fighting us.
Absolutely.
You guys are fighting us for nothing. We're on the same side.
That's why I was agreeing with Jeremy, and I agree with both. It's
We're
difficult.
practicing fighting against the enemy using,
That's what we're doing here. Jeremy, you're
because
wrong.
they'll be showing up pretty soon. They're waking up. They're getting their morning coffee. They're in their morning meetings, and they're coming here and they're listening, and they're going to come here.
Little pregame workout. Workout for you.
Pregame, yeah, little drill here and there.
And that's the
We
point
got
too. Is
FP
I know that
running
you
point.
don't use pi, Jeremy, Ricky. I'm sorry, I can't even talk of you, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. Or any of that, right? In our lines. However, a lot of people do use it for their jobs or whatnot. Now, when you talk about this, though, I don't know anyone that's using this unless you're trying to prove the globe.
Yeah, I don't know why you would use a spherical. I mean, maybe something with engineering. I have no idea what you would use a spherical triangle for. I can't
I don't
think
know
of
why
anything.
you would need to. Because we're not on a ball.
Some guy
Because
from
it's a
Maine.
joke. That's why. It's a joke. That's why you don't use it.
Just call any surveyor. They love, people think, oh, you're that's why they say you're bothering them, but because they don't want you to talk to them. Stop listening to these guys, these fools here that seem to be something going on, right, mentally or whatever. Who cares? Call the normal people every day working and go, hey man, what's the spherical excess? Or have you ever measured curved water? Or what tools and methods would I use? If I wanted to build a pier a mile long over my lake, and I didn't want to use the surface of the water as my gauge, I wanted to create a horizontal plane above that water and make a pier a mile long. Could you do that? And what's the process? And blah, blah, blah. And then at the end at the end of that process, if I measured down to the water at the shore and at the mile long end of my pier, would it be the same measurement? And they're going to laugh at you. Of course it would be the same measurement. What are you talking about? Well, it should be this, like according to a model that I'm taught. They're not
How
taught
about if
that
we
in
use
school.
a spherical triangle? Can we figure it out then?
Triangles, trilateration and triangles are definitely used, but they have known issues over distance. They calculate things because they know they have issues, and then they're taught to calculate in enough, whatever you want to call it, to match the radius. Doesn't make their measurement accurate. It makes their outcome match a certain model. You notice every one of them, they have to go back to the office and do a calculation. I don't care what these guys say. That's what they do. They
So
write
someone
down
said
their
engineering earlier, Kia. Do you know anybody that's using spherical trigonometry at all and building shit?
No,
I didn't think so.
not
No
in
such
reality.
thing.
Exactly.
Never have met. I deal with engineers, I deal with architects, and I deal with surveyors on a daily basis almost.
Mm-hmm.
I also are friends with them, play poker with them, you know.
So they act like it's a flat, motionless plane?
Good morning, women.
And almost everything you get into, and we'll talk to the people actually in reality, it's flat and it's motionless when they're doing their work. Now, when they're doing calculations, right, they may be taught to do it with refraction or these errors involved, which they call Earth curve or whatever, but they apply it to the radius. But that's when they're doing the calculation. When they're actually doing the job, it's all flat, it's all motionless.
But how do they explain things? But how do they explain things like not being able to see forever? What is in between me and the city, 10 miles away, if not a big hump of Earth curve?
Well, they use their ignorance and say that you would be able to see forever over a flat plane, which is just total nonsense. I mean,
so you're
that's how you know you're dealing.
Riley criterion.
So you can't see forever even over a flat surface? That doesn't make sense. There's nothing in the way.
Yeah, there's atmosphere.
No. If you go down the road with two pieces of paper, one on your right hand, one on the left, keep them a meter apart, and you walk down the road. It's going to come to a point, those two pieces, they're going to look like they merge in one point. At this stage, it doesn't matter if you turn horizontally, vertically, it doesn't matter, diagonal, they're only going to see one piece of paper.
So you're saying the sky and ground are just going to merge into one piece of
So
paper
the same
eventually over a
phenomena,
flat surface?
And you're going to
the same
lose
phenomena,
resolution as you do it.
the same phenomena that makes one of the pages disappear on the horizontal also happens on the vertical, giving the appearance of a bottom-up
That's exactly
disappearance.
right. Angle resolution.
Incredible. Why didn't my Jesuit teachers tell me about this in heliocentric schools?
Because they want you to think that boats are going over a curved horizon, which makes no sense either, because the horizon isn't actually anything physically curving. It's just an illusion.
This is quite a revelation.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. You might want to check into things. In the everyday world, like last night, for example, there's a we call them a chip runner in a poker room, and it's a lady that's been researching this forever. Got involved in a conversation about black holes at a table that she was waiting on, and they basically shut her down. The conversation was shut down. Freedom of speech was shut down because they didn't want to hear anything that opposed their worldview.
What?
Crazy.
This is America, not some commie country.
I'll send you the text she sent. Crazy.
It's so sad that people can't speak the truth. If we don't have freedom to speak the truth, then what the hell are we free to say? Lies?
Nothing wrong with the hole, man, black or otherwise.
I always wondered about black holes, even as a heavily indoctrinated glober. I said to myself, space is a vacuum. How could there be a hole in a vacuum? Nothing. There has to be something for the black hole to be in. It didn't make sense the way that they were presenting it to me.
It leaves the question, who dug that hole?
We've seen the information.
Well, even their
this whole
paradigm
conversation just proved to me that you can make math up for anything if you want to. There you go. There it is, and people just believe it because it's math.
Yes. Gravity is so weird.
You need to have a white coat, though. You need a white coat.
I also was playing against a 24-year-old math teacher last night. He teaches 7th or 8th grade, I forget, math. And I said, what's 1 times 1? He said 1. I said, what's $1 times $1? He said 1. I said, what's 4 quarters times 4 quarters? No answer.
Well, multiplication at that point, we need to decide what the multiplication is saying. Is it just putting a bunch of stuff together? Is it just spontaneous generation? What do we mean when we say one thing times another thing? I think most of the time they mean a square. A 1 by 1 square, a 4 by 4 square with 4 times 4, 16 units in it, that sort of thing. A lot of times when they say multiplication, they mean make a square that's, 1 by 1 or 4 by 4, that sort of thing.
Interesting where this conversation has led. Because when I brought this up with Bandsaw, I wanted to take the conversation in a different area. But George, which was good, I liked it. It was good. But I was going into the double drop hump and stuff. We never got to that, Bandsaw.
It did kind of get hijacked into a different realm, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's usually what happens here or anywhere when we talk about this stuff. We're on
Well,
one
I don't
subject,
think
then you're
so.
somewhere else.
I agreed with you. I agreed
No,
with
he
you,
wasn't
SE.
saying you disagreed. He said it got now we're here.
Yeah, and I did enjoy that, George. Don't take it the wrong way. That needed to be said. Yeah, the triangle thing. Yeah, absolutely.
No, SE. No. What I'm saying is, as far as I'm aware, you said what you had to say, and I agreed with you. And I said celestial navigation proves that, and we went down that other road. Just agreeing with you. Yeah, celestial navigation proves what you said. There is no bulge in the middle.
Yeah, that we can agree on. But I was talking about something else with Jeremy, Geo, and Bandsaw. We were talking about, of course, the double drop hump is ridiculous in reality. But I was saying that even in their model, it doesn't make sense. And they were, we're having a back and forth because we don't all agree on everything, right?
Well, we agree on what we know is the truth.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. Am I mistaken, or they admit they can't explain black holes at all? They literally admit they can't explain black holes at all. They're trying to wait for some quantum explanation of gravity, which will never be discovered, to explain the fundamental parts of a black hole, like what composes a black hole.
But doesn't it go against their current gravity model? Mass attracting mass, or even bending of space-time?
Well, yeah, so mass attracting mass is literally not the model at all. Only globe zealots say that. But yeah, they have to find a graviton for them to coincide black holes and relativity. So the quantum particle of gravity, the theoretical idea of a graviton, which will obviously never be discovered. So
Well,
they
they
don't know.
requires you to have imagination. Though that's what they want, is you to imagine things, because they can't ever show you this, and they're just confused supposedly. But science one day will show them, right? New technology, new something. Just wait for the future. Oh, bullshit.
Well, basically, they're at a standstill until they can explain the fundamental aspects of the black hole, and they have to tie it together with quantum. So I just think it's funny when Globers act like they know about black holes. Even their priests say that they have no idea.
They're saying they know more than what the actual scientists that are studying them know.
Yeah, the people that gave them the idea, say they don't know what it is. But if you ask someone on here, they'll swear up and down that we're crazy because we don't believe the black hole idea, but they don't know what it is yet.
Just like dark matter and dark energy, what we were talking about the other day.
Yeah, it's almost even worse than that, believe it or not. It's so bad.
I've gone my
I don't know
whole
if it's
life.
worse, but yeah.
Gone my whole life, traveled the world talking to people, and I've never met like the son of an astronaut or anyone who even had an astronaut in their family. And I come here and it's like an everyday occurrence. I mean, you know, you understand what I'm saying? Like, how many astronauts are there?
I have a dark chair. Is that dark matter?
Maybe.
Well, it's neither dark nor, you know, like it's actually light in a what they're saying in a black hole. It's not black. It's not really even a hole. Dark matter is not dark. I don't know. You hear different things and then they scrub it and then they just say something else. Even the scientists do that. But dark fluid is what I heard they were combining dark matter and dark energy into. And then SC sent me something today. It might be the very article that I read a while back, but there's several out there that they combine the two and call it dark fluid, which would make space-time a fluid.
It sounds like me. It sounds like me going to the fridge at night. All the liquids are dark.
Yeah, I came across that article yesterday, as a matter of fact. And they're now saying that dark energy, well, one guy, of course, right, who can get published and get his idea heard, says now that you can combine dark energy and dark matter to make dark fluid. Yeah. And it's a repulsive force, by the way.
Yeah.
It explains everything in a different way. Like instead of attraction, repulsive. Yeah.
What's dark energy? Voodoo?
Yeah, magic. I'm just telling you the theory now. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying what, yeah.
Well, I just want all the Globers in here that are listening, I want you guys to really soak in that you have no idea what a black hole is, and black hole thermodynamics can't even be fully understood and explained without the isolation of quantum gravity, which is never going to be discovered. So they could be literally 100% wrong about everything they say about a black hole, admittedly.
Oh, yeah, I'm willing to wager there's no such thing as a black hole, the way they explain it. I'm willing to put, if some way to prove it, I'm willing to put money down.
Yeah, but I mean, they haven't even got to the, that they need to do on the quantum scale so they can have some type of experimental foundation. You know what I'm saying? So, admittedly, it's theory.
I would say it's another optical illusion caused by the mistaken medium that they think they're looking through.
That's correct. That's why I brought up looking at a magnetic field in a ferrocell, because that has you have ferrofluid, and that's how you see the magnetic fields. And then what's in the middle of a magnetic field? And so, I mean, they may be looking at like a concentration of dielectricity in a fluid medium.
Coming to a point,
yeah, but
maybe an energy source, or I can't explain
have
it
a
either.
Whole
But
out of nothing. You can't have a whole out of nothing. You need to have something in order to make a whole.
Well, it's not nothing. It's dielectricity. Like the center of a magnetic field isn't nothing. I mean, there's no such thing. The reason they can't say this, though, is because you can't have a magnetic field that powerful in space, like if it's a vacuum.
The whole theory, everything that they say does not make sense. If you take what we know about physics, gas pressures and all that, it just doesn't work. They have to invent 95% of what we know, right? To make their models work. It's complete ridiculous.
Yeah, but how do we know? How do we know a black hole or whatever it's called so far away? It's magnetic or not magnetic or whatever it is. How do we know that?
Well, we don't
even know if it exists, bro.
Yeah, it's just an area that you use certain radiation, like Hawking's radiation. So they try to isolate quote unquote radiation, and then they give you a visualization with a computer program. We have you don't just look up and see a black hole, obviously.
Well, that's the ironic part of it, right?
An image produced on a computer.
Yes.
Yeah, from data, but they sell it to the American public like they're looking through a very large telescope, and here's the image.
Yeah, because and then the anti-flat earthers know that's not the case, but they still act like it's a fact.
Well, look, they tell us they have a theoretical piece of space that attracts everything. Even light cannot escape, but here's the picture of it.
Yeah, but this is a machine designed to picture whatever they want to picture. You know,
No,
they
but they
put the
tell you a
parameters in the
story. It's not
machine, and
just.
the machine comes about. Yeah, but someone puts the parameters in the machine, the program. Yeah.
No, well, they
If you
tell you a
detect
story,
this,
then they'll
means
tell you
that. If you
there's a.
detect that, it means this, and so on. And then machine puts all of those things together. It comes with a story.
Yeah, like I
Light
was saying, they tell you a story about the.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, they tell you a story about the event horizon and how matter at that point is swirled at such a speed that that's what causes the light. Just before, they come up with all these silly, crazy things to explain it.
It's always been a story, hasn't it? It's always been a story.
It's okay. We can just get out there and travel for 25,000 years and reach one.
Try 53 million light years.
They say if you travel at the speed of light, you can get there the closest one in 25,000 years. Whatever. It's all just nonsense. You're not going to get to one. It's all made up. And even in 2020, they had supposedly found one, and then they turned around and denied it after that. They don't even know what the fuck they're even saying on their own end. Like what's it just said a second ago? It's back and forth. There is no conclusion on the black holes.
You can't even get from one state to another without crashing.
Let me give you an idea of how far away from understanding this is they are. Like he just brought up the event horizon. So they say the event horizon changes relative to what's about to be thrown into it as if it was clairvoyant. It preemptively reacts to what's going to be in it. The event horizon. Just really soak that in. I mean, that's just insanity, bro. The black hole is effectively clairvoyant. The event horizon changes prior to the actual entrance of whatever's about to go into it. Like it knows, like it's sentient, clairvoyant. That's literally top edge science right now. Cutting edge.
They have no clue. First it was the ether, then it's quantum foam, now it's 0-point energy. They have no clue. They just make stuff up.
The ether and 0-point energy is potentially true.
Well, 0-point energy is a characteristic within the field. Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Within the vacuum.
Well, yeah, but you can't have. That's what I'm saying. I was destroying the Globers in here the other day because, like, what is 0-point energy? And you have to have something to carry energy. And they're like, oh, you have the quantum field. I'm like, what carries the field of energy, though?
It's done through fractals.
I mean, they can't answer that, brother. It has to be something to carry the energy.
Well, it has nothing to do with the globe. I believe in the 0-point energy, and it's done through fractals. It's done through fractal energy, and we can see it through, the windows of churches, right? We see it before the mud flood. We see how they build buildings, and that is what we're observing here. We are seeing the 0-point energy. We are seeing free energy. Nikola Tesla was all about it, mate. He observed this energy system and how we could harness it freely.
And we are also assuming that the field needs to be carried.
Exactly, mate. That's what I've been saying.
Well, that's how it works, Like, so if you have a field, like if you have a magnetic field, like, are you just saying you have a field in nothing? It doesn't even make sense. It's not even like viable on its face.
Well,
quantum field theory, okay, has arisen due to the discrepancies of like materialism. So quantum field theory is an attempt to basically acknowledge the background medium, but not acknowledge it. Hey, there's little fields everywhere, but they're inside nothing. So you should ask yourself, why do they have to update to quantum field theory? Which eventually all quantum will move over to because it's the only seemingly viable option. So, well, it's just like Band-Aid, 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 Band-Aid. That's all it is.
Yep. Instead of admitting they're wrong, they can't because their whole infrastructure will collapse. They have to add a lie upon a lie upon a lie upon a lie.
Quantum has reified the essence of nothing acting upon something, which is completely illogical. Space has no attributes. It's not a terminal for discharge, let alone a place for a magnetic field to reside.
Correct.
Yeah, but quantum also applies to big things that we can actually feel, touch, and count.
It's clearly
not only the small things.
It's purely hokum. Like, if you can't quantize it, then they don't believe in its existence. So it's all about counting. That's literally all it is, just counting beans.
Yeah, but can you quantify the immaterial?
Well, no.
Exactly.
If there's no Cartesianal presence to be had, then you can't place value upon it.
Right. So since humans
it needs
are
to be
arrogant,
manifested, though. For you to know about its existence, it needs to be manifested somehow.
well, a lot of the effects are real, though, right? Like, flat earthers shouldn't handwave dismiss the field of quantum in entirety. It's the effects are real. Like it's actually experimentally valid in the sense that the effects are real. A lot of quantum mechanics is experimentally valid in the sense that they manipulate causal agents to isolate effects. And, like that part's real. They just try to quantify the immaterial. And so then they have to attribute like material properties. And of course, that's not the case. It's immaterial. So,
yep, that's how they get dark matter, quantum foam. I mean, these are all just euphemisms for ether, which they never want to speak upon.
So basically,
they can't speak upon it.
Can I ask a question on that? Because I remember last time I left this area, if you said ether around a certain individual that speaks about stuff like this all the time, we don't need to say names because we're not calling anybody out. That's a no-go. That's a shutdown. And when people are like literally made fun of to no end, even a flat earther, but then I hear it being talked about almost like it's for real by these same people almost around him. I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, I've always been the one that says something. So.
Yeah, I hear you.
You stand up for what you believe in, Winston, and no matter what else somebody else says, it's your opinion, your facts that you've looked into and believe, and you don't worry about whoever that person is, content creators or not. You just speak from your heart and your knowledge.
Who is this person?
I appreciate that.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, we're not going to say the name. Everyone.
It doesn't matter because it's not about calling people out. I've never been one of those who want to do that. I mean, I have in the past. I don't want to do it no more.
No, you want to sling mud, bro. Let's be real.
I don't. I just want to know who you guys are talking about. The audience wants to know.
We're talking about the idea. So a lot of flat earthers are like diametrically opposed to the word ether, and I've been trying to bridge the gap. So I try to tell like Lemon. I think Lemon explains a lot of the characteristics of ether very well. But like I was trying to tell him, like, just try not to come off so definitive, and maybe don't use the word ether. Like, it just triggers people because there was a definition of luminiferous ether back in the day, and that is not the entire explanation. So like, don't call it that. Like, I just call it the background medium, and then you can boil it down to a simple thing. Like, so I'm saying that there's something there. Are you claiming there's nothing there? That's all there is to it. That's all there is.
Okay. I like how you kind of switched that up because I do feel like that's needed. Because if not, we're all gonna get bashed at one point for that.
Yeah, the person that you're mentioning will acknowledge what I just said.
I think they will too.
I know he will because I've talked to him. But like the contention is like when people start to say the word ether and then they start to talk about it like they know exactly what it is, and I can understand both sides in that sense. So like I think
we all know what the ether is. We all know what the ether is.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
I know exactly what the ether is.
You need to be ready for it because if it's not me, it's going to be somebody else. You said that ether is the background radiation. Is that correct?
Background medium.
Well, it's the background consciousness.
Can you define background, please?
Yeah. Yeah, like if you paint a picture and you start with the background, it's like it's the very background.
You start with what was already there.
I mean, background invokes a front ground.
Yeah, front ground is the material world. And not only the material world, any physical phenomena that we see is just the foreground.
Define physical again.
And the word ground,
Chill out.
You know, we can go in circles about this, and we can ask
you know what I'm
saying?
Yeah.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? It's gonna come your way.
So are you saying nothing's there? See, no one ever likes to answer my question because it immediately exposes everyone. So it's very simple. Either there's something there, or you're claiming that nothing exists. There's no other option. And if you claim it's a false binary, then offer a third option.
There where? What is there?
Is there anywhere?
Everywhere.
Is there anywhere, George, that you can show us nothingness in existence? I mean, is there anywhere in the universe that you can point to showing me nothing?
Yes, I can show you nothing.
In the universe?
Do you want me to show you nothing?
Wow, now you went
Here,
big,
terrestrially, anywhere you want.
Okay,
Just
Juno,
pick a
you're giving
spot,
me
show
nothing right now.
I can show you nothing.
No, you can't. Nothing doesn't exist.
Vanu,
nothing is the
Vanu,
concept.
if you don't have anything to contribute, Vanu, just chill back, dude.
See, the people that have been so vocal against Ether, they don't ever answer this question because of pride. So for years, they've spoken out so vehemently against it that they can't answer this question. So it's not my problem. Pride is the depth of knowledge.
I'm not against Ether, I cannot be against something that I don't know what it is.
I agree. I'm not even. I think the problem with people that talk about Ether is they claim they know exactly what it is. I know for a fact they don't. I've read all the literature publicly available on the subject. Hey, you want to tell me you know what Ether is? You're being dishonest. You may think that you understand a lot of the characteristics within the background, but you do not know exactly what Ether is. I mean, I have a speculation. I would say that Ether is thousands of times more dense than the air itself because of the efficacy of propagation. And so, just like Tesla said,
that's the problem, isn't it?
Well, it seems to be the only feasible way. But the point is, I don't have to make that claim.
The speculation.
I don't have to make that claim, though, George. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I prefaced it by saying it was speculation. Just because I speculate further as to what Ether is, that's independent of the fact that there's a background there or you're claiming nothing's there.
Hold on a second. But that is the point that Stacy was mentioning before. Imagine was one of those PhDs astronomers that we love them so much, would come in and start saying, whatever he thinks it is, he would be jumping all over the guy because he cannot prove what he's saying. So why are we doing the same?
It makes you look really, really ignorant when you jump all over someone, but you still can't answer the first question. Is there something there or is there nothing there? No one ever answers the question, but they want to give me their opinion.
What is there?
Everywhere. Does nothing exist?
What do you mean everywhere?
Can nothing exist?
Right. Have you ever seen nothing? You can't even see nothing. That right there in the statement itself is ridiculous. Can you prove nothingness?
Nothing doesn't exist.
Thank you. So that means there's something there. Okay. So you believe in the background too. Thanks.
Something. Just like black holes are bullshit too, right? Something and nothing.
This is just the container, right? So how do we know there's gas pressure on here? Because the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is containment. Have you ever seen the container? Can you tell me exactly what the container is, George? Can you tell me what the container's made of? Have you ever been there? Can you touch it?
No. Hold on a second, Westwick. You're confused now, man. Come on. It doesn't sound like
exactly the same.
I think it's exactly the same thing too. Because we've been arguing about that. What is a dome? What kind is it? I don't fucking know. I don't claim a dome. I claim that we have to be contained. I don't know if it's plasma. I don't know what the hell's up there, but we sure the hell can't prove anything else besides containment for the gas pressure. But when people want to say that they're not speculating, yes, we all are speculating a little bit of what our information is because we don't have it all.
This may be productive though, if George, you want to go back and forth for a second because you're gonna face plant, bro. So go ahead.
The mistake you're doing here is with the container is that the container is required for the sky to be a vacuum.
No, just in order to have gas pressure.
The container is required for the sky to be a vacuum. So that's why you guys pointed the vacuum still with a medium required for your planets to be moving around, which is what used to be the ether. Is the ether the one who's moving or is it the ground? Yeah. So the medium of the ether is working in a sky vacuum that we debunked that the sky cannot be a vacuum. Otherwise, a container is required.
So, so you're saying
when you point out you don't see a container, the sky cannot be a vacuum.
So you're saying if the sky is not a vacuum, then there's not a container?
If it's not a vacuum, maybe it doesn't need to be contained in any point. I mean, it needs to be contained in the terms of a gas pressure, but the sky could be something else, but not a vacuum.
Doesn't matter though. Can you have gas?
Is it the air you can go to? I don't know, but a vacuum, I know it is not.
That we're not talking about a vacuum. Stop changing the subject. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No, of course not.
Okay, so the way that Flat Earth proposes there's a container is by an antecedent, meaning that it's required, okay? So we don't have to go to the freaking container and chip a piece off of it. We don't have to bottle the container up. I don't have to claim how big it is, where it starts, how high it goes, what it's made of. I don't have to make any of those claims. That's it. That's it. Whenever someone says, what about pressure gradient? Oh, we're talking about the pressure, okay? We have gas pressure. It's the same thing. I'm saying to have propagation.
We're talking about pressure inside of the same container. The sky is not a vacuum.
Inside of a what?
Inside of the same container.
Okay, so you have to have a container.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so this, are you not understanding the analogy?
The sky is not a vacuum.
Are you not understanding? The reason we know there's a gas pressure is because of an antecedent relationship. The reason we know there's a background is because propagation requires a medium. It's antecedent. So if you're going to claim it doesn't,
propagation
feel free to
of
demonstrate
what? Of light?
Anything. Propagation.
Anything. Sound, light.
Exactly. Anything.
You understand what propagation is, George?
I do understand.
So explain propagation really quick.
Listen,
so I can make
what you guys need to do is to wipe the record of ether. Ether at the moment, that word has a very
it's
George,
stigma.
Your lack of understanding, George, doesn't validate our ignorance.
That record and put a
George, your lack of understanding doesn't validate someone's ignorance, man. We're giving you logical premises to go off of, necessary antecedents in order for something to be, and you're just not getting the arguments, man. It's not our fault. George, do you think sound travels? Do you think sound travels from A to B, George? Like when I'm speaking, is the sound coming from my mouth and traveling to your ear? Is that what you believe, George? What next? Are we going to talk about photons, George?
Like my point, I mean, it really triggers people because there's not a rebuttal, man. I've been pretty tactical with how I present my points. So the antecedent to propagation is a medium. We have propagation. That means there's a medium. You can say whatever else you want to say, but it's the same thing as the container. I don't have to go grab a piece of the container.
I had a phone call. I had a question. Put it to me. Can you repeat again, that slow?
What?
Oh, I'm just saying it's you're not understanding our arguments. The original question I asked you was this: do you believe sound travels from A to B?
It depends how you want to portray. We are now talking. We are not talking. Yeah, you and I. We are talking miles and miles apart, debunking the speed of sound.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come with a value for the speed of sound, our conversation here debunks that. Do you have a question?
There is no speed. Speed infers something traveling from A to B, and sound doesn't move from A to B. It's a rate of propagation.
And our conversation proves that, yeah.
Same thing with light. It's a rate
and
of
our conversation proves that again, yeah. Not disagreeing with you. Don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, please.
I apologize, George.
This is crazy. I don't understand how it's not understood.
Can I ask a question? I said, I'm on a football field. I'm at the 100-yard line on the one goal, and a referee's on the other goal. I see him blow the whistle, and then the sound, just a few seconds, maybe a millisecond later, the sound arrives. So you're saying that sound is not traveling?
No, it's a rate of propagation. When I speak, the oxygen and nitrogen in my lungs passes through my vocal cords, which sets off a field disparity, and that rate of vibrational indifference is what propagates through the medium. There's no discrete particle traveling from my mouth to your ear. It's a vibrational disturbance in the medium, which is measured in a rate of propagation, and it changes its quote-unquote speed depending on the temperature, altitude, or pressure of that atmosphere.
Correct.
It would seem that there's some kind of speed involved because I can see him blow the whistle, and later, in just a few milliseconds later, hear the sound. So there does, even if your propagation is true, there's a speed.
Speed infers a discrete thing moving from A to B. Sound does not have something moving from A to B. It's a vibrational disturbance that it's kind of like ripples. It's like ripples in a water. When I drop a stone in the water and the ripples propagate through that water, do you think the stone is traveling through the water, or is it the ripples that are dispersing through the water?
The propagation, the ripples are traveling.
That propagation. The ripples are traveling, and there seems to be a speed that they're moving at because I can see him blow the whistle and hear the sound later.
Yeah, watch this.
So obviously, the light is reaching me faster than the sound is.
Okay, so watch this. So if I have a pond and then I throw a rock in it and it ripples, okay, and the ripples move and move all the way to the edge of the pond, how long did it take the edge of the pond to get there? It was already there. It was already there, wasn't it?
But there will be a speed before a wave comes from where you threw the rock to the edge of the pond, though. That will have a speed.
We're not talking about throwing the rock. Like once the rock hits, it ripples. Okay, the ripples is nothing more than movement in the medium, the water that was already there. So
yeah,
it doesn't
ripples
matter.
have a speed.
You can quantify how fast the ripple moves, but if you're saying that the water is moving, then you're wrong because the water was already there. The water did not travel to the shore.
Right, Jeremy. He's right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, but it definitely has a speed. Like sound has a speed, light has a speed. You know what I'm saying? Like whether you want to call it the propagation of it or whatever, it takes time.
You can try to quantify the propagation of it.
Time is speed. Well, distance over time is speed, right? Or distance times time, whatever it is.
Distance
so if
over time.
If that wave,
you guys missed what I said, didn't you?
What did you miss? I might have missed it, George. I just came in.
Right. Taking your example, yeah, you're watching a football game, yeah, something is happening on the field, the referee whistles, and you hear on the stadium milliseconds later on, yeah, there's a distance, there is a difference in time from what you've seen to the time that you heard. We can measure that, yeah, we have a measurement, yeah, everything confirms, we repeat it again, yeah, we happen the same, pretty much in the same measurement, yeah. Now, question to you. Can I be miles and miles and miles away watching that game on the TV, and the same distance that it took the sound to reach from whatever happened in the stage to your ears or to the microphone, could I hear the same within the same time frame? Debunking the speed of sound, miles and miles away that I am?
And I got not even miles and miles away. I've got a few hundred, maybe a few hundred feet, maybe 100 foot, maybe 50 feet. I'm seeing my wife in the rearview mirror of my vehicle, right? I see her back there, and she's talking, and I see her lips moving, and then there's a slight delay between her lips moving and me hearing her sound in my ear.
Yeah, but if you had a cell phone, you'd hear it instantly before you felt the vibration of the propagation.
Well, here's the thing, though. That sound, you got the sound from her voice into the phone, then the light or radio waves, whatever you're going to call it, from the phone to the tower, through the fiber optic network, back to my phone, and then the sound into my ear. And there's a slight delay. All of that, there's a slight delay. It's not instantaneous.
Yeah, light has a finite speed.
I know, but when he talks about propagation, he's almost sounding like he's saying it's instantaneous, which that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it depends what you're dealing with, and I've said this for many years.
So did I run everybody off in the illustration? It sounds like George is gone, Daiso's gone, who did I run off?
They've all run off.
Just nothing to dispute because we all agree that sound and light take time to propagate.
Yes, I mean, yeah, I was wondering what's the big deal about propagating, even if it's waves are propagating in a pool, or waves are propagating in air, or waves are propagating over like electromagnetic spectrum. What's the big deal? I don't understand why is that so difficult?
I mean, I'm with you on this. I'm with you on this one, Paul. I think whether it's propagating or whatever, the propagation has speed to it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The propagation has a
It's
speed.
not instantaneous. You know, if it was instantaneous, I'd be like, all right, boom. There's no speed to it. But I mean, it takes time, whether it's sound or light or whatever.
And I appreciate
like,
what's his whole
you're not
point where you drop a pebble and it travels. I get it, and the water was already there. However, there is a speed to that.
To the wave,
And
yeah.
that
The wave
ripple.
starts at the rock.
Yeah.
The wave starts at the rock, and then over time, it'll reach the edge of the pond. I mean,
correct.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a sound wave and a shock wave?
Real quick, I'm at work. Again, speed infers something discretely traveling from A to B. A rate of propagation would be hyper accurate.
Yeah, the wave has a speed, right? There's a wave when you throw the rock in the pebble in the pond. There's a wave.
The wave. Listen, you're misconstruing. The wave is the medium. The rock is the actual thing that we're talking about. And what rises out in line of propagation is the waves, is the ripples of the water. Okay.
Well,
and
I don't know why you're talking about. No, I don't know why you're talking about the rock. I'm talking about the speed of the wave.
Yeah, but
the point talking about when they talk about the speed of sound, they're not talking about the wave is just the water, Jeremy.
Yeah, the point was that there needs to be something there for there to be a wave, regardless. If there wouldn't be waves, if there was no water.
Yes, but light is different. It doesn't need a medium.
Ugh, I'm out.
Oh no.
Oh, here we go. Brenda's there. Brenda, you got this.
But that's just how it is.
Because you were told that.
It can be argued, Brenda, we brought this up earlier, like a few days ago, at least I did, that the space-time is the medium in which light propagates.
Yeah, I
right?
I don't know that.
And if I wasn't mistaken, it may not have been Brenda. It could have been Xanax. You guys were even saying that yesterday that space-time is a superfluid. That you guys went back to.
Well, oxygen and carbon dioxide is a superfluid. That is correct. Oxygen is a fluid, and we know this to be true.
It's not a fluid.
Oxygen and carbon dioxide is a fluid, correct? We
we
actually
go,
breathe in fluids.
Those are just elements. So
no.
Gases can be fluids. Gases and liquids are fluids.
Gases actually work as fluids, and we know this, and we've proven it. We've proven that we actually breathe in fluids.
Gases and liquids are fluids, yes.
Yes, exactly. We have proven this, and we know this.
I agree with you. Doesn't go against what I was saying.
That's exactly what we're both saying, and there's no argument against it.
So light,
and that's why they say there is the ocean above. We actually breathe. We breathe in the ocean above.
We breathe in air.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not the ocean above.
Well, it kind of is, mate. We breathe in
actually isn't
a liquid from above, and we breathe in the oxygen and carbon dioxide, which is a fluid.
Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
For someone who believes that we came from the fish, and now he's saying that we can't breathe the same.
Who said we call the fish? I never said this. I know about fish.
Now, Brenda does. Brenda believes that we evolved from fish.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't evolve from fish. That's fucking bullshit.
We evolved from lower primates, is what we evolved from.
Yeah, there you go.
Where did those lower primates come from, Brenda?
Other mammals.
You don't really believe that, do you, Brenda? That you believe that you come from a common ancestor of an ape?
Yeah,
Don't sidetrack what I'm asking. What, Brenda? Where do those primates come from?
We are apes. You're an ape.
Okay, where did the primates come from?
Other mammals.
So where do those mammals come from, Brenda?
From the planet of the monkeys.
It all you just roll it all back. Goes back to a primordial ocean in which there were different life forms.
It all go. What about where those life forms come from?
They all come from a primordial soup of RNA and DNA.
So inanimate matter, basically. This
Hold
all
on
came
a
from
second. Where did the RNA and DNA come from? Wait a minute. Where did RNA and DNA come from, Brenda?
We can show that it self-assembles when you have the
Oh, really? Can you?
Yes.
So okay. So how many proteins of potential can be produced by amino acids?
Lots.
What's that?
A lot.
Okay. How many are necessary for life?
I don't know.
Okay. There's a specific number. Like you can have a random protein created, but if it has no necessary function, it won't work in the system. So if you could have an infinite number of potential proteins, but only a small percentage of that infinite number can actually produce life. So if you're saying it's self-replicating, what do you do with all the ones that are just not useless? What do you do with all the ones that are useless?
How do you know?
You just told me there's a huge number, and amino acids can bind and grow together in all kinds of ways, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Aren't there specific proteins that are necessary for life and have to be folded in a certain way?
I don't know. I'm not an organic chemist. I'm not a chemist. I don't know.
Okay, then what came first, the DNA, RNA, or the protein? Because you have DNA, you got to have the protein. To have a protein, you got to have the RNA and DNA. So which came first?
Yeah, why don't you just tell me the theory of abiogenesis?
Abiogenesis has nothing to do with evolution.
Well, Paul's sitting here asking for all this. Go ahead, Paul.
No, you said this primordial soup evolved somehow, came together, and brought forth the original life, the first life. How many potential problems that exist inside that primordial soup? For example, what's diffusion, Brenda? What's that?
What's what?
What's diffusion?
Diffusion? Something spreading.
Yes, what's that?
Something spreading out.
So if you have all these necessary components in a primordial soup, what's going to happen in that so-called soup, which is a fluid? What's going to happen to all those components?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know. You just said it. It's going to diffuse out into the soup. So how do you get all the components together?
Well, it's a small pool.
Oh, so if it's how small is this pool?
I don't know.
So just to get just a story, huh?
Well,
don't know how it overcame it. Don't know how it happened. It's got entropy and heat and oxygen, all the things that are detrimental to life. Diffusion is not, necessary. It's actually can be detrimental to life because if you don't have the nutrients necessary, it's going to die. So how did it all come together?
I don't know.
Okay, but God didn't do it. We just know God didn't do it. We just know that, right?
You have to prove that God exists first.
Well, is there information in DNA?
Was an alien.
Is there information in DNA, Brenda?
Actually, I would say that life's existence is proof of God.
Brenda, is there information in DNA?
I already said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. So there's antecedents for information, right? Do you know what they are?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know that there's an antecedent. You don't know that there's an antecedent for information.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what that means.
You don't know what antecedent means?
That's the problem right there.
I don't know how you're using it. I know what antecedent means. I don't know how you're using it.
The same way that the definition of it is.
Ask him again. Ask him again.
Why don't you tell me what you think antecedent means, then, Brenda? It's the first in a proposition. The antecedent is the first term, and the consequent is the second.
There we go. Perfect. We're on the same page. If you have a steak sitting at your table, the antecedent would be a cow, right? It's a beef steak.
What? No,
there's antecedents.
Yeah, that's
not true.
That's not how logic works.
So you can have a beef steak without a cow?
What's the antecedent for information again?
See, you've been listening to Try Thinking, and Bev doesn't know anything about.
Well, let's not slander people, but I did not get that from Bev.
Rather than slander him, I'll just say that he is ignorant about the.
Shut up, Bev, and you're ignorant.
Yeah, let's not talk about people that aren't here.
Ignorance is not a slander. It just indicates a lack of knowledge.
Well, that would be you.
Bev's
Then.
not here to
I think
defend
you're
himself,
ignorant,
so
Brenda.
Yeah, Bev's not here to defend himself, so let's not talk about other people, please.
Right. So if you're claiming an antecedent, you're committing a logical fallacy, because that would
antecedents are logical fallacies.
This knowledge you just said, his lack of knowledge. What's the antecedent to knowledge?
So if you're saying that there's an antecedent to a steak, that's a logical fallacy, because you're essentially claiming you're affirming the consequent.
No, here I think Jeremy's saying to have a ribeye, you have to have a cow.
Man.
So the way we reason is
come on. What makes information being information? Come on, just answer that. What makes information being information?
Information.
What's the antecedent for it?
Information is just a pattern.
A pattern.
Can you expand on that, please? What do you mean a pattern?
Like the rings in a tree. You cut down a tree, it has tree rings, right? That's information. It's just a pattern that is observed in nature.
So you think I can draw a bunch of lines in a pattern on a piece
Hold on
of
a second.
paper? Hold on, George. I was already talking, George. You think I can draw a bunch of lines on a piece of paper and hand it to you, and you'll be able to tell me what information that is?
Absolutely not.
That's right, because there's no information there because you don't know the code. You don't know the convention.
Yeah, what's the antecedent for knowledge, Brenda?
It doesn't make any sense.
Too many people. Yeah, just I don't know. Let one guy have at her.
So
I'm just progressing it because it's going to lead to that question, and she won't answer it. So that's just kind of progresses the conversation.
We go from antecedent to consequent, not from consequent to antecedent. That's the wrong direction.
There is absolutely an antecedent for knowledge. Okay, you have to have something to have knowledge. Okay.
Okay.
You don't want to answer it.
I'll just go after it.
The name.
All information comes from a mind.
Wrong.
That's a proposition. No? Show me how information does not come from a mind.
Know it. You need to know it.
Cut down a tree and count the tree rings, and you know how old it is. It didn't come from a mind. It's just.
Who's counting the rings, Brenda? Who's counting the rings?
You wouldn't even know the tree's there if you didn't have a mind and you're not even aware of it in the fucking first place.
That's irrelevant. The claim was that
it's only information to you if you understand it. If you don't understand, it's not information.
It's still information, even if you don't understand.
No, it's not. No.
There has to be something that's picking up the information that's supposedly there in the first place.
You need to understand it. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be.
You need to have the code.
But to have that knowledge,
otherwise,
Brenda,
it's not information.
But to have that knowledge, what is necessary?
Mind.
To have what knowledge?
Any knowledge.
Have knowledge. For there to be knowledge, what is necessary?
The necessary constituent of knowledge would have to be a justified true belief.
Oh, love it. Thank you, Brenda. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it.
Knowledge, knowledge.
Hold on. Do trees have beliefs?
No.
Do rocks have beliefs?
Absolutely not.
So they definitely don't have justified beliefs.
Hold on. Do minds have beliefs?
Yeah, it's all yours, bro.
Do minds have beliefs?
Sure.
Okay, so you have to have information. You have to have a mind.
No, that Brian was simply asking me about knowledge. Knowledge exists.
To have knowledge. Wait a minute. Okay, knowledge is what? Information, right? Is knowledge information?
No.
Knowledge is not information?
No.
I'm looking at a tree. I'm gaining information about that knowledge. I gain knowledge from looking at that tree.
Delusion.
It's the understanding of that information. You're literally processing it. That's knowledge. You now have information and you understand the information. But you can't even know that there's something there to pick up for information unless you have a brain to pick it up.
Well, I think Brenda would go with the philosophical definition of knowledge being justified true belief. It's a slightly different definition.
That's okay though, Lemon. The fact that you say true
That's
belief.
not the antecedent, though, Lemon. That's not the necessity.
Inanimate things do not have beliefs, and honestly, at brute level, all matter is just that. Matter does not have beliefs.
I never said they did. But
Yeah,
this is Brendan's favorite game, y'all. Dodgeball.
Hold on, let's let Brenda speak. We're kind of dodgeballing there. Brenda, what were you saying?
I heard what she said. She agreed with me. Brute matter does not have beliefs. So that means if we're just brute matter, where did that belief come from?
My beliefs come from me.
Who are you, Brenda?
I'm an agent.
Are you just brute matter?
I'm an agent.
Okay, where's can a brute matter be an agent?
Yeah.
Paul,
yeah, you just said it. You said it could be. Wait a minute. You just said a minute ago it couldn't. It can't make choices. It can't have beliefs.
I didn't say.
So how can an agent? Wait a minute. An agent. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. To make a choice, to be an agent, I have to believe something's true or false and make a choice.
Yeah,
right.
That's what a person or an agent is something that is able to, make.
Oh, you're veering off the path, bro. Trust me. Look, she answered my question wrong. When I asked her what the necessity was for knowledge, she said a justified true belief. That's not true. That's not a necessity for knowledge. So she's taking you off the path, bro. I've done this 100 times, bro.
I'm glad she said that because, like I said, only a mind can have a belief. Brute matter cannot.
Yeah, Well,
and the brain is brute matter. The brain is brute matter. That's all it is.
Brain.
There has to be a mind involved.
Yeah, mind thinking is just what my brain does. So that's just what my brain does is think, and we call that a mind, a mentality.
You're saying okay. So there's the process. Okay, so where's this belief, this knowledge, experienced at?
What?
Where is this knowledge or belief that you're talking about experienced at?
In my brain.
It's just what your brain does. Your brain.
It's in my brain.
So you're saying brute matter that's governed by laws can be an agent of choice and believe.
Well, it has to be, an organism sort of like me, an intelligent being of some kind. I mean, I kind of want to say Homo sapiens.
Intelligence and there's knowledge. Back to that again.
There could be aliens that aren't like us. They could have minds too, but
So you're kicking the can down the road?
No, I'm just saying that there could be other. So there could be other beings, other alien beings that are as intelligent as we are. But I'm just a biological organism, and I have a brain, and my brain can think and reason.
So you're saying a brute matter can think and reason?
Not so far off the path.
I know. I probably got it too far down the road, but I mean, everything she's saying is illogical.
I don't.
Yeah, but she answered the first question wrong. A justified belief is not. You let her off the hook when you let her answer that a justified belief is a necessity for knowledge. That's wrong. So I'm trying to pin her down at the core on the path. So Brenda, try again. What's the necessity for knowledge?
She already answered that. If you don't like the answer, point out what's wrong with her answer. Why isn't that answer sufficient?
She said a justified. Well, Lemon, she said a justified true belief is necessary for knowledge. That's you're
answering a question with a question. What was wrong with her answer?
Her answer was a justified true belief is a necessity for knowledge.
And what is wrong with that answer? You're disagreeing with it and asking her to offer another answer, but you're not telling her what's wrong with the answer to make her have to offer something else as an explanation. Could you please tell her what's wrong with that answer?
Do I have to have a justified true belief for knowledge? I mean,
you're answering a question with a question. The conversation isn't going to go anywhere. You can't state what the problem is.
Question is justified by who?
Knowledge has nothing to do with beliefs. I mean, it's self-explanatory. That's why I'm answering.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I would actually, in some levels, agree with Brenda because there's some philosophy and people that think about epistemology would agree with Brenda. And there is an element of belief in knowledge. And if you take the word belief to simply to know something to be true, that would fall in that category.
It don't got to be true for you to know it.
Well, belief is not on the category of you know it to be true.
Hold on. I know you. Are you true or false?
Yes, I'm true or false.
You are clumping in knowledge with belief, dude. You let her take you down a path of clumping in knowledge with belief, like religion or something.
Well, here's the thing. Let me try. I'll go straight where I was going. She thinks that the mind is purely matter.
Yeah,
that's what she thinks. Or I'm trying to say that it's beyond that.
Yeah,
if you can recognize that it's beyond that, then there's more to life than physical brute matter. Then that will take you to God. She already knows. That's why she's kind of going where she's going because she's probably heard this before.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in spirits or souls.
So you can't have knowledge then. You can't have knowledge if you don't have a belief. That was your answer, Brenda.
You need to define what you are saying.
Actually, Brenda does believe in
things. What Brenda is saying, you guys need to read between the lines. When
Brenda believes in the pi code, and the pi code is another way of talking about the simulation.
The definition of atheist
what Brenda is saying is simple as this. It doesn't require intelligent design for me to build up something out of nature.
Well, the pi code.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
And nature itself also doesn't require intelligent design.
Well, that's what I'm
y'all
saying.
Really letting that get past. Y'all are literally letting this get past. She just said an atheist, and that's the definition of that is one without beliefs. But her answer to the necessity of knowledge is a fucking belief.
That's wrong. What an atheist.
So that means
just ask her, how does she know that?
By her own definition. By her own definition, if she's an atheist, she has no knowledge.
Let's let Brenda respond. We're dogpiling Brenda. Brenda, what were you saying?
Yes, seriously.
Atheism is not having beliefs. Atheism is simply not believing in God.
No, Brenda, hold on a second. If you only have beliefs, how do you know that?
Because I believe them.
So how do you know you have beliefs?
She said it was justified true belief. So based off of that,
you don't know then. So you believe you have beliefs. You cannot know then.
To justify her belief. So Brenda, what makes you feel justified in believing that?
In believing what?
that there's no God as an atheist or whatever.
Oh, there's
Guys, this doesn't even make sense what's going on right now. I don't know who else is following along with this, but
I kind of go. I want to go back.
This is pure solipsism, dude.
I can't believe this is coming from grown people, man.
Okay, we need to calm down, y'all. This is just disorder.
Yeah,
I would
atheism
like
means
to hear
no
Brenda.
deep. You have to
I
make
would
a
like to hear Brenda's response. Less dogpiling, please. Brenda, what makes you feel justified in that belief? Go.
There's no evidence for any gods, and any gods that have been proposed don't make any sense. Make no logical sense to me.
I have to ask Brenda a question. She says, the next question on my mouth would be, what evidence would you require, Brenda, for God's existence?
I think if somebody wanted to prove to me that God exists, if they could, for instance, go perform a miracle repeatedly.
I can.
What the fuck's this got to do with God?
I
can what the
prove,
ABC for
I can
knowledge
prove
was.
God's
Lemon,
existence.
Hold on a second.
you
You gotta
literally
calm
let
down, man. Stop screaming,
I'm the
man.
one doing this question.
Yeah, my bad.
Hey, look, Brenda's just giving her honest opinion. If someone's opening
That's
up about their
fine.
personal view, dude, you can't scream at them, man.
yeah,
No,
relax,
I'm
guys.
asking
One
them.
at a
I'm
time.
asking them. They went from letting her answer wrong, like that she said that to have knowledge you have to have justified true beliefs. If I know Brenda, do I have, does that have anything to do with beliefs? And then it went to religion, and she's a pro at this game. They've never played it with her. I've watched her play this game 1,000 times. Yeah, I know you have, Paul. I wasn't talking
It doesn't
about you,
matter,
Paul.
man. It doesn't matter, man. Like, just respect other people, dude. If she has a
you're
differing
right.
opinion,
Okay,
like,
let's
just
go
let her
back
say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
I'll
address
back
what
Oh,
she said.
guys, why are we talking over everyone every time? Relax, guys, please.
Yeah, let me jump back in. Okay, so Brenda, you said if you saw a miracle several times by someone or something, you would believe. Is that what I heard you say?
Like in the Bible, in First Kings, the priests of God and priests of, I think it was Baal, have like this little competition about whose God is the best, and the Jewish priests called soaked some wood with water and then called down fire from heaven. If you could do that by praying to God and call down fire from heaven, that would be, I would consider that to be pretty good evidence that you are a priest of that God and that God is real.
What
Let me
about?
tell you something, Brenda. Oh, hold on. I would argue, Brenda, if we were to perform something like that, okay, whatever that thing may be, you would try to find a naturalistic explanation for that and dismiss whatever that thing would happen. I would argue that would be the case.
Well, presumably in the Bible, that's what really happened. It's in First Kings, right, where they called down fire from heaven to light water.
So if I was to replicate, hold on a second.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
I think she finished.
No, she was still in the middle and you interrupted.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brenda.
I would say that
she was finished, man. She's just going to repeat it. She was finished. Paul was
you want me to
responding.
mute you, Flat Earth Tess? I was hearing the conversation. She was
quit interrupting Paul, motherfucker. Fuck, dude.
You know what? You're fucking
interrupting
muted,
too.
I would just say that would count as evidence. Obviously, I would want to investigate to see whether or not you tricked me. But if I couldn't find any tricks or anything and it was unexplained, I would count that as strong evidence in favor of your God, Yahweh, over that of Baal, for instance.
Yahuwah. It's Yahuwah. Yeah.
So how would you go about determining whether I tricked you or not?
I would want to investigate. I
go to a football field. There's a football field not far from my house. I build an altar on it. You call on whatever you want to call on. I call on whatever. All of a sudden, the thing burst into flames, or a meteor came down, or something fell down from the sky and consumed what we were talking about. How would you go about investigating? What would you go do first?
I don't know exactly, but there would be some doubts. But if it was unexplained, And if you could do this consistently, call down fire from heaven to light water-soaked wood on fire, that would really rock my world. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll give you that. I mean, I can't pull that off, but if you were to do that, I would say if you're at least giving that level of credence to that possibly happening, I would say that. Now, here's the thing. There's actually a guy, if you're willing to look at it, it may or may not be, but there's a guy that wrote his doctoral thesis on miracles. And he goes through and investigates and accounts lots of miracles that have occurred and that are documented. Would you be willing to read that book if I shared it to you?
I think I know, I've heard of this book, and miracles that he claims exist have no documentation.
So what would be required for documentation? See, again, so you don't believe his testimony. So you think he wrote that book and just to write a book. So you're dismissing someone that wrote a book saying that the miracles are possible.
Well, I think there's a difference between you calling down fire from heaven, lighting wood on fire in front of me, is a lot different than me telling you I did that.
What about existence in itself and the fact that we can communicate? Isn't that a miracle enough for you?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's why I said life originally was the first evidence for God. The fact that life exists at all.
Christoid monster God, dude.
The existence of the universe.
Yeah, we were trying to go down that road like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago when it got side railed into some craziness.
I mean, the fact that something can never come from nothing should generate spontaneous thought in your mind, provoking the fact that creation by intelligent design.
Well, yeah, that would mean God would come from nothing then.
Well, and the reason I was going to focus on agency, which is actually really a good thing she talked about. If we're brute matter, then agency is not there because anything can be explained exterior to the brute matter. So I make a choice to do something. Well, it could have been the bad pizza I ate, or it could be a photon hitting the wrong neuron in my brain, or the wrong firing of that chemical process, or something could be attributed to whatever choice I made, depending upon some brute matter. But to infer agency, that means you rise above the brute matter. You become something else for free choice to be involved. And honestly, if our universe came to existence from nothing, an agent had to be involved, someone to make a choice.
That would mean that your house would have to be.
Give the point.
That would mean that your house would have to just appear out of nowhere. The guy that built it did not exist.
No,
I don't believe the universe.
The answer is simple. Can you do something out of nothing?
Silence, George.
And if you cannot, what can?
Say something, Brenda. Go ahead.
I don't. Brenda, go after one after another. Like you guys are throwing 20 different points at them.
It's fine. I don't believe that the universe came from nothing. That's what you believe.
So what was there prior to its existence?
Hold on.
You believe.
Let's find out. Yeah.
You believe.
Let them respond to 1 point at a time.
Yeah, you believe.
Yeah, seriously.
Came out of nothing.
Until y'all pull her off belief, this is going nowhere. You got to get her off belief.
No, that's okay. Let her respond.
There's only two choices you got. It's creation or spontaneous existence. So
which has nothing to do with belief, man. There's a way to do this, but it has nothing to do with belief.
There's a better question. Does she think the universe has always existed, or did it come into being?
Well, like the saying that fucking it always existed means that God always existed, right?
Well, we can argue that in a minute, but I'm asking Brenda this question.
The God monster of the
universe always existed.
Must be destroyed.
Has the universe? Hold on a second. Has the universe always existed, or did it come into existence, Brenda?
I think something has always existed.
So what is this something that's always existed?
Not really sure. I don't know.
This can't be God.
No.
If you don't know, then how can you deny?
Well, the Christ.
Let me go in a different direction then. When something changes state, right? It has to be something external to itself or internal to itself. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well, that's
So
only
then
two
why are
options.
we
So you're
having
saying
this
there's a third option.
conversation?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So you're saying there might be a third option, but you don't know what that option is. So something changing state has to be something external changing the state or something internal to the thing. You don't think that those options are valid. There might be a third option.
Yeah, I think that with the existence of virtual particles, we can show that some things can just happen.
There is no existence
Wait.
anything doing no.
For her to say virtual particles, that means something came. Where'd that virtual particle come from, Brenda?
It's an abstract idea. There's nothing to substantiate that.
Die slow. Just let her answer. Where'd that virtual particle come from, Brenda?
Virtual particles come into existence by borrowing energy from the vacuum state.
Okay, so they're being created and destroyed, which violates the first law, wouldn't it?
What?
If they're coming in and going out of existence, that means that would violate the first law, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh, something coming into existence and going out of existence. So where are they going? So they still exist when they're no longer here? Are they here and they're not here? Where are they going? Where are these vertical particles going?
Back into the vacuum state.
What's a vacuum, Brenda? Vacuum state. What's a vacuum?
That's basically what nothing. So like Lawrence Krauss wrote a book called "Creating the Universe from Nothing," but he didn't mean.
So things can come out of nothing. What you're saying?
Just a minute, but he didn't mean like the philosophical nothing. He meant a physical nothing, a sort of background state, a vacuum state, right? That's what he meant. It wasn't really
so there's a physical nothing as well. So nothing is physical then.
Describe Describe what this nothing is, Brenda.
It's a physical nothing.
It's just a
Describe
what's called a vacuum state, really. And so virtual particles borrow energy for a brief period of time and then return that energy back to the vacuum state. That's why they are permitted to happen.
So that sounds like there's something there. You would at least argue that this energy is there.
Yeah. Yes, there is something there.
It's not nothing. So it's not nothing. It is something.
Well, he redefined it as nothing.
But see, that's come on, think about that. Defining something that exists as nothing. What's the logic in that? That's contradictory.
Yeah, he wrote the book "Creating the Universe from Nothing." You can listen to it on YouTube and stuff.
I've heard him argue this. I've heard him on talks and everything about this. Anybody that's looked at this and said that's stupid. I mean, saying that something is actually nothing.
I would go smaller scale. Smaller scale. I would build my house out of nothing, man.
Hold on a second. Where does the energy come from that these virtual particles are going in and coming back to? Where did they come from?
It gets borrowed from the vacuum state. It's like borrowing.
It's okay. So you say vacuum. Vacuum implies nothing. No matter, no energy, no nothing.
Yeah,
borrowing.
I'm going to build a house with the same material, man. Same material.
Hold on, Brenda. Your mic's gone really low. I don't know what's going on with it, but you've gone really low.
Sorry about that.
You're right.
I mean, and honestly, most of what Lawrence Krauss has done is probably mathematical models. It's not really something that's probably like in reality.
Well, it's theoretical. I mean.
Oh, so it's not real. It's just a theoretical model that he's come up with. We don't know if that's exactly what's happening. That's what he theorized to be happening.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you have a belief that Lawrence Krauss's data or mathematical model that he came up with is accurate.
I think it's a good theory.
You think it's a good theory?
Give me 1 minute. Let me get one. Well, let me get 1 minute with her, man. All right, Brenda, can a vacuum have knowledge?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, if I give you a demonstration of how there can be knowledge without belief, will you accept that if it's legitimate?
I didn't understand that.
If I give you an example, you answered the necessity or the antecedent to knowledge is justified beliefs. If I can give you an example of knowledge without justified beliefs, will you accept that? Will you can reconsider that and give me a better answer, or will you even consider it?
Well, knowledge is simply defined as a justified true belief. So if you give me an example, it won't be knowledge.
Okay. Well, if I know you, do I have to believe? Do I have to have beliefs to know you?
Yes.
I have to have beliefs to know you. Okay. If I know,
ask differently. Ask differently. Brenda, do you believe you have two hands?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know that you have two hands, or do you only believe?
That's you believe. You don't know that you have two hands. You believe you have two hands. That's correct, yeah?
I believe I have two hands, and I know that I have two hands.
No, you cannot be on both sides of the fence. Either you believe or you know.
So there can't be a vacuum unless you believe it, Brenda? Can there be a vacuum if you don't believe it?
A vacuum could exist without my having any knowledge of it, sure.
What he's telling you is
go.
beliefs do not dictate reality.
I just gave her an example. She said she'd reconsider. So I just gave you just gave me I just gave you an example of how knowledge can exist without belief. So now I'm asking you to reconsider. So can you give me a different answer for knowledge? But what is necessary for knowledge?
A justified true belief.
Wait. Okay, so the vacuum. So you have to have a justified true belief for a vacuum to exist, right?
No.
Then that's wrong. Okay, you're saying then no. So give me what is necessary then. If no.
What's necessary for knowledge? You keep asking the same question.
Well, you just said no. You just said that it's not necessary after saying it is necessary. Okay,
Brian, something can exist without me knowing about it.
So what? Okay, then what is necessary then for knowledge? If not belief.
A justified true belief.
For fuck's sake, Brenda! I just gave you an example.
Brian,
I have to.
Knowledge.
Go ahead.
Knowledge is a subset of belief. All knowledge. Okay. Let me put it this way: all knowledge is a type of belief, but not all beliefs are knowledge.
You said a vacuum cannot have knowledge, okay? And so if a vacuum cannot have knowledge, okay, and a vacuum can exist without your belief, okay, you're saying to have the knowledge, there has to be belief. So I can't have knowledge without belief. But the vacuum is there whether I believe in it or not. Okay? Yeah. So knowledge of that vacuum is there. Okay? No, right? Knowledge of that vacuum is not there if I believe it or not. So what is necessary for me to have knowledge of a vacuum?
What would be necessary for me to have knowledge of a vacuum would be for me to have evidence, right?
Thank you. Evidence
that justified my belief in that the vacuum exists.
So if there's no evidence,
how would you know that?
Hold on, dude,
How would you know that?
George, I'm almost done. If you don't have evidence to justify the belief of that vacuum, then that's what you're saying. God, you fucking interrupted. I was almost done. You're backed in a corner.
You haven't backed me into a corner. You're just not understanding.
Okay, you just said. Okay, you just answered that. The evidence answer the question again.
A belief is mental content that I believe that I hold to be true. Knowledge would be a belief which is justified to be true, right? A vacuum would be something that is existent and it can exist whether I believe in or have knowledge of it or not.
Right. So that's not that necessary antecedent for knowledge. So to have knowledge of that vacuum, so belief doesn't, you just answered no. You don't need knowledge of the vacuum. I mean, you don't need belief in the vacuum for it to exist. Okay, so what is necessary to have knowledge?
To have
knowledge. Then you said evidence. Hold on. Then you said evidence and linked it back. So evidence of that vacuum is what is necessary to have knowledge?
Well, don't you have consciousness to have knowledge to begin with?
Brian, things can exist whether I know about them or not. Knowledge
exactly. That's my point.
No,
that's my point. But what to have knowledge? But what do you have to have that knowledge? To have any knowledge at all? To know me? What's necessary, Brendan?
Why don't you just tell us, Brian? Brian, just tell us.
Yeah,
because I don't know
it's
either.
A knower. To have knowledge, you got to have a knower. You could say consciousness. She knows this, but I could pin her down any way she goes. To have knowledge, you have to have a knower. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Doesn't matter if you believe it or not. And she's even saying that.
Do you agree with that, Brenda? Brenda, do you agree with it?
No, that's just gibberish.
Oh my God, dude. Why are we allowing this individual to just rumpus the room like this, dude? This is pure solipsism. This is pure illogical ridiculousness. You're living in a fantasy world. I'm sorry.
This is just, this is
Firstly, Brenda ain't rumpusing the room.
freshman. This is freshman.
This topic is rumpusing, dude. I already asked her, can something come from nothing?
How would you know you have a
She
belief?
said, I don't know. It should have been conversation over. Don't we got bigger fish to fry?
Yeah, feel free to switch topics.
I mean, she literally invoked virtual particles.
Feel free to feel free to switch topics. Anyone?
I'll switch topics. Brenda, what's a woman?
Fuck you.
Oh my goodness! No, don't do that.
You did not go there.
Don't do that with Brenda because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Below the belt. No, unacceptable.
Why? I mean, I just say it's a question. It's a scientific question.
Unacceptable.
Why is it?
You've been told.
She left. She left. So Brenda's obviously very touchy about that.
That was very poor form. Very poor form.
Well, I've been wanting to ask it for a while. I'm sorry.
This world came to a regular question is below the belt. Ain't that crazy? This world has fucking gone to shit.
To be fair,
the woman is a female.
Hold on. He's going to be asking everyone.
Pandemic treaty is going to be signed in. Pandemic treaty is going to be signed in.
Hello. To be fair, Paul's been asking everyone, so I don't think it was a personal thing. So, but Brenda's very touchy on that subject, so maybe just don't go there with her.
Know what sort of reaction it may.
I'm trying to answer the question on the table.
It has invoked it many a time, Jeremy, as you know. Right.
Well, listen. Well, here's the thing. Why, if that's a true question, it's a scientific question. It has a lot to do with biology, and even it is political. Why did she say "F you" and leave? She should be able to engage it.
Because there's been a lot of harassment, gender, whatever she chooses to be.
Jeremy, she's literally said that she wants to kill flat earthers and flat earthers should hang themselves and die and fuck off and die. So spare me the fucking shit.
Get raped in prison. I know. I've heard it all.
That's fine. It still doesn't make her a woman. And I don't think she identifies as being a woman either.
When you ask that question where you ain't going to get nowhere, it's going to end in, name calling or her just leaving. So just for anyone for future reference, I wouldn't go there with her.
But can I answer Paul's question or not? A woman is a female, need to have the ability to carry a fetus.
What about women that are infertile?
At least I exposed her, man. When I answered the question to have knowledge, she said it's gibberish.
A woman that is infertile not from day one.
Yeah. What if a woman can't produce
infertile?
eggs?
No. He became infertile.
What if a woman was born and then never had the ability to produce eggs?
They never have a prostate. They never have the same pelvic ratio.
There you go.
Biologically difference. Here's the ironic part of it all, is that they actually get gender assignment to either male or female, ironically.
Yeah, it's whatever we. I mean, that's not a debate. It's whatever we call it. But I mean, I exposed her first when I said the necessary antecedent for knowledge is a knower. She said that's gibberish. So that's what I was trying to get to. Is that point right there where just basic logic. I just was trying to get there a little faster so we could change the subject. But I'd rather go back to that subject than talk about what's a fucking. I mean, that's. I'm just saying. That's my opinion.
We could have had her with the information. The thing we started with about the information, that was leading to a creator.
Yeah, but you'll never pull her off belief. You'll never pull her off belief. You'll never pull her off belief if you talk about information.
I know what you're saying.
Let me address the belief. Let me address that for a second. Why I actually, at some level, agree with Brenda on that. Just really, your knowledge is based upon a lot of beliefs. For one, like for me to trust, I'm outside of my house, walking to the mailbox. I have to have faith or trust and believe that my senses are telling me that the trees, the sky, the flowers, that my sensory input is telling me the correct thing. I have to believe that. Now, that belief and my trust in my senses gives me knowledge of the world around me, gives me evidence. I have to believe that the knowledge, if you guys give me a piece of paper or something online or something, I have to believe that you're not lying to me, and that the person.
So what if I am lying? It's still knowledge, Paul. Paul, it's still knowledge whether I'm lying or not, bro.
I know, but whether they're not, you're right. You could be lying to me, but I have to believe the information you give.
You don't believe that you trust. Either you trust or you don't.
No, you don't. It's knowledge. It's knowledge whether it's wrong or right, whether you believe it or not. You got to have a knower to have knowledge. There's no getting around it. You can try.
I don't disagree.
I'll pin you down every time.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't disagree. That's why I was going towards a mind, because a mind, to have it for a knower, you have to have a mind, right? And a mind is not material. A mind is immaterial, and that's where I was.
You don't have to have a mind to have knowledge.
Yes, you do. Tell me how you don't have to have a mind. What is a mind? Your consciousness, your reason.
No,
I mean, I don't consider. Yeah, I know. I mean, artificial intelligence doesn't necessarily have a mind. That's just programming. That's just algorithms. To even see, here's the thing: to even have a belief or to know something to be true, there has to be agency involved, because you even have to make a choice whether the information you're getting is reliable or not.
Yeah, but that's confusing mind and memory. It's not the same.
No,
mind is not the same as memory. Computers don't have mind; they have memory.
Well, the quantum eraser test, QE did a good job. Quantum eraser did a good job pointing out that the knowledge of which path, that test in general, and the quantum eraser, for pointing out the quantum eraser experiment, points out that it's not the information, it's the knowledge of which path that breaks down the wave function. That collapses the wave function. They proved it by channeling the fucking, the delayed choice. So that almost proves there's a God, man. The way, if you boil it down to its roots, it proves there's a
no way is the cause. Yeah.
Well, that double slit experiment to me proves that there is something watching us. 100%. It is a cognitive of us. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me when I look at that collapse of the wave function.
The double slit experiment proves consciousness.
Some people didn't, a lot of, I believe that too, but some people didn't buy it. So that's why they had to come up with the delayed choice quantum eraser after that to solidify that, because people were thinking it was just the information or the observation itself.
It tells us more than that. It tells us more than that. It tells us that things are not what they seem to be.
It's almost as if light's living, right?
Of course it is, and we've spoken about this.
Yeah, it's like light has a mind of its own. Like everything is alive, including the air we breathe.
Well, if light gives life, well, then I would assume that it has life to give.
Yeah, life is everything. You need the whole thing in order to have life.
Well, life is a concept, isn't it? Life can be applied to many things, and it can be applied to everything in regards to the now.
Can something be dead? Can something be dead though and give life?
Yes.
Or does something have to be something can be dead and give life?
Yes.
What can be dead and give life?
Well, it's known
A
as
creature. Any creature. Any creature dead.
carbon. It's called as
you know what it
carbon.
means.
Will give
Oh, well,
life.
I suppose
Wait a second.
in that sense a carcass, but that carcass there, that we're talking about a material. We're talking about a material matter. What I mean is in that sense, yes, death can give life as far as food and sustenance.
No, it can't because that carcass had to have life in the first place.
Well, that's what I mean. You can't create something without life. So something dead cannot create life. You can something dead can obviously be used as food or a source of energy, but
yes.
The point is what is dead that can create life? Light cannot be dead because it helps create life, right? I don't know.
Well, it's good binary code, and death can be life at the same time.
You know that pattern you guys were saying before can be produced with a needle and a laser?
Yes, it can be created in a test tube, and humans have done this for many years. We've created life in a test tube.
We must have a New Zealander here. I hear a lot of yeast.
Yes, we create bread through yeast, and this is microbiomes bread.
Last time y'all had this conversation, I heard somebody saying it was the prism or the polarizer that was causing the collapse, the way it functioned, and that's dead. That was I couldn't interject, but that was dead wrong. It's not the polarizer because they sent them through multiple polarizers, and as long as you give that light an option, as long as you give the light an option, then it'll always it'll always be the wave function. Okay, it'll always be uncertain, and so no matter how many polarizers you pass it through, but you pass it through the polarizer that specifies which sensor it hits, then it collapses the wave function every time. So
you see what I posted, Brian? 17 past the hour.
No, I'll check it out.
Check it out. I did that with a needle. You know, a sewing needle and a laser.
Yeah.
I did that myself.
Oh yeah. I've done that too, man. With my little laser. But hey, get two. You need two of them needles, right?
No, just one. Just one needle. Try it. Anybody can do it.
No, I'm saying to do an experiment though. To experiment with it, you need two, right?
Yeah, but it could be done with a single needle and a laser. Just gotta align it just right.
Right, and we know that I see what you're saying.
We know
the
that
whole thing is fucking crazy to me. The whole thing is crazy to me, man. I will say that, and I'll agree with the results. You know, you can't really argue with the results, but I can argue. You know, what the fuck is a photon? I don't believe that. I don't believe that there's millions of little packets.
Well,
of
we can
I believe it's propagated, man. I believe it's propagated.
We can observe electrons and photons, and we can observe these through microscopes. We can manipulate genetic energy. We can manipulate genetics, and we can create things from these, propositions and these certain particles and electrons. We can actually separate electrons and photons from particles.
Right, but you can call it that. You can call it that. But here's the thing, man. So, like the way they describe photons, okay. But I would say, so we'll just say light, okay, and just know that I'm meaning photon in this example. So the light, they're going to tell you that it goes different speeds, okay, through different mediums, and it's fastest, so it's fastest through the vacuum, okay. But then they're going to tell you it also travels faster through like copper or something. I mean, like if they're going to call electromagnet, like if they're going to call signals and shit like that. Either way, if it slows down going through a medium, if it slows down going through a medium, and then once it leaves that medium, could speed back up, then it's not a particle the way we describe particles. You know, so what they do is they come up with they call it a massless particle. That right there, we're letting them off the hook by saying a massless particle, no matter how small it is, to be a particle the way we think of it in our head, it's got to have a fucking teensy bit. To call it a packet, to call it, you know, they're basically saying it's a fucking massless. It's a particleless particle, and that's letting them off the hook. That's about. I mean, I don't know. I could go off on a tangent, but that's my point.
You say you cannot build a house with these particles?
Yeah, it'd take a long time, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
But that's the fork in the road where we should stop them every time when they try and call it a particle and try and say that it doesn't have mass. So it's energy. So if they want to say it could move something with momentum, fine. I can move shit with heat, right? Heat ain't a particle. I mean, heat's a description of something. You can heat up a particle and move shit with it. Same thing with light. So light is basically energy. But when they're describing, so anybody trying to remember that, if you're arguing anything near this argument, they try and call it a particle. That's where you got to slam on brakes. You got to slam the brakes. Don't let them pass that, or it's going to go nowhere. A particle, the way we describe it, is an object, or basically something with mass, no matter how small that mass is. They wanted to have space time.
Build something with photons, man.
Y'all realize they had to get rid of the ether. I don't argue the ether very often, but you realize they had to get rid of the ether. It took them 14 years after the Michelson-Morley to come up with a fucking special relativity, which ain't even relativity. It's fucking bullshit. But they couldn't think of fucking nothing at all. They couldn't come up with an explanation, even mathematically. They had to fucking get rid of the ether because that was the only option, and they were even able to keep it mathematically. Lorentz, was able to fucking work it out both ways, but they fucking had to get. I think Einstein was a flat earther, man, but they had to get rid of fucking the ether. But it's there. It's there in every other fucking facet of life. I mean, something's there. A background is there, and then they just reinvent the fucking. Basically reinvent the ether and call it space-time. And everything they say about space-time describes ether. If y'all heard Brenda yesterday, me and her conversation, everything she was saying was basically defining an ether. Her space-time, the gravitational wave.
Sorry, I'm trying to compose myself here. You're telling us that it took them 14 years to come up with nothing.
Well, Michelson-Morley was done in I think like 1903 or what was it? I forgot, but it was 1914. Yeah, it was 1998. I think that Michelson first did his first interferometer experiment, and then the Michelson-Morley I think was right about that time or a year after, and then 1914 I think is when they
with nothing. They came with an equation. That was it.
Well, when they abolished the ether.
Yeah, with an equation.
At that point in time, they got a null result, which meant that there's no motion. There's no motion of Earth. Okay, and to get around that, the special relativity, that wasn't until 1914. So there was a lot of time that passed before they fucking had an explanation,
Yeah, because it was a dichotomy on the table. Yeah. With the Michelson.
That's a good point. That's a great point, dude. That's a great point. I think they created a false dichotomy.
There was a dichotomy on the table. Yeah. Either the Earth is rotating or is the ether. Yeah. And they detect no movement of the Earth, meaning only the other part can be right, the ether.
That's a good point, man.
That's why Einstein had to come out, but the problem starts from the beginning. They offered a dichotomy. So either this or that. So if it's not this, it can only be that.
And and let me back that up. If the way they did it, even the way they named the experiment in writing later, because Michelson had on paper, he's out to prove the absolute motion of Earth. It had nothing to do with the ether. Okay, when he built the instrument, when they improved it, all that was to measure the absolute motion of Earth. Okay, had nothing to do with fucking ether. They used ether. You're exactly fucking right. They created that dichotomy to and with the ether to basically to abolish it. They created something just to fucking abolish it, to keep the Earth moving. That's a hell of a good point, bro.
Why are you just making all this shit up, man? I mean, Michelson Morley exploited the fact that the Earth was rotating in an effort to detect the ether. That was Michelson Morley. It was none of this other shit.
There was
Why did
no
it take them 14 years, Howard, to abolish the ether then?
There was no movement detected of the Earth. No, there was no movement detected of the Earth. That's why the counterpart, the dichotomy prevailed, giving the ether the only option. And they didn't want it to be the ether either. That's why Einstein came in 14 years later with his nonsense, with an equation. Yeah, because it's saying no ether existing. Yeah, it's space-time bending.
But we can say all this, but in reality,
it's not the apple. It's not the apple that falls to the ground. Yeah, the ground is in the future of the apple. It's inevitable. So it's the ground that is meeting the apple.
Special relativity got rid of gravity. That was the whole point of it, is to alternate understanding of gravity. So in special relativity, he doesn't use gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. So speeds are at constants and it's flat space in special relativity.
I would ask Howard. Howard, can you prove there needs to be an ether
it's also got rid of the ether, the medium for light to travel through, because having the space-time bending, the fabric, the fabric.
Howard,
now you can say that the fabric is the ether.
George.
Yeah.
Hold on, George. If it's photons, there doesn't need to be an ether anyway. So the experiment still could have proved non-motion if it's photons, Howard. If it's photons traveling through vacuums or whatever, then that proves that fucking it's not us moving. Okay. Either way, they're stuck if you think about it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove that we're motion.
Yeah, I think I found out what the ether is, man. I just said to you guys. I spoke it out loud. Ether is the fabric of space-time. I'm going to order a suit of that.
Yeah, ether is basically the fabric. Yeah, the background.
It should be called a field array, because it is an array of fields: electromagnetic spectrum, sound spectrum.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a field. Ether's a field. So they abolished a field, and then reestablished a field, called it space-time.
They can't combine electromagnetism. They cannot combine electromagnetism and gravity in the same model. Special relativity doesn't explain electromagnetism, right? So they have an issue that originally the unified field theory was Einstein's main goal, which was to unify gravity and magnetism as the one. But he could not do that, so they went with special relativity, which is to actually the removal of gravity, to explain
right, instantaneous gravity. Right, yeah, exactly. In other words, they lost their instantaneous shit, but then replaced it with a fucking field that allows it to be instantaneous. That's crazy.
Where do you guys get the magnetism from? Out of curiosity.
What's that?
Say that again.
Where do you guys get the magnetism from?
A lot of electricity, man. You got to pass like nickel or fucking neodymium or fucking ferrite through. You got to push a whole lot of electricity through it, and if you charge it, if you put enough amps through it,
Not my question.
It'll maintain that electric. It'll maintain that electric field for a long time.
That's not my question. That's not my question. When it comes to Earth, reality, Yeah, let's put our feet on the ground. Let's look around. Where do you observe this magnetism we're talking about?
Oh, you don't. You don't. Nothing's moving, man,
So we are
without energy being applied.
presupposing a magnetism then.
Yeah, you got to apply energy to anything to get it to move. Nothing's going down, nothing's going up. Period. Until you energy's applied.
So we're not doing any different from the Globers then.
I'm sorry.
We're not doing any different from the Globers. We just observe nothing and declare something.
No, they got a force. They got a force. No, I'm just saying, within their realm, yeah, we're begging the question. You're right. That's why I don't argue it very often. But they try their ass off to argue around to have a gravity. But the fact of the matter is fucking you walk up without energy being added.
I understand the concept of magnetism. We can replicate with magnets and all these things. Yeah, we can see this force, mysterious force of magnets repelling and attracting and so on.
Even that,
where
needed
do we
energy.
observe this in our realm in order to say it's magnetic?
We don't, and even magnets required energy to have residual magnetism. They require even magnets required energy. Nothing moves without fucking energy.
So where does the electromagnetism comes from if we don't observe this in nature?
Well, it kind of boils down to that, right? The magnetism we observe. I mean, the electricity we do observe in nature, right?
We observe lots of energy, different types of energy in nature. Yeah, different types of energy, winds. Different types. It manifests differently.
So I could argue this. There's no fucking nuclear force. That's electricity. There's no fucking strong nuclear force. Weak force. There's only electromagnetism. That's the only force. That and the lack of it. And that's the positive and negative. The electromagnetism and the lack of it. That's what got fuels this universe. We're
talking about all these theories, right? We're talking about all these theories of Einstein and watching all these conversations about our reality go down, right? So what I collectively understand, it's all about light. It's all about understanding how light works, right? And the implications of its pulse, its frequency, its color, so forth.
You gotta go further than that. You gotta go further than that. You gotta go to the cause of light, electromagnetism. We're down at the root.
Any of Einstein's work comes down to the study of light. And
there's no light without electromagnetism. We're trying to go to the root data.
If you look at quantum mechanics or the Kabbalah, they look at the absence of light, right? And looking in the darkness and finding matter inside that darkness, right? So
why are you going philosophical with it, bro?
Because that's the root of it, right? Is finding the origins of that matter and what with the fundamental umbrella of it all is light.
Yeah, but George is asking he's trying to tangize or whatever you want to call it, tangible matter. We're trying to get to the bottom of reality and what we can explain.
Whether it's
you can use 100 philosophies to define it, but to get to the bottom of it all, it's not light. We're trying to figure out what causes electromagnetism because that's the fucking root of light. And that's the root of the strong nuclear force. That's the root of gravity.
What came first, light or electromagnetism, right? The point is that all of these theories that I've seen when it comes to Einstein's special relativity or the general relativity, the two, it all comes down to how they perceive light, the aberration of light. And
bro, can you create electromagnetism with light?
I know that you can apparently
which came first,
apparently you can affect light with magnets.
Right, but you asked which came first, bro.
I say which came first because I don't know, right? None of us knows what came
light. Light is a fucking byproduct of electromagnetism, right? So there's no which came first. You can't make electromagnetism with light. You make light with electromagnetism, right? Unless I'm wrong.
Well, probably if you have the combination or the ingredients, you'd have to look at what phenomenon you'd be creating or observing. And if you're creating a phenomenon, then you have, a hypothesis of what to do to cause and effect. And in this case, what is your hypothesis and what is the cause and effect to create light? obviously you're trying to emulate a phenomenon that you observed, right? So you're emulating that phenomenon and just understanding it through descriptive words and through the process of, like, how would you go? How would you go about? How would you go about?
Not trying to be a dick, bro, but I was the conversation I was having with George, and I'll back off, but I was going down this route to boil everything down to go back to the Mickelson Morley, you know, to kind of get to the background of it all, and he made some good points, but yeah, I'll just back down. I'll listen to y'all, man.
Well, that's where Einstein had to come up with his theory of the relativity for the motions, right? He had to have an explanation, a description mathematically for it, right? But he couldn't get
George
past.
made a good point. That's true. And George made a good point. They had to create the dichotomy to break down the dichotomy. So yeah, I think them are both good points.
Have you guys considered
I wanted to ask this
bioluminescence as a third option?
This is what I was. This is my. Well, this is my injection here in Montreal, is asking if you're going to look at this light, because that's what it was about, was quantifying light. What other options are you going to, what other language are you going to use, if not Einsteinian language, to explain the observation? Because it's really about the aberration of light. And
I just gave you one.
Bioluminescence is something we can see empirically here on Earth.
Yes.
And that is basically transfer and energy, the first law being witnessed. What is the cause of that first law? We believe it to be the sun, and then the proteins or whatever they have to store that type of energy is released once movement is introduced. Or what would you say?
Hey, you read too many books, man.
I don't profess to know how it works, but I'm just saying there's another option of light production.
It can be whatever you want it to be, as long as you come up with the mathematics and an explanation about it.
Because it all comes down to light, right? You just mentioned another light. Bioluminescence is light. And you can create light with sound. You can create heat with sound. You can create, so there's many, what do you call them? Modalities of light, or applications of light to create light. Sorry, right? You're talking about magnetism.
I could argue
sound.
I could argue that
and then fire is a form of light.
Hold on, guys, one at a time.
Fire is a form of light, right? So all of our existence is surrounded by light. And when I researched the Kabbalah and angels, it's all light.
There's nothing you could say, I don't think, not even bioluminescence, that I can't boil back down to electromagnetism causing it.
You're over the house. They canceled everything.
But Brian, if that's true, then wait a second, because light travels through the air. There's an electromagnetic field in that visible field of light, right?
Now you're back to the point. That's the fucking point right there.
Well, that's what I mean. So the element, you're looking at something having to transmit the energy from its source to the location that you're receiving it, right? As opposing to the actual material itself actually being the frequency and the magnetic energy. It just means it could be localized at a point, but doesn't mean that it's the magnet's the cause. It just could be the field.
In other words, we need the matter itself and the electromagnetism to have anything, you know, light. So yeah, that's a good question. You're boiling it down to is light matter, basically, right?
Well, they claim that it is. I mean, that's the whole thing with Einstein too, is that matter is frozen light.
They don't claim light is matter. On the contrary,
Einstein does. Yes, he does. He claims that matter is frozen light.
That's 100%. If you're calling light energy, though. That's if you're boiling light down and calling it energy.
In general, again, it comes down to light. Everything comes down to that origin of light, whether it's non-reflective or reflective.
Don't they say it's massless?
I think he's right, man. We don't need light because if E equals MC squared, energy is matter. Okay, energy doesn't necessarily mean light, right? So you're coming up with a spawn of electricity or energy. My argument would be to try and figure out, not an argument, but a road to travel down is whether the electromagnetism is pretty much causes all energy one way or another.
Well, our brain works off energy.
Hold on, I wouldn't say that they consider light being matter. That's not what they. SC was right. They don't.
Yeah. I didn't want to
Einstein
interrupt,
says
but
light is
yeah.
frozen matter.
Where does it say
Frozen
that?
matter. You said frozen matter?
It's the first time I hear this data.
That's what Einstein says. Yeah, go look it up, bro.
Where?
Fact check.
I think it'd be better saying energy, man, than light, bro. Because like I said,
doesn't matter have to have mass. If you have matter, don't you have
Einstein's theory says that frozen matter is frozen light. Yeah.
matter without? Can you have matter without mass? Hold
Just
on.
go
If
look
you
it
have
up.
matter, if you have matter, do you have mass?
Well, mass, depending on what you were inferring for the calculation, because mass is a resistant to inertia or it's material matter, depending on the context, how it's imposed in the situation, right? So when you're using it as ambiguous as you are, be specific, because it's either resistance to inertia or it's material matter. So in what context do you like to use it?
Dodger, bro. You're an expert dodger. Well, I like you,
meaning
man.
there is what you're saying.
Dude, let me see if you agree with this definition of matter. Physical substance in general, as distinct from mind and spirit and physics, that which occupies space and possesses rest mass, especially as distinct from energy.
So I agree.
What do you mean by
in physics? They're making a clear distinction between matter and energy. They're saying it's not.
Absolutely.
And it also needs rest mass. It also needs rest mass, which they claim light doesn't have.
Well, in E equals MC squared, it means that matter is frozen light, right? And that's the whole.
All matter is the impotency
No,
of
it doesn't,
energy.
man. No, it doesn't. It means energy is matter.
All-
It doesn't
I
mean
under-
light.
That's not what it means either.
All
I
matter is
understand.
the impotency of energy. Science right now only studies the release of energy. They don't look into the impotency
Equals
of
MC squared implies you can't have matter without energy. You can't have energy without matter. They're intertwined at the hip.
Well, I believe
but
that
the claim
to be
here
true
is
because there's
frozen
no.
light is matter. That's a crazy claim I never
I don't
heard
think that has
before.
nothing to do with light.
Maybe
I
that is not something we didn't, but
I believe that's a crazy claim as well. It's not my claim. I'm just saying that's what Einstein says. So
I agree with SC though, Data. What does energy have? I mean, you're making light. I mean, you're making energy be light. E equals MC squared. There's light's not in that equation. I would agree that light is energy, but I don't think all energy is light, bro. I think you're taking it a step, an extra step in your own mind.
well, you can harness energy from the air, right? You obviously need to use a device to harness that energy, which means most likely the equal input that you put in is the equal input that you get out. Unfortunately, but if the energy is there, then it's just a matter of modalities, right? Of how that energy is taken state or form. My original position is how are we going to use words to describe this light in description? Because we're, obviously we can't experiment with space time other than learning Riemannian fourth space.
I see what you're saying, man.
Geometry.
We cannot say
which nobody's going to practice, or be involved in. So what language, where are we going to go? Like, you're trying to quantify something that Einstein quantified or stole from, or whatever you want to say.
Let me try and reword what you're saying. Tell me if I'm right in what you're saying. So you're saying that so to have light, you got to have matter, you got to have light. Basically, light is energy in motion, basically. So to have energy in motion, I mean, to have mass, you got to have basically energy in motion to create mass. Or is that what you mean, or kind of like that?
I have to take this phone call. Sorry, man.
Well, P equals MV is the formula for momentum. So there's mass on one side. I mean, they'll tell you it doesn't work for shit like light and whatever, but
guys, don't skip over what he said, huh? Jeremy, he
frozen
said
light thing. That's what they said.
frozen
Is what
light
they say,
is matter. Yeah.
That's what they say, but I mean, they do claim that they've frozen light in the lab for a few seconds.
That's exactly the opposite, though, because it's measured by the speed of light. So by freezing light, there is no speed. Or maybe that's what he means. I don't know. I'll have to wait till
How
he comes
the hell
back.
did they freeze light, guys? Come on.
He's confusing me, man. But I think he's tangling up
man.
light
How do
with
you
energy.
freeze light? Which freezer it's needed to freeze light?
Was it the light freezer?
I think you need a hole in the universe or something, man.
It was the Tesla special light freezer.
They
I don't
claim
know.
they did it. They claim they did it
Maybe
in the lab and
it would be a nice
like
thing,
a few
man. Can
decades.
you guys imagine
I
light
challenge
cubes?
I
Huh?
challenge you to find one scientist
Light
who
cube.
says
Good one,
Light
who
George.
says the
cubes.
phrase.
Good
I
one.
challenge you to find one scientist who says frozen light.
They
Bro,
literally
Tony,
claim
you
that
just
they were
Okay,
able
Google,
to.
man.
Hold
show
on,
me.
guys.
Hold
You
on,
guys
y'all
hear
Show
gotta
me
me?
the
acknowledge this,
citation.
man.
Hell out.
Tony, this motherfucker just said light cubes.
Show me the citation.
Yeah, light cubes. Yeah, if you can freeze lights, yeah, you can have light cubes. Why
Show
not?
me the citation.
For light cubes?
No, for frozen
Would
light.
universe today
Oh.
be a
Don't
good
ask us. Ask
citation?
data.
Would universe today be a good citation?
Show me your citation.
Okay, it's from Universe Today. I'm just curious because I can find a different one if you want. I mean,
It actually
I'll
says they froze
I'm
light.
I'm posting it in the chat, and I can link you the studies where they say they've actually done this in the lab. Well, I don't know if it's the studies, but it's articles on the studies.
Wow, what a pile of bull.
I said, Tony,
Not
this
you,
ain't that
Jeremy,
ain't
the claim.
Hey, I said, Tony, who was that actually?
ScienceDaily.com. This is from. Physicists have been able to stop something that has the greatest possible speed and never really stops, light. A decade ago, physicists stopped it for a very short moment. In recent years, this extended towards stop times of a few seconds for simple light pulses in extremely cold gases and special crystals.
Yeah, that's what they're working on, man. That's they got this. Yeah, but they're getting close. That's basically them getting closer. That's another way of them saying they're getting closer and closer to absolute zero or a perfect vacuum, you know. So they can never maintain if even now they've got basically where they can maybe hit that temperature or that pressure, but not maintain it, you know. So
Jeremy.
that's
Two
what
years ago,
sounds like
2 years ago in a laboratory, scientists took high-powered lasers and pointed them at each other, and at the apex, a small amount of matter was generated. What they mean by frozen light is what they call also hard light. So if you've ever looked at a galactic jet or an astrogalactic jet, this is what we see coming out of the backside of black holes, right? And what it is light. What that is, I wasn't finished. You're interrupting me, dude. Control yourself. So what you're seeing is what's called protium, which is the fundamental particle of the universe, and what ether field theorists call hard light. And this is the hydrogen nucleus.
Sorry for interrupting, man, but let's keep it here on Earth, and instead of universe, let's keep it Earth, and instead of galactic jets, let's talk about lasers and shit here on
Hey, man,
Earth.
we're talking about what science is already performed, and they've already proven this to be so. Like high amounts of energy
Yeah,
will
right.
create
I'm good
matter,
with that.
and vice versa.
I'm good with that. I just like galactic jets and shit. I mean, let's talk about what scientists have done and shit, man. Not fucking
No, you can't
bullshit.
control what I say, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm requesting it. I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. Really. Like you said, you got good science to back it up, and what we've done. I'm not trying to be a dick, honestly.
Can I ask you a question about that? You say that when they point the two high-powered lasers at each other and it creates matter. Is that stable matter, or does that matter kind of disappear after? Or like, how does the matter react with the environment?
I could post the citation or the study for you if you'd like to see it, or you can just Google it yourself. Science generates small amounts of matter using high energy lasers, and it'll pop up. You'll get a few different articles, and you can look into that yourself.
It would be electron-positron pairs, which I'm not sure you even believe in electrons. So what do you think?
No, I don't. I would call them corpuscles of dielectrical capacitance, just like J.J. Thomson upon his discovery.
Yeah, because the scientists who performed this experiment said that they got electron-positron pairs out of it. That's the kind of matter they describe getting.
And that's so likes to call it stuff that nobody else calls it.
Sorry, I'm working right now, man, so I'm kind of juggling this and that.
Say that again, Gummy. What did you say?
I said that the result of this, the colliding light to create matter, so to speak, the result of it is electron-positron pairs.
Okay, I see what you said. All right.
Jazz, you're roboting.
Was that Jake
I was
robot?
just gonna say
Yeah, this JS robot thing.
You realize we were talking about frozen light, right? Not colliding light.
It's called hard light, humorously put, but yeah, there's really no difference between the two. Hard light, frozen light, however you want to refer to it. You know, it's up to you. But these are all,
But we're talking about frozen as in a temperature, kind of a
no,
freezing, as opposed to a collision. Let's
has
be
nothing
clear
to
here.
do has nothing to do with temperature. Well, I shouldn't say nothing, because everything in the phenomenal universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediation alone. This just has to do with the physicality of it. Yeah.
So what does that mean? A frozen thing or a collision? Does anybody know? I'm just, this is first time I hear this frozen light creating matter. So anybody
yeah,
could shed some light on it.
I think he was talking
So,
about something different. He's
well,
talking
what I'm
about
talking about,
particle colliders,
what I'm
right?
talking about
Where
is
you
hydrogen, which is,
it's
like I told you, the fundamental particle of the universe. And all matter is a compounded harmonic of hydrogen. So, like way above gamma radiation, we have what's called the zero time particle, which is essentially what I'm telling you, the fundamental particle of the universe being the hydrogen nucleus, and what we call hard light, due to the fact that matter itself is none other than an EMR, aka light. So I've just reconciled light and matter. You're welcome.
Yeah, right. You're talking about a particle collider, right? So the particles that come out of those collisions depend on the energy of the collision, right? So you get electron-positron pairs if you collide light at a specific energy, because that's the energy that those particles have.
Yeah, this we understand, but the freezing thing that Data said,
Yeah,
I think he related it to temperature.
He's talking about something different, SC. He's not talking about your frozen light thing.
Well, that's what he said. I never heard that term before. Frozen light.
Well, yeah, but so the thing is, you've got to be a bit like what Dyslow talks about is kind of is kind of a different thing than what the standard model is. So you'd have to clarify whether you're asking someone who subscribes to the standard model, like me and like other Globers, or if you're talking to Dyslow and what he subscribes to.
Yeah, where the hell did that? He sprung that on us and then he just left, huh? I think you have some splaining to do there, Data. Oh, by the way, Gummy, I listened to that thing we were arguing about, and you did state it correctly. So I don't know how I misheard it, but that was on me. So
all right, no problem. Thank you.
I misheard it.
Yeah, no problem.
You stated it correctly.
Yeah, I thought so. So thank you for being able to concede or look into that. You were wrong. Thank you.
I was dyslexic on that day. I heard you say the opposite. I could have sworn I would swear on Bibles, but no, you said it correctly.
Yeah. And also about this frozen light thing, I've never heard anyone within the standard model or the globe model describe matter as frozen light. So
Well, it's essentially a logical fact, you know. The loss of inertia breeds magnetism, and the loss of magnetism breeds magnitude. And whenever you have magnetism, you have magnitude, and magnitude is expressed and calculated and measured in a construct called time. And this magnetic field has volume, which you can measure it qualitatively with a Gauss meter, but you cannot measure it quantitatively. And all matter only exists due to the fact of its magnetic component, and this is how we have mass.
Right, when you take your idea and shoehorn everything into it, it becomes no longer useful, right? It's
Well, the
pseudo
problem is
at that point.
the problem is science has never explained to you what magnetism is, what electricity is, what a lot of things are. They've only given you vague descriptions so that they can shoehorn their narrative into it.
It's not true at all.
Ether field theorists have actually explained magnetism, unlike anyone else.
But has electricity got utility?
You can't have electricity without the magnetic component, but you can have magnetism without electricity. And this is due to the fact that electricity is not a thing in itself. You can't say that the flow of electrons is electricity.
Is electric charge fundamental?
Phi times psi equals Q in Planck of electrification.
What?
Good. That's good.
What?
Basically, magnetism times the dielectric equals Q in Planck. And this is what Charles Proteus Steinmetz said. This is what a lot of brilliant minds have told you that you must have missed.
What does it mean? What does it all mean?
I just told you.
It's the personification of the uncertainty principle. He's so uncertain about things that he can't be certain.
So did you
Dicelo,
guys
do you
hear
have?
the
Do you have
latest?
Go ahead, Zassi.
I was just gonna say, did you guys hear the latest from NASA? I was gonna mention, I forgot about it. I saw it yesterday, and then Witsit posted it. The another leak on a helmet in one of the
water leak.
spacesuits. Yeah.
What about it?
Just wondering if you guys heard about it.
Yeah, heard about it. Didn't really think much about it, because then I would have figured out that it was all fake.
Now you're with the program. Now you're with the program.
What were you on? So what do you think about it then? What does this leak tell you?
I don't know. Do you know what the solution that they figured was? First of all, do you know that this has been an ongoing problem for years? And do you know if they figured out what the problem was?
No, I just heard that it has happened. I don't know why or if they got a fix or anything like that.
Okay, I'll tell you what I learned. The problem has been ongoing for years. As far as I know, they haven't figured it out. And the solution, you know what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't think I'm making this up as a joke. This is for real.
Okay.
They put water-absorbing sponges in the helmet to capture the water.
Well, yeah, that would be treating the symptom, not the root cause.
I'm just putting that out there.
Okay.
Like FYI, NASA news of the day.
It's very interesting.
At the end of the day, we all know Gummy Bear has no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah. No freaking clue.
He has some idea. It's just that he mixes up the knowledge into sometimes, model-centric. It has to be, his globe kind of a mentality.
Well, wouldn't you say that if the things I believe are true are correct, then globe does lead from it? You just disagree with the things I believe are true.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, then that's fair. I'll agree with you there.
If the things you say are so, then yeah, that could be possible. It's just that, little thing called physics gets in the way of the model a lot of times.
Yeah. And like that's fine. As long as you agree that the model's internally consistent, then that's good enough for me. We can discuss the reality of it, of whether it's real or not, as an after effect, or like after that, as long as we agree that the model is internally consistent.
Well, yeah, the model is made into a nice package. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you that for sure. Yeah. It's been thought of for years and pretty well, I might say. Yeah.
Definitely.
Except, there's like holes here and there.
What kind of holes? Are they logical holes or are they experimental, like, differences?
Both logical and experimental.
So what logical holes would you point
like
out?
water, for example. Water.
What about water? Has a logical hole in it within our model?
Well, your model, water, encircles a sphere next to a vacuum. Now, logic says that, and physics say that cannot be possible.
If gravity wasn't a thing, then you'd be correct. But within our model, gravity solves for that. It's this little fix-all.
Like I said, I can't argue in your model, but I can argue in reality.
Yeah. But that's why.
Gravity is not a thing. Gravity is not a force, rather an acceleration to the homeostasis of the highest inertia or the lowest ether torsion. The phenomena called gravity is the reaction of the ether, the medium, to the ultra-high energy light dynamos, or in simplex terms, accumulated corresponding to what is conventionally called matter. So gravity is essentially just an anti-field, but incorrectly assume a field due to the acceleration and mutual mass interactions and observations of same. A field, by definition, is an ether perturbation modality, the dielectric being the ether under stress or torsion, and the magnetic being the dielectric under the state of loss of energy or inertia to the medium or field system, as manifesting the fundamental centrifugal toroidal force vector of expanding magnitude and its corresponding attributes. So matter and masses don't accelerate towards one another. Gravity is not a property of either matter or masses composed of compounded matter. All matter, be it simplex or compounded, is just ultra-high energy light, and as such, ultra-high energy dielectric dynamos that necessitatively induce current to the ether or medium as such. This induction circuit inherent to the nature of matter generates the attributional impulse current to the ether or movement of matter or the phenomena called gravity. And I'll leave it at.
So what do you think of that, SC?
Yeah, man. That's it. What he said.
SC, do you agree with anything he just said?
I don't even have any idea of anything you just said.
Couldn't have put it more clearer. That explains everything.
I think he just solved all of it. It's a unifying field theory. Got it.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Well, I got a little more if you'd like. All light rebounds in its coaxial circuit, manifesting and demanifesting as the perturbation propagates itself in its own medium, the ether, as such. Matter as such, being ultra-high energy light, mutually accelerates towards the lowest null pressure point in counter space, just as the EMR circuit of light rebounds in its cycles or frequency at the force dissipation of the magnetodielectric geometry as light circuit is cycled and exhausted. and as such over and over again, as meaning the frequency of the circuit field compound phenomena, so deemed light, matter being ultra high energy light as such, rebounds mutually towards the counter space due to its generation of an impulse current in the ether and its resultant strain phenomena, or as torsion as such. This conventionally can be called induction towards inertia homeostasis.
Or gibberish.
Or
Yeah,
how
it could
about,
also.
you get your vocab up, bud?
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
so
man,
you're just
you're just sitting there reading off a damn script of a bunch of damn gibberish that don't mean anything, and you're telling me to get up damn vocabulary.
Get your vocabulary up, bud. I can say it hillbilly terms for you if you'd like.
How does that explain, like, the energy, say, like ammonia reacting with methane? What do
you mean by energy?
You'd have to
first define the word energy.
The enthalpy of the bond that's formed, right? The energy needed to form or break that bond.
You would have to first define the term energy.
I just told you. The energy, right, usually referred to temperature. The temperature needed to form or break the bond. How does your thing explain simple things like that?
I haven't heard you explain or define the word energy yet.
I just told you, man. Temperature. The temperature.
No. Temperature is not energy. Temperature's temperature.
Right, to get the bond to form or break, it happens under certain temperatures, right? Because
I would agree.
The molecules that are making up the solution, right? They have a specific kinetic energy and a velocity at specific temperatures, and they can impart their momentum to form or break bonds.
Well, I mean, now you're getting into kinetic versus potential. But
yeah, I'm asking you, how does your thing explain that, right? Just simple things.
Well, it has to do with the archetypes of motion. See, there's 4 fundamental archetypes of motion pertaining to matter. You've got centrifugal, centripetal, you've got charge to discharge, and you got inertia, acceleration, and force and motion. So those are the archetypes that everything follows of conventional sorts. So what you're alluding to is charge to discharge, where everything is seeking this rest of equilibrium or homeostasis.
Okay, so right, I need to know what temperature I should make this solution to have these chemicals react. So how does your thing provide me a way to figure out what temperature I should be using?
I'm not particularly certain on an actual temperature that I could give you to have that reaction.
How does your convention do temperature?
Through the enthalpy, right? There's an equation. The enthalpy equation.
Then that's your answer. Same answer.
You just put a thermatic contabulator on it and flip the switch. It all happens.
I mean, there's more to
your
it.
Convention hogs that. I mean, is your convention the only thing that can have that?
Well, right. That's what I want you to think about. Like, how do you explain just the basic things? How do explanation provide methods for figuring out things like this?
Like
What's
temperature.
one thing that science has actually explained?
You could define it as the amount of clothes a person has is wearing at one single time.
They do that with everything, man. They hog imperial fucking observations, and that's only. You know, you can't have it. You can't have fucking what we measure in real life because we've modeled it. So it's ours and ours only.
Yeah, they've modeled it from a flat plane. Yeah, we know.
You got it, George.
The whole point is like with gravity, like 9.8 meters per second. That's gravity, and that like they know the cause. We give it a different cause. We give that acceleration a different cause. What we can prove, and rename it basically. But it's wrong because that's gravity. You're just using gravity. No,
But
the whole argument is what's causing it. That's the argument.
Is there
right,
is there anything at rest?
hang
Is there
on.
anything at rest?
Hang on. I brought this up the other day, right? If I have an idea and I come up with experiments and data and measurements to show that my, the validity of my idea, you can't then say you have this. Don't interrupt me. You can't then say you have this other idea.
Oh no! That's where the trick comes in, bud.
My thing explains, and just
That's
use
no.
my-
We're not looking for experiment.
Brian,
Hold on. An experiment doesn't
Brian.
create explanation, right?
Let him
An
finish,
experiment is to figure out
Let
the
me
cause.
finish the thought.
That's where the
right?
trick comes in. Sorry, I thought you was done.
No, it was in the middle of a sentence.
You said that I can't. You
You're
said
making
it explained.
a great point right now.
Brian, you
Hey, user,
got
hold on.
The point
Let him make that point over again, because this is the trick. You guys try to reify the essence of nature by presupposing things due to setting up your experiments in such a way to biasly pre-assume the outcome and then have everything just fit in your paradigm. That's not doing science.
Right,
Yeah,
so
you think
finish the
an
thought.
explanation. You think science is an explanation. Experiment is to establish the cause.
I haven't finished the thought yet, right? You don't even know what the point of what I was saying.
Go ahead,
Exactly.
Jace. They won't interrupt you. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Right? The whole thing is, if I have an idea and I do experiments and tests and measurements and gather data for my idea, show, that this variable is dependent on that variable, et cetera, you can't then just come up with some other idea and use my data and explanations and measurements and just say, oh, it's this other idea that I have. You can't plagiarize
Why
my
not?
idea.
Why not? That's
Sure,
what
you
you
want
did.
to? Is that okay? You want to repeat that one more time, or am I interrupted again?
No, you have to, if you want your idea to then be valid, it has to explain the measurements and things that I gathered, plus something my idea does not explain, but yours can.
Well, that's funny.
You can't just plagiarize my idea. That's not how it works.
Ether field theorists created
Yeah.
our electrical grid, and they didn't subscribe to electrons. But somehow you guys plagiarized these inventions and what was created by the understanding of dielectric fields and slap new labels on things as to hijack it and act as if you're so confounded and understood upon these topics.
Well, he claims
But
that you're
what's going to happen? Hold on a second. You cannot steal the idea. Of course not. What you're going to do is to do the same experiments in order to try to achieve the same results. And you're going to try to very manipulate other variants to see if it tested everything or not, to establish the cause.
we should nail this plagiarism down, because it can't be both ways. Which came
We
first?
already have, bro. Howard, we already have it. Pseudoscience. We've already nailed it down. It's pseudoscience offers explanation.
Someone else's data to justify or rearrange or fit your narrative. You can't use someone else's data. You have to get your own.
If it's empirical, it's empirical. If we can measure it, it's empirical. The whole thing is what's the cause of that effect? What's the cause to that measurement? And so pseudoscience is what y'all do. It y'all come up with some explanation and a mathematical formula, and you arbitrarily fucking make up something and give it an arbitrary value.
Don't you see? It's just like the Michelson-Morley. Nothing about the experiment, the discussion, the conclusions says anything about we proved the Earth is not rotating. And yet, flat Earth
Except for no result.
with the Michelson-Morley as proving the Earth is stationary.
No, it's not.
I mean, you're like rewriting the Michelson-Morley to fit your narrative, and that's kind of what you're talking
I'm
about.
not. The guy who invented the device created it to measure the Earth's absolute motion. You got a null result, and you came up with a dichotomy. Okay, you threw the ether in there, like that's necessary to fucking to get any other result. So once again, y'all created an idea And you created the ether just to fucking abolish it, basically.
No,
you threw
the
the ether in the experiment. The ether was not in the experiment.
That's not even the ether. That's not even the real ether. That is another side postulate as to what the ether was, and I don't agree with that. It's no different than Maxwellian ether, which was already disproven. There's been over 100 different postulations as to what the ether is. Just because you disprove one of the postulates doesn't mean you've completely discredited all notions of the ether.
He built that device to measure fucking ether. He built the device to fucking measure motion, bro. Say what you want, but you're fucking twisting the guy's invention, the guy's fucking
That's
everything.
correct.
You're twisting it. That's what y'all do.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
it's not an experiment in the first place because there is no observed phenomenon.
I agree with that. This is what they do. It's a fucking hoodwink trick.
No hoodwink to it. Y'all are hoodwinking it, but there's no hoodwink to it.
Then they try and call it the luminiferous ether. The luminiferous fucking ether. What the fuck is the luminiferous ether, bro? He invented that shit to fucking measure motion. Guess what it does? Hold on. Guess what that device does? To this day, that device measures fucking motion, bro. But just not of the Earth's fucking motion because there's no ether.
Relax, man.
Come on.
Relax.
The Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to exploit the fact that Earth is rotating and to determine or detect.
No, that was Sagnac, bro. The rotation was Sagnac.
Did not detect.
What's wrong with
That's
that?
all
It was an attempt. It was an attempt of detection of movement. It didn't detect any movement. It was an experiment. It wasn't cause and effect related. It was an attempt of detecting movement of the ground, which was unsuccessful. There was no movement detected.
Dude, just read the papers, right? Read the papers from the guys. They tell you what they were doing. They were using the rotation of the Earth.
I read the papers. I read the guy's history, his background, where he invented the fucking device, how he originally invented it, how they improved it. Okay, he was trying to prove the Earth's absolute motion. What that device does is it measures motion, bro. But you're saying that it doesn't work measuring the Earth. It works measuring any other motion, just not the Earth. That's what this all came from. You created a false dichotomy, saying that he built a device to measure ether when he did not.
Does science revisionist history?
They gave him a Nobel Prize to shut him up, and he still fucking came out later with the Sagnac and disproved Earth's fucking motion.
Disproved ether.
Ooh.
Something that relies on the Earth's motion.
Listen, you can't have it both ways, dude. You can't disprove the ether and then simultaneously say the Earth is spinning. All right, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too.
Show me in the original
ether.
Yeah, find me in the original papers and documentation where it says anything about disproving Earth's motion.
They've never proven Earth's motion.
It's not in
the null result, Howard. The null result. The null result. That's the fucking proof.
The null result.
You can put words to it. You can put whatever words to it you want, bro. The null result
just
speaks
swap
for
the
itself.
burden of proof. They haven't proven it once.
Bye-bye globe. Hello ether.
But Brian, why do you have issue with the word luminiferous?
It's a false dichotomy of what is said to be the ether.
How?
It's just a false postulate.
Because the
luminiferous just means it transmits light. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, percent. The problem.
Light's not an emission, nor is it a transmission.
The thought, bro. The problem is the luminiferous ether puts constraints on what they can say it is, and they want to be able to shoehorn whatever they want underneath this carpet of the ether.
Sort of
so they won't stay behind that idea of the luminiferous ether. They have their own idea of the ether that fits all.
What sort of constraints, though? Aside from it transmitting light, what sort of constraints?
Right. It was thought to be the medium that light transmitted through, and that was it. It doesn't explain all these other.
Light induced it doesn't transmit.
Yeah, but they forced it to be stationary. They forced it to be stationary in the experiment. Okay, they who says that ether has to be stationary?
instead of forcing it to be stationary, they rather forced the Earth to be rotating.
Who says the ether has to be motionless for us to measure the motion of Earth? That's horseshit, dude. Y'all, the whole explanation has been hoodwinked. Yeah, they say that either the Earth's moving through the fucking ether, saying that ether is stationary. They're saying that either the Earth is moving through the ether, right?
I hear
that
you. Yeah,
right
you're
there
saying
is-
who
is-
said
is-
the
is-
Earth needs to be motionless, relative to the motion of Earth? My question to you would be, where's the motion of Earth?
Yeah, well, that's the no result. But I'm saying I'm pointing out the hoodwink.
You're playing into their hand though when you're
No, I'm not. I'm pointing out the
assuming
dichotomies,
that
the false
Earth is
dichotomy.
rotating. It's completely possible that the ether is motionless relative to a motionless Earth, and their experiments never tested against that. They can't possibly. Their
Yeah, but
experiments, the
that
results support
that doesn't help, bro. That doesn't help. The point is
Why
the
doesn't it help?
ether, because the ether could be moved. Because the reality is the ether's moving and the Earth is not.
You don't
That's
know
the
that.
reality.
What evidence do you have to say that?
The fucking Michelson Morley, bro.
Michelson Morley
Well,
just showed that whatever it is, it's the same as Earth. Whether Earth is rotating,
here's what I'm
it's
telling
also
you, bro.
rotating,
Whether it is or
if
not.
Earth is motionless, it's also motionless.
Hey, percentage.
Whether
stop
it is or not.
interrupting him, dude.
Yeah, whether it is or not. Hold on, percentage. Whether it is rotating or not, whether it is moving or not, they isolate. They gave a dichotomy in the test saying either the Earth is moving through a motionless ether or fucking there's no ether. That's the dichotomy, okay? So whether it's moving or not, they created another there's two false dichotomies in that fucking experiment. And one that if there's an ether, it has to be fucking stationary. That's horseshit. Who's to say? I'm not saying I can prove it. That's percentage. I'm not saying I can prove it. But who's to say that there's not an ether and it's fucking what's moving?
But I think you're
that's what
misunderstanding
it's
the
more
results.
likely.
You have like a
The results are since we know. Here's the results. Here's the results. Quote unquote. Since we know the Earth is rotating or is moving through the solar system at 5 miles a second, therefore there is no ether. That's the result of the test. Look it up.
Yeah, because they assume that the Earth is because it's rotating. They also assume that the ether was motionless. You're saying that their results are showing that the ether is motionless. That's not the case. The ether could be rotating at the same.
No, I'm not saying that's the results. I'm saying who's
rotating at
to
the same
say?
exact speed as the Earth. If the Earth was indeed rotating, and you would have the same exact results because it would be relatively motionless. And if the Earth was motionless,
I'm exactly
and the ether
saying
was
not
motionless,
that.
it's the same
No,
exact
you're
results.
trying to agree with me now. That's fine. You can agree
That's
with
a
me.
big
That's fine,
problem,
but don't
man.
put me on the other side.
If that was true,
I'm good
we
with
would
it.
have
You agreeing
problems,
with
man.
it, but like I said, I'm not saying that. I'm saying who's to say? You know, I'm saying they've isolated the fucking the
Oh, I see what
possibilities
you're saying. You're saying
to
that they
prove
set
their
up this
point.
dichotomy and then they purposely knock down their their false dichotomy, one of the options by saying
Right,
it can't be motionless with a rotating Earth.
We know he's motionless. We know he's motionless in flats in order for celestial navigation to work. So we have that as proof. We navigate in order for us to navigate. We need to count the Earth to be stationary and flat.
All right, before
That's
we
enough
move
proof.
on, right, to a new topic, the mechanism of the device itself, it isn't gonna. It's not.
You're clipping. James.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
clipping, and I'm not deviating from the subject. It's still the same subject.
But in
the
terms of the luminiferous world,
of the interferometer measures the rotation of physical objects, right? It doesn't measure the rotation of ether or field. So the device isn't even sufficient for that, right? Like it measures you put it on an airplane and it measures when the roll, yaw, and pitch axes change because it has to be on the object that's rotating. It can't pick up the rotation of something outside of itself. That's the whole mechanism of the device.
yeah, I wouldn't call it a physical object per se when they're measuring basically the energy of light. But sure.
You would have to be at a wholly non-Cartesian rest where all methods of measure are few.
No, the paths of the light are changed. The phase of the light is by physical motion. It's It's not going to be changed by outside objects that are moving and rotating. It's got to be the thing that the interferometer is placed on.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that Michelson-Morley showed that either the rotating Earth has a rotating ether and it's relatively motionless, or the motionless Earth has a motionless ether and it's motionless.
Well, that's plausible. That sounds at
That's
least
fucking
plausible.
wrong, dude. That is exactly backwards. For one, it didn't prove nothing. For one, the test proved nothing except that they detected nothing. The only thing it proved is that device didn't detect shit. Okay, now you could say this. You can say that the fucking Earth is. You can assume the Earth is moving, or you can assume the ether's moving. One or the other. That's all it basically proved that fucking it got no result.
Yeah,
What are you
exactly.
talking?
You can't
No,
have
that's
your
not
cake
true.
and eat it too, man.
That's not true, Brian. They showed that they're not the same. Like, I mean,
The only thing they showed is a null result, bro. That's all they showed, bro.
The results didn't support
Oh,
that.
bro. Percentage. The fucking device measures all motion. We use them to this day. It measures all motion. You understand? But just not the Earth. You get it?
What's your point?
My point is you can assume whatever you want. That device measures fucking absolute motion.
It
But
measures
not the Earth.
the interference patterns of the wavelengths of light, of the light that's going through like the detector. That's the point of an interferometer, and it showed that the light isn't rotating relative to the Earth. I mean, like in opposition to the Earth. It's exactly the same as the Earth.
Bro, the only thing that thing proved is that device got a null result. A device that measures motion got a null result. That's the only thing it proves, bro. You can insinuate all you want. That's the absolute facts.
But in terms of the word luminiferous, so a word that means transmitting light. What's wrong
I
with
agree with that, man. Brian, what you said, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Light's not an emission nor a transmission. It's a sheer rate of induction.
The sound transmit?
Sound propagates. Sound does not transmit.
What's the difference between transmit and propagate?
Well, I would say propagation would require a medium, where transmission wouldn't.
Yeah, you fucked up.
No.
Yeah.
No,
so you
propagation
can transmit
requires
something
a medium.
in an absolute vacuum, a perfect vacuum. You can transmit something with no medium.
You've never seen wireless power induction in a vacuum?
No, I've never seen a perfect vacuum.
Well, there's a perfect vacuum doesn't exist.
Obviously.
Okay.
But
But the lack of a medium, with the lack of a medium, you could still have a transmission.
What type of transmission are you talking about? That's
so a vacuum is not the medium?
Because right now we're talking about
vacuum is not the
electromagnetism,
medium now.
right? I mean, sorry, we're talking about, the electromagnetic spectrum. So you can't refer to anything in the electromagnetic spectrum to prove your thing, because that's circular logic. The whole point of the ether is that it is the medium of of light.
Light is within the ether. Yeah.
Yeah, so do you have anything?
Yeah, but the way they set it up is light is the ether. They set it up where it's a dichotomy and it has to be one way. That's where their test is biased.
The light is the ether. That's absolutely true. The difference is that it's also what allows for visible light to pass. We can see it because it's hitting something.
But what the fuck would make you say light is the ether, bro? What the fuck would make you say light is the ether?
Because we never not have electromagnetism.
And magnetism come from the dielectric. And the dielectric and the magnetic field together is what creates the entirety of the ether field. The ether field is not a thing in itself. It's two fields conjoined consubstantially, being the dielectric field and the magnetic field together.
Bro, they abolished the ether. Did they abolish light? You're saying light is the ether? What would even make you say that, bro?
Did you hear what Dyslo said?
No, I was fucking waiting to say that. We'll say it again, Dyslo.
He's basically saying that the ether is the conjunction of
I'm gonna quote Tesla real quick.
Go ahead.
Light is a longitudinal disturbance in the ether. Essentially, what he's telling you is that light is a sound wave in the ether.
No.
That's true. It is.
It is true. If you think you're smarter than Tesla, dude, then you might have a problem.
Now,
so you're agreeing that
terms
light
of
is not
sound-
ether then? Dyslow, you're agreeing light's not ether then,
No,
right?
light
No,
is
it is.
light
It's just
is
a
not
disturbance therein.
light is not the ether primarily. It's an attribute of the ether. It's the ether under torsion or stress or strain, which gives rise to electrification or light, depending on the palpable type of
It's just
Right.
like
So if light
no, it's just a semantic thing, Brian. Don't get it twisted. So just like sound, it's all matter, right? And then the propagation of the
Last thing I'm gonna
disturbance
say, I
of
swear.
that matter is what sound is. Similarly with like the ether, it's all electromagnetism. It's all light, and then disturbance of that is the light that you either see or that you can get in terms of like
Think
radio
about this,
or
though.
microwaves or whatever.
Percentage, if you yell and it's real windy, it's gonna affect the fucking the sound waves, right? It's the same thing as light. So at least consider the possibility that the fucking ether is moving, and so we'll.
I wouldn't say it's moving. No, I would say that, of course, like what you're saying, there is interference. Of course, we have interference with light. There's no question about that. We have, different waves coming into us all the time from Wi-Fi and electromagnetism and microwaves and a bunch of crap. So there's definitely going to be interference from, and that's why your Wi-Fi signal isn't the strongest, because there's interference from other electromagnetic waves from other people's devices and so on and so forth.
all assumed velocities, in fact, is actually the rate of induction of the medium against the ether hysteresis. So contrary to the minds of most, it's both not fixed, and that's shown in countless
You ask
examples.
me.
You can look at the Tesla coil. You can look at Chernikov radiation. I mean, all of this exists at rates of induction or speeds that are much faster than C. And that's why Steinmetz said that C is a relationship between luminal velocity and electrostatic capacity.
Wait, die slow. Is it a rate of induction or rate of propagation?
Sound is a rate of propagation and light is a rate of induction. They're similar, but
I mean,
different.
They're almost opposite. One you're saying is caused, it's being let in or induced, and the other one is propagating by basically like its own.
You have to understand that
force.
that there's a difference between obviously visible light and its full spectrum, and so when we're talking about visible light, this is kind of, I think, where we start getting hung up.
My point is, with sound, you're saying it's propagation. It comes from a source. I agree with you. But then for light, you say it's induced. That means it's pulled from something else. And I don't think you're just saying that. I would say light also comes from the source of the disturbance. The source of the perturbation.
There's two phenomena that are perpendicular from one another, and that's how you get this induction.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me ask a question here. If you have invisible light, what makes light be light?
It's all light.
Nobody has a clue. Just
go
people
look up
talking.
Go look up electromagnetic retardation. I know it sounds funny, but this is literally what we're referring to.
I know what you're referring to. You're referring to Theora Apophis stuff.
So
I heard him talk.
You're gonna hand wave dismiss because
No, not
because
at
I'm
all.
preaching from one guy who's preaching from the greatest fucking minds to exist.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I heard this stuff before. Propagation, I got it. I understand it.
Yeah, look up the electroviolet catastrophe of fucking how they still call other shit light, although it doesn't even behave nothing like fucking light. That it doesn't follow the fucking normal rules. So when they hit a certain spectrum, then the energy fucking didn't fit in. They didn't watch Sesame Street. They didn't watch Sesame Street, man. How one thing doesn't belong You know, you get a group of something, and all of a sudden you get something else, and it doesn't belong. You know, if they'd have watched Sesame Street, they'd have learned that if it doesn't fit, don't force it to fucking fit. Don't change the facts. They changed the fucking. I mean, they actually changed the facts instead of changing whatever else.
They need to explain.
They changed the facts.
They need to explain night vision and X-ray because there is no light there. Everything is dark.
That's another thing. Yeah.
We can still see it.
All I'm saying is I haven't heard a sufficient explanation for what light is. I know all the various theories and stuff, but I'm not satisfied with any of them.
Light is like matter. We have matter everywhere.
Here,
And sound, the disturbance of that matter, the vibration of it, is what sound is. Light.
No,
is like
that very
matter. You have
explanation
light.
percentage.
I'll tell you what light
Hold
is.
on, let me
man.
finish.
Yeah, okay.
Light is like matter. You know, sound is the vibration of the matter, disturbance of the matter, and light is everywhere, just like matter is. And then the different types of light, visible or non-visible, you know, the actual waves are the disturbances of that light.
Yeah, I've heard that explanation, but also I've heard the exact opposite. That light is not matter.
I'm not saying it is matter. I'm saying it's like matter in the fact that it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere, and that once there's a disturbance, a perturbation in it, that, you know, elicits a wave.
But it's not everywhere, clearly.
It is.
When there's an absence of...
Hold on a second. Hold on
Where
a
can
second.
you
What
point
if
to
I
me
would
where there
say like
isn't
this?
electromagnetism? That's what
What if I
light
say
is, electromagnetism.
Are you saying visible light or just
light
the spectrum?
is the entire spectrum. That is light.
Yeah,
And there's
that's a
visible
different
light
story.
and
Yeah,
non-visible light.
yeah, that's
So, and
that's
it's
a
everywhere.
different story. Yeah.
Just like you could have
What if
matter, you could have a solid object which has a lot of matter, but in the air there's matter. There's just less of it, right? You're not going to say that the air is now no matter. No, it's still there.
Yeah, but they're forcing electromagnetism to be light.
Say the same
They're
thing
saying we can't
about
have
dark.
electromagnetism without light. What they're doing.
You can say the same thing about dark instead of light. That has
Okay,
mass
that
and
matter.
has this and everything. You know?
Yeah, and then how about what's it called? I can't say it right now. You know the fish bioluminescence. There it is.
Yeah.
How about that?
Bioluminescence. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know, the fish or whatever creating this disturbance in the medium, so as to create visible light.
What's the spectrum of
nothing
that?
to do with Einstein's equations or any stuff like that, right? A whole total different way of creating light.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with space-time bullshit.
Exactly.
What about the spectrum of dark? What about the spectrum of dark?
George,
yeah,
let me ask you, when it's nighttime, do you think there's no more electromagnetism?
What about the invisible dark?
But this is why
I'm
I'm
asking
trying
you,
to
when
tell
it's
you
nighttime, when it's dark,
there's a
do you think there's no
difference
more
between visible
electromagnetism?
light.
Does your
Visible
Wi-Fi
light-
stop working when it's nighttime?
Yeah, but what about the dark spectrum?
Light is just the absence of, darkness is just the absence of visible light. There's still going to be
Yeah,
electromagnetism,
correct.
i.e. other
Dark,
light.
dark is matter as well, isn't it?
Sure.
It could be measured at the two-way speed as well, if you want to. Speed of dark.
I think you have something in your head that you want to, you want to get out. You don't care
No,
what I say.
man. You just throw things out there, man. You can say whatever you want to say, you know. You just change the name, you know. You don't want to say gravity anymore. It's called ether. What? It's still 9.8 meters per second, you know, force and this and that bullshit. It's still the medium in the air. You guys just changed the
No one's
name of it.
talking about things falling down, bro.
It's the same speed. You're talking about light being
Electromagnetism,
particles and this. What about dark?
I didn't say a single thing about particle. I said waves, perturbation.
Yeah, what about dark?
Disturbance
Is dark
in the
a
medium.
wave as well?
So you're against the photon
No,
theory then,
I
percentage.
disagree.
Photon
I
is just
disagree that light, a particle, light's not a wave, and light is not an emission at all. All of these are fucking misnomers.
You see how many explanations there are? And I tell you, I put it to you again, nobody knows what light is. Nobody.
It's a coaxial circuit.
Well, I'm definitely right.
What about the dark source?
You're a dark
You guys
source,
talk about the
George.
light. You guys talk about light sources. What about dark sources? Where does dark comes from?
Comes from black holes.
Would that be the absence of light? There again, light is in the picture.
Yeah, because if there was light there, it wouldn't be a black hole.
I mean, century of nonsense to understand what light is, dude. And there's a lot of bullshit projected onto the notion of what light is. That's a lot of falseness.
Oh, you can smell it too. I thought it was just me.
Yeah.
No, I understand that what you're saying with Theora's theory, right? With the propagation and that. I get that, but how does that work in a vacuum, right? And I'm not saying there's a vacuum, but how does that work? In order for that to work, there has to be something there to be excited, right? Along the path.
In terms of visible light, and that's why I say the only way that we can perceive visible light is dependent upon either a medium or a material object, and this is where you get the attribute, the byproduct of light being illumination. So there's that.
But for that theory to work, and I'm not saying it's wrong or not, we're just talking, right? There cannot be a vacuum, which I don't believe there is, right? But I'm saying it cannot work in a vacuum. You would have to agree, right?
Yeah, you can't have visible light in the absence of nothing. Visible light, like I said, requires the interaction between either a medium or a material object. And this is where you get illumination, which is the byproduct of light. Illumination is akin to dropping a stone into water in which two phenomena manifest perpendicular to one another. You've got the radial waves of the water, and then you've got what rises out in line of the propagation, which is the drop. And that drop is what the atomists conflate in their ignorance as the photon. The higher the power of the light, the smaller the waves and the bigger the drop. And that's why gamma radiation is so dangerous, because it's literally quasi-matter, but still merely light, due to the fact that, like I said, smaller the space, the higher the capacitance. This is why Tesla was right in saying that light is merely a sound wave in the ether. Light's not an emission at all. Nothing emits light, nor does anything literally emit sound. They're two and the same thing, which requires a rate of induction of propagation. And this rate of induction is not fixed for light, nor is it fixed for sound, since they all change their rates, or wrongly put, speeds, depending on the elevation, humidity, and temperature. And the same is true for light, which changes its rate of induction in air, glass, or water, etc. So all notions of speed regarding light are false ones, since speed infers something moving from A to B, and this is utterly false. And as for light having waves, well, light waves don't exist. Waves are what things do, not what things are. So light likewise cannot be a duality, because nature doesn't have any dualities, implying inherent contradiction. In most simplex terms, light is just a coaxial circuit, which is an ether perturbation modality. And in the most simplex of field phenomena, along with the dielectric and the magnetic, literally by their own... What was that?
I was saying, why are you saying simplex in that context? Doesn't really make sense.
Well, I'm simplifying it. It's a simplified version of
It was wrong from the beginning, anyway.
Dyslow, are you a toroidal earther?
Yeah. Sometimes it turns bad.
The toroid is pertaining to the magnetic field, which is ab extra to the magnet itself, and most people don't realize that.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
Look, what he says in a way makes sense. It doesn't necessarily, like, I could understand or believe, it's just my opinion, that light has to travel through a medium as opposed to the photon, which is a self-contained packet of energy traveling through a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? I'll believe the first one rather than the latter.
Probability that this thing has some sort of a choice in which path it's going to take. And this is where you start getting into the double slit experiment, which is fallacious.
Before that, man, no. This is just
Yeah,
begging
and I
the
also
question
would
that
say
the
there.
sun.
Real
This is
quick,
begging the
FC
question
Montreal.
that the sunlight, the
Go ahead,
light
George.
we're talking about, the light we're talking about, we are begging the question that this light is on a different medium. It's in the vacuum of space, or whatever you want to call medium up there. Yeah, 93 million miles away, or whatever distance from the Earth, with all the other planets around and all these things. This is reifying again the heliocentric model with a different name.
I see.
That's what they're doing.
I wouldn't say light is traveling through the medium, because let's say you have a wave of water. You wouldn't say the water is traveling through the water, right? And it's the same exact thing with the disturbances, the perturbations of the light. The light is the medium, just like the water
If the light
is the medium.
No, they're saying that
all you have is
disturbance.
If the
No,
sunlight,
the disturbance
if
is
the
causing
sunlight,
the light. They're saying
yeah, but if,
along the path, that energy is causing a disturbance, and that disturbance is making the light.
You mean visible light?
This is where you guys don't
Okay,
sound like
yeah,
flat
sure.
earthers. This is where you guys don't sound like flat earthers to me, because
No, I'm not agreeing with them. I'm
flat
just
earthers.
telling you the
Yeah,
explanation, bro.
I know, SC. I know where you're
I'm not
coming from.
agreeing. This is theora,
I'm
apophis. Yeah.
saying them. This theory, let's call it like that. It's not a scientific theory. This thought, requires light to be propagating on a different medium rather than air. Yeah. So
Yes.
Light is the
as
medium.
we
In
understand,
space, yes.
as we understand our realm to be flat and stationary, we don't assume the sun to be outside of this realm. We understand the sun is local, so it's not from a different medium. It's from the air that we are breathing.
Yeah, but you can speak for yourself on that one, because I don't necessarily believe that how far the sun is.
Yeah,
so
and it's
that
also
one you're
not
on your
about
own.
air,
but
because if it was about air, then we would have more light here
It's
and
not
less light
outside
up
of this
there.
realm.
It's not fixed to the air, to the amount of air, because the air
I
decreases
understand,
as you go
but
up.
listen, you need to assume it is for the
Why?
light to travel through. That's what you're doing.
No.
You're assuming it's out on a medium that light needs to travel through. Not an existent medium that we can all observe, which is air.
Yeah, but I think you're misunderstanding. It seems like you're thinking that we said the medium is matter, is air. That's not the case.
No. You are saying that the medium is required for light to travel through,
Light is the medium.
assuming that this light is on a different medium rather than the air that we are breathing.
Yes, it is its own medium.
That's what I'm saying. You are assuming.
Well, it's not just an assumption. It's also, it's backed up by all the other properties of, like, all the other waves that we observe, whether it be, water or oscillating or sound or what have you. So you could say that we're inferring it based off of all the evidence that we have. It's, very likely.
We don't have evidence for it. That's the thing, isn't it? It is the same thing as refraction. For the refraction to exist, for the light to bend, it needs to be coming in from a different medium. Again, vacuum of space. If it's in the same medium, you don't see the refraction the way it's claimed to be.
George, we have electromagnetism everywhere.
Where?
At least with air or other mediums, you can limit it. You can get rid of some of it. You can have relative vacuums or whatever. With light, it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. And what we're registering is the disturbances therein.
When you say light, you should like be more specific, because you don't claim just visible light. You should say spectrum to get your point across. Just a suggestion, percentage.
I appreciate that, but I feel like we need to say light more often to refer to the entire non-visible light, visible light, all the different types of light, just so people understand that light isn't just, the visible thing that you see. We can register it in different ways with the infrared or ultraviolet or whatever. It's all light. So I think rather you guys need to get on my wavelength, pun intended.
Well, but that's where we
Yeah,
disagree
good
because
luck with
you're gonna
that
say that
one.
light is photons.
You're gonna be
but you're
questioned
gonna
at
say,
every corner with everybody. What? Did
No,
you
but the
say light?
context that I'm making is quite clear. When I say light is everywhere, obviously I'm not talking about visible light because visible light can't be everywhere.
so you're not saying that light is photons then? So light is not photons then?
No, photons I think is just some made up. When they say that photons are actual things, they're just bugging. You know, that's like saying photons, which are sound particles, but they're not actual. They're like, you know, just a means for quantifying energy or vibration or whatever. So for light,
So you can
just, like,
see in the
amount
absence
of
of light.
and they call it a photon, but it's not an actual particle.
So you can see in the absence of light. That's what you're saying.
With night vision, hell yeah.
You don't need to have light in order to see.
Yeah, with night vision goggles, you're good, man.
Do you mean
What
infrared
if you went
goggles?
into a
Or do you
room?
mean
What if you went? Hold on, I see. What if you went into a room that was painted Fanta black, no gaps, nothing, all Fanta black, and you put the night vision goggles on? You think you're gonna see something?
I mean, black is just less light, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying if you went into one of those rooms, do you think the night vision goggles would work?
Not sure.
Me either. I don't. That wasn't a trap or anything. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think they will, but infrared will, because that's different.
Yeah, of course you can.
Because infrared picks up the heat.
Imagine you
from
are
your
on an
body.
operation with your night vision. Yeah, you get in a dark room and you cannot find the door.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have any purpose to have the night vision goggles anyway, if that would be the case.
Okay, well, apparently it would work because night vision goggles use, just like SE said, infrared.
So you got to be specific in what kind of vision you're talking about, because people just throw out night vision without specifying. There's different types. That's all I'm saying.
Night vision goggles, forward-looking infrared, thermal sights, and low-light level television are night vision devices. So the one that probably wouldn't work in this like absolute pitch black room, like no visible light, would probably be the low-light level television goggles.
Yep. Not the ones you see the SWAT teams go in with, right? Those are like top of the line, right? Yeah.
Anyways, the Earth's not moving.
So I'm curious with the movement percentage, because you were saying the movement. What do you think the interferometer detects?
I think it detects the light propagating, the energy of the light, the interference patterns, no problem. The issue is they assumed that the Earth was rotating, so they're testing for this stationary ether in a rotating Earth, which they obviously debunked, but that's not the point. The point is it could be a stationary ether on a stationary Earth, and they have no way of distinguishing between that and a moving ether relative to a moving Earth, because that's going to be relatively motionless. So they have no way of differentiating between the two.
Okay, but I'm asking you the mechanism itself. What do you think it detects?
An interferometer?
Yeah, the one that they used in the experiment. What do you think that laser bouncing back and forth? What do you think it detects?
It detects the wave of light, on a detector, like on a screen. Basically, it's detecting the wavelength. So if it goes, since we know that light has wavelength, that's just like think of it as like, a wave of water. You have the peaks and the troughs, right? The high points and the low points. If that wave of water goes like, let's say the wavelength of it is 1 meter. If you have two waves, or if you somehow change the path so that that wave goes 0.5 meters longer, then where there was a peak the first time, there's now going to be a trough the second time. You understand? So it's
but what
you've
causes
caused
that?
a destructive interference.
Yeah, I understand that, but what causes that? Was it like
it's the path that it's taking? So they assumed that if it's motionless and the Earth is rotating, then as the Earth rotates, the path is going to have to get longer. And then with the interferometer, they showed that that's not actually the case. The things
because of the
arrived at
ether
same
wind,
exact time.
right? Because of the ether wind, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No. They assumed a motionless ether, and a rotating Earth. So as a result, there would be drift between the two. They're not in lockstep. And that's
but the
what they're
ether
trying
had to
show.
cause something in the interferometer, right?
Yeah, it would have to show an interference pattern that shows that it's not arriving at different times relative
Right.
to
By
the
what
different positions.
mechanism? By what's that? What is that causes that interference of the
They were
of the
thinking
laser?
that the rotation of the Earth causes it.
Motion? You're saying motion?
Yeah, the motion of the Earth, because for instance, at the equator, it's going to be spinning faster than north or whatever. So they assumed that the light coming from one area is going to be taking a longer path than light coming from another area if the ether was indeed motionless, and they didn't find that, so they said that the ether doesn't exist, when in reality they just assumed that the Earth was rotating, when that's not necessarily the case.
They assumed. Yeah, okay. That's right.
Well, hang on. Martin Gooseneck, he redid the Michelson-Morley interferometer, and he did it in the vertical, and he got 11.15 peaks at 180 degrees. It went clockwise. Then at another 180 degrees, it went counterclockwise. If you want to see that, I can send that to you.
So, no, just explain it to me. So he found different results depending on the direction?
Depending on the axis. So he had it vertical instead of horizontal. He didn't get no interference pattern in the horizontal, but he did in the vertical. So if you set it sideways.
By setting it sideways, are you referring to the actual interferometer, like the device, or?
No, the light. The light, it rotated clockwise and then counterclockwise at 180 degrees.
Yeah, post what you're talking.
Yeah. I'll get it.
To look into it.
I think it supports the magnetic fields or the ether one. I'll post.
All based on assumptions, The more you look into all these experiments, you're going to say, wait a minute, man. Okay, it could have been that, but maybe it was this.
Maybe just a phenomena that you observe on the experiment.
Yeah.
You know what's cool is they have a
SC, that's why, hold on a second. SC, that's why when you do a real scientific experiment, you have a null and you have a hypothesis, and then you have a null hypothesis. And they're going to be the antithesis. And they're going to be the antithesis of each other. So in the end, no matter what happens, you're definitely going to verify one of those things. And if you do an experiment and it doesn't tell you anything, you did not do a scientific experiment. You did something else.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better. There'll be no ambiguity at the end. It's either this
you'll either know that your null,
that.
You'll either know that your null came through or that the other one came through.
Exactly.
But I mean, this wasn't an experiment. What were they doing? Just looking for the ether, or what? Like, what were they doing in this? No one's claiming this is an experiment, right?
They are claiming it's an experiment, but it's nonsense. Yeah.
Well, which one did we validate or verify? The null or the regular hypothesis? The alternate hypothesis.
The null. But
the
issue is they assumed
it wasn't.
So the null is that that there will be no the null would be that there is no interference. And they showed that there was an interference because they assumed that the ether was, stationary and the Earth was rotating. So it was fucked from the beginning because their null hypothesis was set upon a premise that hasn't been proven. Because the same exact results would happen if they assumed that the Earth was not rotating.
I don't get it. What was that? What was the regular hypothesis that?
So the hypothesis was that if since the Earth is rotating, that's how they basically thought of it. Since the Earth is rotating,
it don't even make sense from the jump.
Yeah, if the
forget
ether,
it. Just forget it.
Starts off bull. Yeah.
That's why they call it a failure, because they want
You'd
to
have
show
to know
that
the Earth.
The test was to see either the Earth is rotating or is the ether that is rotating. No movement of the Earth was detected, so they validated the ether for 14 years until Einstein came out and said, no ether. Yeah, so ether was valid for 14 years. The Earth, instead the question should have been, is the Earth rotating? Yes or no? No, it wasn't cause and effect. You know,
that's just a what is.
The null in this questionnaire is not a hypothesis, and the null that they give the validity of it wasn't the opposite. Yeah, they because there wasn't detected any movement of the Earth, they attributed the movement to be of the ether. No cause and effect. Just an attempt to detect movement, which failed. You didn't detect any movement. So was it a failure?
I think it was a success. Because I certainly don't feel any movement. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, correct. I don't think it was a failure. It was a success. He didn't detect any movement of the Earth, which is what everyone agreed back then.
When they call it a failure, they just mean that it was a negative result. It showed the null hypothesis, and not like it failed to prove their alternate hypothesis. Because they hypothesized that, if the ether exists, then they'll have different results from, like, on the interferometer. There'll be an interference pattern. Whereas they showed that, there is no interference pattern. The light is coming at the same exact time, regardless of how you're measuring it. And so that's why they called it, like, a failure, because they failed to prove their hypothesis.
Yeah. They thought the ether was the carrier of the light force, right?
Yeah.
Which is exactly what Theora Apophis is saying now, but in a different way.
Look, I understand that you don't get no observed interference pattern in horizontal, but look at that video. Watch that video.
I'm looking at it.
Martin Guznik does get it in the vertical, though. He does get an interference pattern.
Thanks for posting that, by the way.
It's really interesting that I don't even know if Bob Glowbusters has looked at this. I might send that to him.
So the Michelson-Morley claim is that the ether does not exist. That's what the claim is after the experiment.
That's a misunderstanding of it.
Yeah, I think that's a misunderstanding of it. Correct.
No, it's the luminiferous ether, which is a completely different postulate from Tesla's or even Maxwellian.
Not really. It's just like that's a different understanding by other people. Luminiferous just means it's transmitting light.
The story, as it was told to me, and even today, everything I come across, it confirms the same story, even though I don't believe in it. Is that the ether was validated for those 14 years until Einstein came along.
That's not true.
Yeah, dude, you have a total
negative
revisionist.
Yeah, they considered it negative test result, like right off the bat, because it failed to show their alternative hypothesis, their hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't know where these guys get like this revisionist science history. Like they showed that there was no luminiferous ether. At least there was no.
I wouldn't say that. I would say they showed that there was no motionless ether on a rotating Earth, or vice versa.
They showed the aether wind did not interfere with the interferometer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about on the vertical?
They did it, they rotated the device itself. They did it at different times of the year.
Horizontally.
There's been experiments where people have done used interferometers like at different points of the Earth's orbit to try to discover this ether wind thing.
Yeah, and when you do it in the vertical, you get a interference pattern at 11.15 peaks at 180 degrees.
Go on, be more specific. How exactly?
Okay, I posted the video. I'll do it again. So at 180 degrees, you get a peak at 11.5. Hang on, let me post it again. And it goes clockwise, then counterclockwise. Now, I get it if it was just clockwise, that wouldn't be too much. But as soon as it stops and goes counterclockwise, then that's
Dave,
weird.
I'm popping his trim back on. Does it need to be cleaned before, or? Am I hot micing?
Jace, I highly recommend to watch that video.
I can't find my phone.
What is this video? How long is it? I can't watch like 2-hour long videos, but
it's not 2 hours. But I
Talk
can
it up, Jay. Yo, am I hot micing, guys?
Yeah, you're hot micing.
I can't find my phone. Oh, I found it. All right, sorry.
You're good.
Jeremy, you're hot mic.
I know. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Jeremy, go find your phone.
I found it. Thank you. Listen, you can't start with a fault your scientific experiment like that. Like, since we know the Earth is rotating.
Well,
it doesn't even compute.
If it's rotating,
what was your? What's that?
Unless we know the Earth is rotating.
If the Earth is rotating, you will be able to get a interference pattern in the horizontal and vertical. You should be able to get it both. Now,
you can never presume the nature of something and then set up the experiment in such a way as to have the outcome fall into your paradigm and expect to call that an experiment, dude. This is what science has done over and over again. This is why I always ask you guys, tell me one fucking thing that science has actually explained. Because this is the ultimate purpose of science.
So much
get to an
stuff,
explanation.
So
tell me
one
one thing.
What do you mean?
One of the first steps, right? One of the first steps when you're doing a thesis or you're doing a scientific experiment to write up in a journal, one of the first steps is to do a literature search, right? You got to figure out what's known about the topic that you're about to research into. Right.
And when you presume,
and you build off of
that you know the premise, the logical premises of what it is you're talking about, that's an issue because they've never explained magnetism, light, electricity, gravity, fields. I mean, nothing. They've only given you descriptions, mathematical based assertions to describe something, but not actually touching on the essence of what it is they're talking about through a logical explanation.
You're talking about scientific laws with the descriptions, but science explains stuff That's all it does is explain real science.
Science has never explained gravity. It's never explained light. It's never explained
Yeah, it has.
magnetism. No,
Yeah,
it
it has.
hasn't. That's why we're having
Yeah, it
this
has.
conversation right now. Particle wave duality is an abstract concept. That's not a fucking explanation.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. If you do real science the right way, you got your null and alternate, your null
What is
and your
science?
hypothesis.
What's
What is
science?
science?
What's the purpose of science?
I would say to figure out how nature works.
Right? Yeah, it's to get to an explanation, a valid one based in a logical assertion, not false fucking abstract concepts to reify the essence of something. That's what they've done.
I hear that. No, I hear that. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, they definitely fucking jacked science, and now they got pseudoscience, and they're claiming it as science. Absolutely.
Yeah. God damn it! I was supposed to
But
turn
real science, though, that'll definitely explain you something.
original denotative science, like Aristotelian Neoplatonic science, not this fucking pseudo fucking nonsense.
Well, I mean, the thing Jace gets it pretty close to actual science. He knows an experiment is a hypothesis test. You do search in literature to make sure that you don't waste a lot of funding or money to do something that's already been done, or it's not.
Do you think peer review is subjective or objective?
It's totally subjective. I mean, you're dealing with people in the field that already agree to this stuff. They don't. I don't think any peer review even gets experimented on. Do they do experiments in peer review, Jace?
For sure
Should
they
be
do.
objective. You should be objective. The peer review should be other people in the same field trying to prove it wrong or to validate.
Yeah, but I don't think
So
they
if you
do that
establish the
proving it
cause of
wrong or
something,
validate.
if you establish this is the cause of that, yeah. Now, even though I can go and prove that this causes that, I can also try to prove that something else also causes that. So if I establish that something else also causes that, you haven't established the cause of that. If there's more than one cause, that means you haven't done your job properly. That's what peer review should mean. And nowadays means consensus.
Yeah, no question. It should be objective. Definitely, they should be doing the experiments. I don't think that gets done though. I don't think they do the experiments. Maybe sometimes, definitely not all the time. It's even some of the experiments aren't even real experiments. They'll have experiments with independent variables you can't manipulate or just.
You need a systematic experimentation in order to be science.
I hear you.
Well, they're throwing time as an independent, like crazy stuff like that.
If that's all you have, like you could do time. You could say, all right, it takes this long for this to happen. But if that's all you have in the end, you don't have anything. Like if you want to say stars moving through the sky, have an independent variable. It takes this long for stars to move. The time length or whatever. It's like, all right, then what? You got nothing else. You got nothing.
How are you going to manipulate the stars?
I know. Somebody
Not a
tried to
planet.
use that on me before. I was just using that as an example of what they do to.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if your experiment all it has is time, and then there's nothing else to it, you don't have anything backing that up or nothing. That's trash. It's like a measurement. It just tells you how long something took. It's nothing.
Then you have the co-shows that think time is matter. It's real.
Physical, yeah, they're bugging with the word physical. You gotta have some kind of physical attribute for something to be physical, That whole list QE spits got mass, momentum, charge. You know the list.
And then they'll say, look, I'm traveling at this speed. Look at my clock. Something is wrong with it. Ooh, I'm bending space-time. I'm going faster or slower than the other. What? That means that there's something wrong with the device. The device of reading time is reading time wrong. You're not manipulating time itself. That's nonsense.
That's one of my favorite things to make fun of them when they say time dilation. Oh man, yeah.
I must have a black hole in my kitchen because my the fridge and my microwave, the clock on my microwave, it's always out of sync of my wall clock. So it might be maybe a black hole or something like that interfering with the times. I don't know which one I should go for by, this time or that time. Anyway, how much time is in a cubic meter of space? Anyone?
Ask Kosho, remember that question, and Brenda when they come in.
But it's not as good as my new question now. I mean, I only asked once. It's my new number one question now. You guys ready? You guys heard it already, some of you today. How many angles on a sphere? That's definitely my favorite new question. Because, after all, we have spherical triangles, so obviously angles need to be on a sphere. Too delicate subject, I see. Okay. All right, we'll change it. What happened? Did the Russians shut down the satellite or something?
Yeah, I'm almost off work. I had to fucking wash the truck and all sorts of fun shit. I'll be back here in a minute talking shit, George, about your work.
What? It's Saturday. Shabbat Shalom, man.
Oh, yeah. Shekels and all that stuff to you too. What's Shabbat again? Is that like the time when you fast or whatever? Forgot you were Jewish, George.
No,
Sorry.
man. I don't know. I'm not Jewish, man. I'm just wishing you Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, okay. Is that a good thing or is that like some kind of hateful thing?
No, man. It's a good thing, man. It's the end of the week is the time for you to get the strings for the next week, as far as I understand.
What's shalom mean?
Like I said, I'm not Jewish. I don't speak Hebrew now. But it's a positive thing.
Is it positive if you're Jewish? What if you're like going?
You talking?
Yeah, it is.
It's just like a greeting. Like, hello, hey, greeting. Hey, Dyslow, have you heard of the of a parabolic cooker?
A parabolic cooker.
Yeah.
Parabolic cooker. Nope.
So it's like a
I
little.
heard of that.
Yeah,
It's like a. Go ahead.
It's like a dish shape reflector to pinpoint the sun's rays to cook.
Oh yeah, they made that a long time ago. That's I forget what they call it, but they put those on ships back in the day to reflect the sunlight, and they called it a. Forget what they called it, but essentially they could put other ships ablaze using this weapon.
They actually use it to. They actually use it in energy production today. They'll have a field of them, right, and it'll all be focusing the light onto one spot on a tower in the middle, and it'll like heat liquid up, and then do the make electricity.
You know what's interesting? You can utilize that to see if the moonlight is cold and would freeze water.
Yeah, I mean that's worth a shot. Yeah, focus a bunch of moonlight into one spot. I try a Fresnel lens, a bunch of parabolic mirrors, a whole bunch of stuff. Because Fresnel lens will do the same shit. One of those parabolic mirrors will do, I think, even better.
A parabolic mirror? Interesting.
Or the parabolic cooker thing. Or a mirror, whatever. That's essentially what it is. But the Fresnel lenses, I've seen them melt like pots and shit. Like they'll melt metals.
That'd be wild.
I think they can melt a rock with a Fresnel lens.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, that'd be wild, groundbreaking. If you can pinpoint the sun, like you could take the moon's rays and control it into one center or one point and freeze water.
Dude, that would change the air conditioning industry forever. Like you wouldn't even need air conditioning at that point. I mean, that's if moonlight's even cold.
Right. It's just a supposition. But the thing is, it would be quite difficult to do it with the moon because you got humidity that's around. How would you be able to control for the sun? Well,
you do it when the sun's not out.
Sure, but still, the humidity, the temperatures of the sun will still be roughly around. Well, if it just gets cold though, and like.
Yeah, but if you're focusing the moonlight, if you have some kind of, parabolic mirror or Fresnel lens or something where you could actually focus the moonlight onto one spot, if you took like 10 Fresnel lenses and that might not work. Never mind.
I got 4 Fresnel lenses.
I got like 20 of them. They're those little tiny ones though, emergency survival kits. You can start a little fire with it.
Oh, you do have one? Hey, Brian's. When you have time, when you're out, take one of those and see if you can focus the moon's light and cool water off.
How big is your Fresnel lens, Brian? Size matters. Brian, how big is your Fresnel lens?
I got size TVs, so I think they range from like 30 to probably 42 or something. I don't know exactly the size.
That's big, yeah.
They all come off big screen TVs, projector TVs, old ones.
Yeah, that's dope. You should throw one of them out there during a full moon or something. Try to Try to get some temperature readings because I mean, I've never seen them test done right though. You got to use something. You got to use something where the thing that's
I don't know if it'll
you
work.
gotta have
I'll try it though.
Yeah, do
You
it.
gotta have.
Do it, Brian.
You gotta
I
have.
know this.
Hold on a second. You gotta have one. I've never seen these tests done right. I'm telling you how to do it right. You gotta have the thing that's blocking the moonlight. You gotta
I'll
have
do
it
it,
be
but
way
I think
or not. It doesn't matter.
I
You
know
never
this.
listen
I've already
anyways,
checked.
Brian. I always tell you how to do shit. You never listen.
Yeah, I do, man. But I'm doing.
I'm doing me.
You cut out,
The
Brian.
infrared fucking detector thing that shows everything in different colors. But it's definitely warmer in moonlight. But I haven't tried the Fresnel lens. I'll try it tonight or tomorrow night.
All right, yeah. Hey, Brian, let me know. I'm really curious on that.
Yo, when you have your control object that's not in moonlight, make sure that the thing that's blocking the moonlight is dumb far away. Like you don't want no kind of thermal heat gathering, blocking the thermal heat coming off the thing that you're trying to keep out of the moonlight. So make sure that shit's dumb far away.
Yeah, I'll do that. But when you look at it, everywhere with a thermal camera, everywhere in shade is darker, is like a redder or oranger or yellower. And shit that's colder is bluer and greener. And if you look at it with a thermal imager or a thermal camera, I want to say, it's every part of shade, every shade without exception is fucking
Where's your
is
pants?
redder.
Where's your pants? I'm gonna go put that trim up. Okay. You alright? What's with the face? You got a face. You just got a face going. No face? Hmm?
Not like my eyes. I'm tired. Yeah, I've got to fix something.
Yeah, Brian, for real, I definitely want to know what results you get.
Jeremy, you're hot cocking.
You know what would be? I wonder if you're
Yay.
say if you boil hot water, right, and put the cup, get 2 cups that are like 8-ounce glass or 16-ounce glass. Put a boiling one away from the test, and then boil them both at same temperature, like 120 degrees, give or take. Put one to the left, and then the one to the right with that lens that you have, and see which one gets colder faster, with the moonlight or just with average entropy, if you will, without the moonlight. I don't know how you can control for that though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't remember. It seems like I remember doing that already, but I couldn't. I set the Fresnel lens up on a pot of water, but the moon kept moving and shit. I come back out just a couple minutes later and shit. I didn't try it very hard, It was just something I was doing personally. I never really talked about it with anybody, but like I said, I looked at everything, and everywhere in the shade was every piece of shade is definitely fucking warmer. But I don't. To me, if I remember right, which I will still do this, but it seems like solids work better or easier to show. Like even I think leather, showed the biggest difference of like a few degrees. Leather and fucking. But I'll try it with all kinds of shit. But I'll do the water. But even if
Get
the
the
water
Fresnel
doesn't
lens.
work,
Whatever you do, get the Fresnel lens on it and pay attention this time to keep it, in line with the moon and shit.
yeah, that's what I have to do.
I doubt you'd even get my nipple hard with that.
The cold moonlight would actually be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Like a real one, not the silly ones about the atmosphere.
Yeah, you definitely got to do that, Brian.
You get a Nobel Prize for shit like that, right, Jace?
Yeah, if you show that the second law of thermodynamics isn't valid in a time-symmetric system, you would definitely get a Nobel Prize.
It's like $1 million, bro. Physics for physics, it's like $1 million, ain't it? 2 million?
Yeah, I think it's $1 million they get for them.
There you go, Bri.
I mean, I don't even know,
$1
dude.
million
I'm forgetting I'm forgetting why I stopped doing it, dude. I don't. It doesn't sound like me to give up so easy. It wasn't like 4 years ago, but I don't know if I could even focus the fucking moon's light with the Fresnel lens. I'm not sure it even worked. But I don't want to jump the gun and say that for sure. And I definitely will try it. And
You'd probably have to wait. You'd
You
probably
should
have to
go
wait
over
till a full
density.
moon. You gotta wait till you get a full moon, dude. Probably.
Or just make a parabolic cooker out of cardboard and aluminum foil. Make it big. It's not that
I don't
hard. All
think
you got.
aluminum foil is reflective enough, Don.
What's
What are
worth
you
it?
trying to do?
Pinpoint this the moon's light to see if it will freeze water.
Hold on. You could use some kind of reflective tape, but the best ideal thing to do would be to have a whole bunch of
No, it won't.
parabolic. The best thing to do would be to have a whole bunch of parabolic dishes reflecting the sunlight onto one spot, and then have a Fresnel lens on the other side also focusing the moonlight on that same exact item or whatever. That would have like probably during a full moon. That's where you probably get the greatest effect.
So you guys are looking for the cold frequency that I was saying? The frequency of cold?
Oh yeah, DMOC discusses
That's basically what
everything.
you're looking for, the frequency of cold.
Did I heard properly? You're trying to freeze something with the
moonlight.
temperature of the moonlight.
Yes, with a parabolic cooker or that lens.
You
That
know,
Brian.
They're trying to see if it's colder, or, if it gets colder or hot.
I'm sure you know what temperature is required to freeze anything. No.
Well, depending on your elevation. Depending on your elevation.
You think you're going to achieve those temperatures with the moonlight?
It's a supposition.
They're just trying to see if something can get colder with, if moonlight's cold or not.
I think at elevation, if you're in the Appalachian Mountains, it might be. You might have.
So yeah, it does think that. I guess it's a better asked question. What device would be required to convert light into minus temperatures?
Well, I know a parabolic cooker will center the sun and boil water up to about 700 degrees. Well, I mean, to do it with the moon's light, I mean, I don't even know if this has been done before. Well,
Hey, Gummy, can you talk here at all?
Yeah.
So, if I set up a pendulum, how would I know that I'd eliminated all the the margins of error, all the error, things that could cause error? How would I know that?
All the variables.
Well, I mean, there's different ways for there's the different things that you can verify in different ways. Like, for example, you can verify that there's no electromagnetism that's doing this by using. No, but it's an example by measuring with a Gauss meter.
Use the ones I gave. Use the ones we
Okay, let's see. Let me just scroll up to so I see the exact ones you gave.
So air currents.
Okay, so air currents. Well, on one hand, you can measure air currents. It's a measurable physical thing. But even then, in order for it to be caused by air currents, the air currents would have to travel in some sort of like cycloidal nature, almost like a vortex, in order for it to continuously turn it around, processing it. And that's just not logically happening. And if it was, it would be measurable. Do you not agree?
Well, has anybody done that and measured it? That would be the question.
You don't think that when people set up a Foucault's pendulum, they would have measured if there's any noticeable air currents?
Well, have they? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I mean, you've seen one, so did they show you how they measured it?
If they showed me how they measured the precession or how they measured
so
air currents.
How they measured air current. How did they account for air currents? Did they say anything about that, keeping it at a certain temperature or anything like that?
No. But like I said, if it was air current,
if somebody doesn't mention it, you assume they haven't done it. That's what I would.
Yeah, but on a logical basis, if
on a
air
logical
currents,
basis,
on a logical basis, deductively, if air currents were the cause, it would require a consistent vortex nature air current in order for it to continuously precess in the entire circle at a specific rate continuously. This is illogical to happen within this room.
And to always be there.
And to always be doing so, and to be immeasurably doing so. This is just illogical.
Well, not really. Not if you consider how a room's set up. The swinging of the pendulum itself would cause some kind of vortices.
Okay, so let's say that is true.
I mean, the pendulum itself, the ball of the pendulum. I don't know which way you call that. The weight. I mean, that would have
the bob.
I mean, if you ever kicked a football or anything like that, it just it moves all over the place, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's because a football isn't a heavy weight that's moving in a periodic fashion. It's being kicked around. There's a difference. And the thing is, with the argument of air currents, in the argument of air currents, okay, let's say that it is possible for a room to be set up in such a manner where you get this vortex-like air current, which I already doubt, but let's say it's possible. The fact is, a Foucault's pendulum has been set up in so many different kinds of rooms, in so many different kinds of air.
Okay, so let's consider how you swing it. I mean,
how you swing it.
When you ask the guy how he swings it, I mean, were we talking like 100 out of 100 times it does exactly as it says, or what sort of percentage?
So
success are we getting?
So when you set it up and get it working, get it set up, of course you might get some problems that you'd have to figure out. But once it's been figured out, made sure that the ball bearing and all the friction and all of that is sorted, then the way that I've been told is the most the way to not introduce any kind of bias in either direction is by doing it with a fire. You attach the lead ball or the weight. You hold it off to the side, attach it with a rope, and then you burn the little rope or string or whatever is holding it, and that will introduce zero bias.
Yeah, what I asked you was what percentage of the time of swings actually produce the desired result?
Once the pendulum has been set up correctly, all the time.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. If you started off correctly, like I said, using the rope and the burning the rope, it would not be starting off with any bias. And also, if it started off with any bias, do you not reckon that within, say, one full precession of, say, 28 hours, that kind of bias would dissipate? You don't believe that would be true?
Well, that doesn't swing for that long. It's got an electronic thing which pushes it, so it pushes it.
It pushes it in the motion
when we're talking about, we're not talking about ones which are pushed around by an electronic pusher.
Oh,
we're talking about one that's just let to swing on its own for about, I don't know however long it swings for.
So we're avoiding them because they prove what you said to be wrong.
No, we're avoiding them because they're pushed by an electric thing.
They're only pushed in the direction of the pendulous motion, not the precession.
Right.
Okay. Well, if you think that Foucault used an electric pusher, then that's fine.
The fancy thing about science is we don't have to care about what Foucault did originally. We can reproduce it and do it our own way and see that it works.
It's not
still.
reproducing it, is it? That's not reproducing it, doing it and doing it your own way is contradictory.
No, so I'm talking about reproducing the phenomena of a precession appearing out of seemingly nowhere.
If you're pushing it with if you've got an electronic pusher, that adds too much bias in, I'm afraid.
So
And
you're
there's no need
saying
for it.
that if we add something that pushes in one direction and it still precesses in a totally perpendicular direction, that's caused by the by the magnet? That's just not logical.
I'm just saying if you're pushing it, there's too much. Just pushing it is not swinging. That's not swinging a pendulum. That's not swinging a pendulum. It's simple as that.
Well, if I'm pushing my kid,
that's not a pendulum swinging.
Okay, well, if I'm pushing my kid on a swing and I'm standing there pushing in the one direction, and all of a sudden they fly off to the left, I wouldn't say that was my fault for pushing them straight. That was something different that made them fly to the left. I'm pushing them straight.
Very small.
Why is it flying to the left?
Okay, we're talking about very small things. That wouldn't be that. We're talking about minuscule forces, and if you think that that's okay, that's fine. I'm not going to discuss it with you, but I think that for me, a fair pendulum is one that's swinging freely, not.
All right. Well, it is true then that even with one that swings freely without an electromagnet, they show the same kind of precession.
Hey, if it was stationary,
So
if the Earth
that's
was
curious
stationary,
as well.
if the Earth was stationary, what would the pendulum do?
Would depend on if you add in some sort of swirling ether into the mix, but if it was stationary with no swirling ether, it would not precess.
So what would it do?
It would not precess.
So it would do what?
A normal pendulous motion with no precession.
Meaning what? What's the normal motion? What would it do?
A normal back and forth, continuous back and forth.
So why can't you just say that? Why do you keep telling me what it would not do? So it would just go straight back and forth, right?
That's why I've said multiple times, yes?
No, you just kept saying what it wouldn't do. So, okay, so if the Earth was stationary, the pendulum would just go back and forth.
Sure.
Okay, well, the problem with that is the very mechanism that the pendulum uses is designed to be inclined towards some type of circular motion. Did you not know that?
Okay, so now we're going into conspiracy theory that the pendulum was created.
Even though your claim, Gami, that's why.
That the pendulum was created to turn.
So you agree if there's a swirling ether, then
classic anti-flat earther.
Or so you said if there's a swirling ether, then it would cause the precession?
So that's what I said, is if you want to add some sort of swirling ether, then that could account for the precession, but we'd have to talk more into that direction then.
Okay, but you agree though that if there was a swirling ether, it'd cause a precession?
If somehow there was a swirling ether that perfectly vortexed around the pendulum, then yes, that would cause that. But there are some logical inconsistencies within that argument. But yes.
Let's hear it.
Well, for example, it would require it to be vortexing around every location perfectly at the same time, which isn't physically possible.
No, a vortex
by geometry.
A vortex is around the whole Earth, and then whatever matter displaces the ether, then there's a vortexual manifestation relative to that matter. Okay. This is like ether 101.
Each moving thing has their own vortex of ether.
Sorry, go ahead.
Saying where my concerns are, Gummy. Can I just finish off?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just finish. So the reason I'm concerned is there was a experiment done, or so-called experiment done on the South Pole, where they found a very cool hallway. And they set up a pendulum and they swung it. And the first time they said, it works, and it actually went the wrong way. So they adjusted it, and then it went the right way, but not as much as they wanted it to. And then the third time they got it to go as much as they process as they wanted it to, anti-clockwise and whatever percentage in the amount of time. So and that they called that science, and they said, well, that proves that it works. And
well, yeah, the way you presented it just now, yes, that would be a very biased way.
Yeah, well, you can read it up. It's quite easy to find. It's I'll give you a link. I mean, you just Google.
But so the thing is,
and see if it's different to what I said it was.
But even if, say, everything you just said is true, sure, that would discredit that one instance of this being done. But it's been done many times by people that aren't doing that same method of biased science or
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it,
Well,
where they
don't know
get a
have you heard
reasonable
about
result.
people at the equator with their little pots of water?
Sorry, what?
Have you heard about people at the equator with their pots of water and they spin them round? So they
Well, yeah,
rotate
that's
one
just
way.
it's just a party trick they do for money.
Yeah. And do you and these these museums, are they free? You don't have to answer that.
I've been to a museum where that is free admission, and there's a focal pendulum there.
Yeah. Taxpayers
But
pay money.
well, yeah, nothing's fully free in a capitalistic nature, in a capitalistic society.
Nor in a communist society, no. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Just to get your opinion on that.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So it doesn't actually prove the Earth is spinning. You're just assuming that's the cause, right?
It would be the only current logical explanation for why this happens. You're welcome to present another one that logically explains this and is scientifically verifiable, but no such explanation has been given, and therefore I will stick to this one because it seems to work out very well.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. You guys can never answer questions.
Because I answered way more than your question.
No, you're being dishonest.
I answer your question, and every future question you would have attempted to do a gotcha with.
No, I asked you a simple question. So, under your own admission, it doesn't actually prove that that's the cause. You're just saying there's a correlation, and you are assuming that's the cause, correct?
Well, you can't say that he didn't answer and say on your own admission, because if he admitted himself, then he would have answered your question, right?
It seems like you're lost. So I'm talking about what he said about 5 minutes ago when I was talking to him. So maybe you should pay attention before jumping in with your virtue signaling.
You're bad about that.
I think you were accidentally interrupting me, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Yeah. Well.
So
yeah, earlier
it is true.
He said unless you say something about a vortex movement in the ether or swirling ether, which means what he's saying inadvertently admitting that, well, there could be other explanations. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. So the way science works isn't that, oh, I now have 100% proof that this is what is happening. It is showing that comparatively, there's no other method of explaining this by current known science. And that is true.
Yeah.
There's no other way of explaining this with current known science. And if you want to present an alternative that works and is testable, and that makes more and better predictions than our current model, you're welcome to win that Nobel Prize.
Why don't you
but
hold
until
your
you do
same,
that,
why don't you hold your side to the same standard? So can you please scientifically prove and verify that it's the spin of the Earth?
I just told you why it's not about proving, and now you just went back to saying, why doesn't your side prove? Did you not listen to any of the things I just said?
You just now said that I had to scientifically verify and demonstrate that it was something else. How about you do that with your side?
Do you see the difference between scientifically scientifically verify and to prove something?
Do you see how you're
Can
trying
you
to divert away from the
scientifically
fact that I'm
verify?
destroying you?
Yeah. Can you scientifically verify Earth is rotating?
Sure.
Why are you trying to dodge it? You're dodging it.
Okay, well, you definitely can't beg the question and say pendulum, so what do you got?
You can verify that no other explanation for this currently exists.
That's not true. So the thing that is true is if we assume the pendulum consistently precesses at the same rate, which it objectively does it, and every anti-flat earther in the corner of the internet that says that is just a liar. But we'll just pretend that it does consistently precess at the exact rate it's supposed to, which it literally objectively 100% does not do that. It literally objectively doesn't do that. But if we say that it does, all that shows us is that there's a correlation with latitude, right?
Which is enough to show.
You would expect.
That's predicted.
That's enough to show. If it's so here's this magical thing.
You guys can't answer closing questions because you're liars.
If it follows the latitude, not only follows the latitude where the closer to the equator, the longer the period is, or the closer to the North Pole, for example, the shorter the period is, but it also inverts right around the equator and then approaches it in the opposite manner towards the South Pole. This is impossible on a flat-shaped object.
Not only that, but it also would follow a sine function.
You guys can answer simple questions.
It's not just splitting. It's not just flipping as it crosses the equator, but it also would follow a sine function. which is very
All right, we're gonna-
specific and makes it a stronger evidence for Earth's rotation.
All right, we're gonna go right back to the first question that you guys can answer. This is the closed-ended question. Let's see if you guys can try and be intellectually honest for once in your life. Okay, so all we actually know is there's a correlation with latitude, assuming that it is a consistent precession. Correct? Yes or no?
That is not all we have. No.
Okay, what else do we have except for correlation with latitude?
Depends.
I didn't even understand the question.
Of course you didn't.
That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
Can you stop making like a personal? How do you call it?
Add-ons?
Provocations?
It's not. Let me define
Provocation.
ad. So an ad hom.
Yeah,
is when you're arguing
every between like two sentences.
I think you accidentally
like,
interrupt me, but it's okay. I forgive you, man.
Makes another one to try to like annoy
Okay.
or something. Like,
Okay, so ad
makes
homs
some,
are
like
when
small personal. I didn't say at home. Like make some small and irrelevant personal claims in the middle of all the other claims,
No,
and
I'm
that's
point-
very annoying.
I'm
And it
pointing
sounds
out
like
that
you're
you're
doing that on
objectively
purpose.
being dishonest. So every time I ask a closing
Like this
question,
one.
see,
Like
you're
this one.
interrupting a lot.
Right
But there's
there.
only one reason that someone. There's only one
Yeah, I
reason.
mean, someone
that you would
is
have
trying to have
impulse-
an honest conversation. Wouldn't have to do
Oh
that.
my god! See, the dishonest person has to interrupt the other person and fundy mute them, right?
See, you did it again.
Because
You
you're
don't have to-
interrupting me.
It doesn't make me dishonest just because
It
I
does.
interrupt you once.
No, all of you guys are
Oh,
consistently.
you said it does in the
There
middle
you
of my
go.
sentence, so it just interrupted me. Also,
There you
like
go.
we keep interrupting each other. That's something like kind of expected to happen once or twice during the conversation. But every time it happens, then you bring up dishonesty, lying. You start doing all those personal attacks that are completely irrelevant to the discussion, and it sounds like you're doing that to piss the other person off.
Okay, see, so even though you had interrupted me to say all that, I still let you finish. And whenever I'm talking and then get interrupted and then I end up interrupting back, that's because you're the one that interrupted. I'll ask the question again. It's a closed-ended question. If we are assuming that the precession is in fact consistent, right, then what we have is a correlation with latitude. Yes or no?
You can reduce it to call it that. Sure.
Well, is there anything else that we have?
Would you think that most all cause and effect relationships are correlative?
Is correlation the same as causation?
No, but that's not my question. Are cause and effect relationships correlative?
Yeah, but correlation is different than
Well,
causation.
okay then. So you can't just get correlation and say,
I didn't. That's called a straw man.
So
Okay,
you're
maybe you should go on
asking
mute.
is all we have correlation? And I'm saying we do have correlation, but there's some additional thing.
Like what?
Well, I think we have to agree on the basis of the correlative nature before we get into that, to be honest with you.
Okay, there's nothing else. You're being dishonest. If there's nothing else, then go ahead and say what else there is.
If you would like to claim that, that is fine. But
I
until
actually-
you can
Again, he called
show
it dishonest.
until you can show that you understand the correlative nature, I'm not going to get into the rest of it.
I already.
That is my opinion.
You think I don't understand your religion, dude? Wait, be
Yes,
honest.
I know you don't quite understand our model completely because you continuously show that you have a misunderstanding of it.
So you think I don't understand your claim? You think I don't understand your claim about pendulums? Is that your honest opinion?
To the fullest extent, yes, that is my opinion.
Well, it's really
You
simple.
understand some of it. That's the problem. You believe it is completely simple, and that is the problem.
Yeah, so what you believe is that the correlation with latitude is because of the spin of the Earth, right? So that's pretty simple.
And again, you can reduce it to that if you want to explain it that way, but that is not all it is.
Okay, what else is it?
How many times do I have to say it? I don't think you're ready for the conversation of what else it is until you can agree on the very basis of the correlative nature of it.
I'm the one that brought the correlative nature up, bud.
Exactly, but you still don't seem to quite understand it, and therefore, why should I continue talking and expand on it when you can't get the basic of it right?
Okay, well then you go on mute. Does anyone else know what else there is? Is there anything else other than the correlation with latitude?
I believe that would not be a very moderating thing to do in here. A very fair moderating
Well,
thing to do.
you keep saying that I don't understand things when I've already clearly demonstrated that a 5-year-old could understand it, and I asked you keep on contending that it's not the only thing. So then I say, oh, okay. Well, if you disagree with my claim that it's just the correlation of latitude, then what else is there? And that's been 5 times now, and every single time you say,
No, every time I've said that I do have additionals, but I don't think we should get into that because you haven't shown to understand the basics yet.
Does anyone else know the additionals that he's such a genius, but he has to keep hidden?
Yeah, Gummy, why don't you just say the information? You know, it's not really relevant what he does or doesn't know or what you think he may or may not understand. That seems like a cop-out and some kind of a psychological assumption of what you think he may or may not know as a cop-out for your inability to actually just put the information down. So why don't you just put the information forward? There's a listening audience, so it's not just him as well. There's other people. So if you have information, why don't you actually just offer that information instead of trying to claim that you think he doesn't understand something?
I can if someone asked it in a very honest manner, but he has not done so. But you have, so I will give you it.
Oh, I'll do it. Master. Oh, Master, can you please share your information with us? Thank you.
Okay. So additionally, it is not just that we have measures of the latitude and therefore it's correlative in that manner. We have also tested in what's the word? I'm sorry. In I forgot the word, but in a way of ruling out the causes for this by testing different things like different air conditions, testing the electromagnetic conditions, testing the shape of the room conditions and similar things to verify that it clearly is something that seems to depend purely on latitude and not such things like air currents or the room shape or what material the weight is made out of. So
it is
it's
purely
not
the
just
correlation.
correlation. And if that's what you want to reduce that to, go ahead, but that was very dishonest of you.
Well, what you just said was
I
that
think
you
he's-
control variables to prove that it's solely latitude, which is what I said. It was solely correlation with latitude. So you're being dishonest right now.
No, he's not being dishonest. He's just wrong. I think he's wrong on this one because and stop calling everyone dishonest just because you disagree with them or you think they're wrong. That's not how an honest conversation should go.
So Bacon, you believe
attacking.
Yeah. So Bacon, you believed I said something that was incorrect. Could you substantiate
Yeah.
that, please?
Yeah, I think your examples show that it keeps showing that it's correlated to the latitude alone, just like Witzit said. Isolating other variables like air currency or whatever else wouldn't stop making it wouldn't stop showing that this is correlated to the latitude. So I don't think this would address what Witzel was asking.
Thank you. See, that was honest. I'm not trying to personally attack you, man. I'm just saying.
I also think I was honest, but I think he was wrong. I don't have to call people dishonest when it's.
Yeah, I'm trying to clear that up.
That
I'm
is
not trying to personally attack you, and I'm not trying to personally attack him
Always
by
sounds
saying
like
it's. I know, so I'm trying to clear it up. I'm not trying to personally attack you when I say dishonest. I'm just alluding to the nature of the conversation, like an intellectually dishonest argument. I don't mean that he's a liar personally or anything like that.
That's what he means. So if you don't mean that, stop using this term because that's very personally.
Okay, I'll be more specific. It's intellectually dishonest tactic.
Well, it would still imply that he's being dishonest.
Anyway, so the point is that we have solely a correlation with latitude. Okay, so it's pretty simple. Now the next step is to figure out why is there a correlation to latitude, right?
Yes.
I think if that correlation follows the sine function, it makes it a stronger evidence that's actually Earth's rotation because that would be the correlation we would expect if the Earth was rotating.
Right. Well, I certainly understand that you have an explanation for the correlation. That's the debate.
But it's not just about the correlation. It's also by the way it correlates.
Well, sine is just a number. It's a number from 0 to 1 that modifies 15 degrees from 15 degrees down to 0. That's all. The reason for that could be many things. It could be flat, and the substance of space itself, aka the ether, could be swirling stronger toward the center, less strongly toward the outer perimeter. And that could give you the latitude correlation if latitudes are circles that are centered at the North Pole or something like that. That's another way to explain it right there.
But now you'd also require it to so it would first need to be stronger towards the edges, so both towards the North Pole and the South. It would also require it to switch directions around the equator and locally be unchanging.
Well, you'd probably have a strong
Why don't you guys do it with a feather, man?
toward the outer part. What was that?
I'm sure if they do it with a feather, you know, if you attach a feather to a string and you swing it back and forth, I mean, I'm sure you're going to have an even greater detection of rotation, no?
Well, no, because the method of detection is by using inertia, by using the fact that this mass does not want to move within free space in the way that Earth
Yeah, but the feather is just swinging back and forward.
Yeah,
like
but the
pendulum
problem
would.
is
we know that the pendulums they don't precess, though.
Yeah,
You know that.
the thing is, a feather has a very low amount of inertia, and it would not be good at detecting something that is a detection of inertia. So
high
no, that would
surface
be
area.
incorrect.
I mean, it not only has less inertia,
What
but
about the
it also
what
has
about
more.
what about the ping pong ball or something like that?
Like I said, we need something with high inertia because this is a measure of resistance to acceleration.
So a ping pong ball doesn't have that.
It has inertia, but not a high amount of it, and therefore small fluctuations, like air currents, will affect it hugely, and that is what we want to avoid.
So
It
you're
doesn't
saying
have a high amount of inertia. What would be the minimum amount of inertia? I didn't know that inertia would measure in amount, but
So there's no minimum amount of inertia, but it is a
you just said
relation.
there is because a ping pong ball wouldn't
I'm
be
about to
suitable.
finish. I'm about to finish. There's no such thing as a minimum amount. It is a relation where the higher the inertia, the more sure you are that there aren't alternative causes for the motion, because they get essentially overpowered.
You get less noise.
Yeah, exactly. You get less noise.
So you're saying the more inertial and more heavy the object, the less likely wind is to be a factor blowing the light ping pong ball, which has very little inertia or something like that? Are you saying the heavier the object, the more likely you are to be accurate in the measurement or something?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we know that for example, air currents, they don't push heavier things with more force. They push bigger things with more force. And so if we have something that's the same size but has more inertia, well, that means that air currents will have a smaller effect on the outcome of its motion. So yes, having something with a higher inertia means that the effect of air current will become smaller within the totality of its movement.
Because they say that it should be 15 times the sine of the latitude, going from 15 degrees down to 0 or something like that. But there's a couple explanations that are possible for that, even for the reversal of clockwise, counterclockwise toward the equator. If space is a moving, flowing substance anchored at the equator or something like that, or at some sort of pole, it would fan out, have a stronger pull toward the center, a weaker pull toward the outer perimeter, and possibly even reverse with worlds and counter worlds, just like you see in
yeah, but hold on a second. If we continue feeding this conversation and all of a sudden we change the focal pendulum for an airplane, you're going to tell us that there is no deviation because everything is going together, the air with the earth. But in this case of the focal pendulum, you're not saying that everything is going together. I mean,
So the reason for this is because with the focal pendulum, you have it isolated within a room, and it is moving along its path where it's inert. I'm about to finish.
What about the inertia of the airplane?
Yes, I will get there to let me speak. So the inertia will keep it will attempt to keep it within its inertial path. Now, for the airplane, it is not isolated. It's got lots of different forces acting upon it, like wind, which is the biggest thing that will affect the airplane. So while an
Is
airplane
the
has
airplane inertial or not?
inertia, while the
Is the
airplane
airplane
has
inertial or not?
inertia, yes, an airplane has inertia. All mass has inertia. That is by definition. While it
I'm
has
not asking if the
inertia,
airplane is.
wind.
No, I'm asking if it's inertial.
What do you mean by inertial? Inertial
Is traveling overhead on a straight path, like the pendulum.
If it's following inertial
neither of
path,
them.
it is.
Yeah, neither
What
of
do you mean,
them
neither of
is.
them? No. You said the pendulum requires inertia
If
in
you're not
order
gonna let,
to see this deflection. Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you. What about the airplane?
if you're not gonna let me finish my sentences, none of my responses will make sense.
Go on, Gummy. Say what.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is, you wouldn't say that they are inertial, because when you say the word inertial, usually when you say inertial, you at least to me that means you're talking about its frame of reference, its movement. An inertial movement is a non-accelerating movement, which is not what we're dealing with. We are dealing with accelerating movement. So I wouldn't say that either of them are inertial, but they both have properties of inertia.
We're not talking about the same thing, I'm sure.
I'm quite sure.
I'm sure we're not, because for Coriolis you need two different reference frames, one inertial, one not inertial, and you didn't touch base in that yet. Yeah, actually, you are rejecting that. Yeah, because your pendulum is meant to be, like you said, inertial, swinging back and forward. Yeah. What is
So
meant to be non-inertial is the observer or the dominoes, yeah, on the ground, that the pendulum is supposed to knock them down. Thing is that when it comes to the airplane, you say there is no deviation because everything travels together. But when it comes to the pendulum, you want to say that the pendulum is doing something that pendulums don't do. They don't process. They swing back and forward. So
okay,
you need to have a stand. Either you are in one side or the other side. You cannot have both.
Okay, so first of all, you ended your sentence by saying that pendulums do not precess. Well, that is a phenomena that we have observed many times over. So if you're denying that the phenomena even exists to begin with, I think you should talk about denying the evidence that it's there rather than talking about why it might be happening in
Will
the
you
first
cite
place.
it? Will you cite the evidence so we can deny it? Will you cite the evidence of the pendulum precessing below the equator, please? Will you cite the actual data?
I am not going to give you any data right now, Witsa.
Have you ever actually seen it?
I have seen a pendulum moving, yes.
Have you ever seen
Precessing,
the
rather.
actual data?
I have, but that is not the current conversation. So
I happen to know that that's not true because when you look at the data for the pendulums, they're often very inconsistent. The further south you go, the more inconsistent that they are. You guys just say they're perfect every time. So can you cite the data?
Can you cite
Once
the data?
again, yeah.
What?
Can you present the data that you're speaking of, where it's inconsistent?
Sure, but before we get to that, you're making a positive claim that it's consistent every time. Can you please cite the data?
I have not made such a claim that it is consistent every time.
So how often does it work?
I have not made such a claim either, and I'm not going to
One
answer
sec.
that question of yours.
Then why are you making claims about it then, as if it's
No,
fact?
wait. It started when George said that pendulums do not precess. That's very different than Gummy Bears saying they precess consistently every time.
I'm
Gummy
asking.
Bear was just
I'm
answering
asking the.
George.
I'm asking the
Denied that. I was.
His claim was that they
Yeah. Let me
precess.
just get to the end of my sentence. Yeah. Gummy Bear was answering to George that was denying that pendulums precess at all.
Okay, that's not what I was asking. I'm asking about your positive claim. So if you want to finish the
Okay.
conversation with George to run away, go ahead, and then we'll get to it in a second.
Yeah, what was the conversation was? I mean, you joined and then said that they don't work, they don't process consistently as you go south there. And it makes sense to ask you where you're getting this from.
They don't do it consistent in the north either. So If you're claiming that they do it the same every time, can you please cite the data?
None of us have made any such claims. The only claim that was made today was by George saying they don't process ever.
Okay, so you guys agree that they don't do it every
made a
time.
claim before, say that it processes.
I have made the claim that a pendulum can process. Correct.
So cite the data where it consistently processes relative to latitude, please.
And like I said not too long ago, I'm not going to present you with any such data today because it will change nothing in this conversation. It is
Well, if you're
irrelevant.
claiming, if the globe Earth proponents are claiming that the pendulum processes consistently relative to latitude due to axial rotation, they should be able to easily cite the data, and it should be very repeatable and consistent because the Earth's spin isn't changing, is it?
So no matter how many times people in the past have tried citing you data, it gets nowhere in the conversation. And therefore, I am going to say that I'm not going to do that today. I am not going to bring up any data because I see no point in doing so, as it will not change the outcome. So
That is not true. Every time I've ever asked for this data,
someone else to, you can ask them.
My man, every time I've asked for this data, the Glober doesn't give it. You know why? Because they just are regurgitating an idea. So once they understand the idea, and they can understand that, well, that means based on axial rotation, the pendulum would process because the Earth moves underneath it, and then how much the Earth moves is relative to where you are in your latitude, because of course the equator is the widest part of the Earth. Since they understand the concept, they just say it with all this arrogance and confidence as if they know it's consistent, but they've rarely even looked at the data. If anyone can please cite the data, I would gladly admit I was wrong if you can show me that it is in fact consistent and always shows the same procession.
This is just another case.
Oh, they need
of
an axial. They
academic
need a radius
hubrism.
value. You don't
Excuse
have
me,
that.
George, I was speaking. This is just another case of academic hubrism, always assuming that you have the answers that you've never actually looked into.
Exactly. That's why I'm putting their feet to the fire and watch. No one will do it. No one will do it.
That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is the data is there, but so far I've never seen anyone actually refute the data. I hear people saying that's not what happens, but I've never seen anyone. First of all, anyone.
Have you ever heard of?
Hold on.
You ever heard of geomagnetic precession?
Hold on. I've never heard of anyone on the flat Earth side constructing a full-cut pendulum to refute at any latitude, let alone say 5 or 6 latitudes, to test it themselves. We've been doing this for several years now. How many? 6, 7, 8 years, and no one on the flat Earth side has made a full-cut pendulum.
Hey, if you know the data
when you
is
say
there,
latitude,
then why can't you
when you
cite
say
it?
latitude, when you say latitude, you're not meaning the same as we meaning latitude. It's not quite the same thing. Your latitude assumes a sphere spinning. Our latitude doesn't.
If it's a sphere.
Our latitude doesn't require a sphere spinning.
Okay,
It's just it's just an
Making
elevation
less
angle from
claims.
Polaris. It's
Yes,
just an elevation angles from Polaris. Yeah. So when you invoke latitude, you are evoking a sphere.
Yes.
Spinning.
So what you
That's
can do is
why.
then just deny
The north-south.
deny the evidence of a sphere, and then you can also then deny.
There is no evidence for a sphere.
Okay, so you can deny the evidence for the sphere, and what that does for you is it gives you an out to avoid tackling things like the full-cut pendulum. And you know what?
I'm not
That's
avoiding
totally,
anything, man. A sphere needs to have a radius.
okay. But that's that's fine.
A sphere needs to have a radius. I'm sure you can agree with that.
But George, why are you going all the way there? I'm trying to show you that they're making this up. Hugh, if you say there's so much data, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
That's
why are you interrupting me?
Stop interrupting.
So if there's so much data that we're obviously just choosing to deny, can you please cite it?
No.
Right, because it doesn't exist.
Okay. There is because there's no need to cite it.
It doesn't
exist. If I were,
and it's up to you to provide alternative data, whether or not we've done the experiment or even seen the data. It's not up to us to provide you data. As was said before, you've been provided with data out the wazoo and denied it basically all of it. So I personally never cite data or provide data.
Okay, I get to respond now without you interrupting, right? Because I didn't interrupt you. So now 2 domino globers have fallen where they can't cite the data. Now he's saying that it's up to me to left lane. Shut up, bro. I'm talking.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, you presented
You took that as an invitation to
positive
go
claim
talk.
that the further south the pendulum is, the less accurate the data.
You took that
Have
as
you
an
left
invitation
lane.
to start talking.
Yeah,
You guys,
left lane,
just- yeah.
please stop.
Please,
Stop.
just don't interrupt
Be
each other. Just
mature.
let people speak. Yeah.
So whenever the globe Earth proponents make the claim that we can prove axial rotation with the pendulum, then they need to cite the data because they're making the positive claim. So can anyone please cite the data that shows that the pendulum consistently precesses every time relative to latitude? Thank you.
No. Furthermore, they would have to include the magnetic field. If you haven't taken that into account, then you haven't accurately dismissed all their.
We don't have to get that far.
if
I
you-
know that the data doesn't exist. So if you say it does, cite it. Cite it. Have you ever read it, Hugh? Have you
The
ever
data
actually
doesn't
read it?
exist. Okay.
Have you ever seen the data?
Right, it doesn't exist, Austin.
But
That's totally fine.
But
Totally
Hugh,
cool.
have you ever seen it?
No.
So then how do you
No,
know
it doesn't
this is
exist.
real? How do you know this is real if you've never seen it?
because I don't need to see the data. I don't need to see it. Okay, so Foucault proved that the Earth is rotating. Okay,
How?
now that is the established concept, the established idea. Like everything else. Okay,
That's the consensus.
that's the consensus. Okay, right or wrong, that's the consensus. Okay, given that that's the consensus of every scientist on Earth, then the onus is now on you to provide competing data to refute that consensus and show
Okay.
that consensus to be false.
Well,
What you just said is so ridiculous. Okay, so
Yeah,
you just
that's
now
easy.
said, Hugh, it's once you're done talking, then someone goes to respond. It's not your time to talk again. Okay, so you're saying that that Foucault proved it, but you don't have to see the data. Well, he'd have to have data to prove it, wouldn't he? Now you said every single scientist agrees. I just now dropped a video of Brian Cox, very famous scientist for your side, right? Saying that the pendulum in no way proves that the Earth is moving and that in fact it's impossible to do so. So if you would like to cite the data that you keep alluding to but have never seen, please do so. Until then, you're making a baseless assertion.
No need.
Okay, any other Globers? We're 0 for 3. Any other Globers?
Yep, 0 for 3. And
Okay,
then
so
now what happens, Austin? Now, let's say none of us in here are going to provide you any data for various reasons. We're obstinate, we don't have it, it doesn't exist, it's fake. Okay. But the data is there, and the consensus still says Foucault pendulums prove the Earth is rotating. So what are you going to do?
How can you say the data's
Say
there
over
if
3?
you just
Very good
said,
argument.
how
Very
can
good
you say the
argument. Very
data's
strong.
Over
there
10?
if you,
Over 20?
how can you say the data's there if you just said you've never seen it and no one can cite it?
I mean, this is
We've lost the
this
technology.
is the epitome. This is the epitome of indoctrination. You're taking others' lack of critical fortitude and applying this to your wherewithal answer. I mean, this is disgusting. Dude.
You have the onus to refute the data.
What's
If
the
you
data?
can't refute the data, then stay right here and
What's the
continue.
data?
Another 10 globals are going to come in. You
Okay,
can say 0
we
and
would
13.
love
You won't change the
we
data.
would love to refute the
Hugh,
data.
how
We
can we
would love
refute
to
the
do
data?
that. Can
Yeah.
Go and find it.
You don't even.
Go
So
and
it's
find
your
it. No one's here to.
side's
No
claim.
one's going to spoon feed.
I've already
If the
went and
data
looked for it.
says
listen.
it's rotating, that's just
I already did go
Okay.
look for it, Hugh.
It's a good
Janusz,
position to be.
1 second. 1 second. Whatever data you have personally that gives you the standard for you to believe in it, can you share with us, please? Whatever it is.
Okay, so here's the thing about that on this subject, and it does sound arrogant. I can say that it does sound arrogant. I'm being a bit much in here. I get that, but it's basically this is sort of like a indicative of the conversation in general. You say there are no satellites. Well, there are satellites. Okay, and then you ask us, have we seen satellites, etc., etc. But you haven't refuted that there are satellites. So whether or not I've seen the data or even done the experiment myself, you can still tell me. Even if I were to do the Foucault pendulum experiment myself, you would still tell me that it's flawed. You could come up with 1,001 reasons. What you need to do is come up with your own experiments and your own data. I'm sorry, I keep using the word, to refute the existing stuff that has caused the consensus.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
don't think how heads know how. Oh, my bad. I thought you were next.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Well,
the
so I don't think
consistent
you know how
slide
this
is a
shit works.
positive claim.
George, Jeremy's talking, man.
So I don't think you know how this shit works with a negative claim. Like if I say something doesn't exist, like this data that doesn't exist, it's not on me to come up with data for you to prove your data doesn't. You don't have the data; it doesn't exist. The burden of proof's on whoever claiming his data does exist. All right.
Okay.
I mean, has
Just
anyone
just
here
by the
taken?
way,
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Jace.
Brian Cox doesn't say what Whitsitt is claiming he says.
Oh
What he
yeah, well,
says exactly is that
What?
there's no experiment to determine that the difference between constant motion, right? He says constant motion. He never says anything about the earth in that part, right? He just says constant motion, then he gives a couple examples of the radioactive nucleus
Isn't the
and
Earth
those
supposedly in the amount of
pendulum
He's
constant?
with
talking,
some
bro.
other.
Don't interrupt
Stop
him.
interrupting. So, right, he gives the radioactive nucleus and some other examples, and he throws the pendulum in there with those examples. That's what he says. He's not talking about measuring the Earth's rotation. He's talking about what Einstein's equivalence principle is, right? That's what he says in the beginning, that Einstein made this a principle that you can't determine constant motion from gravitational, being in a gravitational field.
Okay, so
Right? That's what
everyone
he's
in
talking
here now has a choice. They can either listen to his representation of it, or they can just go watch the 55-second video that I dropped, where Joe Rogan and Brian Cox are literally talking about the movement of the Earth and how if you throw a baseball, I could have swore I was talking, bud. So where Joe Rogan and Brian Cox are talking about the movement of the Earth, and Joe Rogan brings up throwing a baseball, and of course you couldn't feel it move under the baseball because it's so much bigger, right? And then he answers and he explains that the reason you can't feel the motion, right, based on relativistic application, is because you never would be able to within this reference frame. And he even invokes the pendulum as an example, and he says, in fact, it's a meaningless question. So try again.
And the Earth is in a constant motion, right? The rotation.
Yeah, he's talking about constant motion. He's very specific about that. I watched the video.
He said constant motion because they're talking about the Earth.
That's what I was trying to say.
Wow. Now, does any of the Glovers have this magical data that you stick your chest out about? Because we all know it doesn't exist. I've looked for it. I know it doesn't exist.
A video of a guy doing it. Right, I posted a video of a guy doing it. I posted 2 papers, just a cursory. It took me 30 seconds to.
I already read it. I read the whole thing that you posted, Jace. I read the whole thing, buddy. Hey, Hugh, why are you laughing when you've admitted that you've never even seen the data?
All.
Yeah,
Jace. Jace, I read the
he
whole
understands
thing.
it and he's debunked it.
Hugh,
That's
just stop.
every time.
Hugh, you have nothing to say here. You said you've never even seen the data.
Yeah, you've done that.
Well,
Jace,
here's the thing, Jace. With your,
How could you have read all? Hang on.
That you've been talking.
How could you have read all 16 pages when I posted them 2 minutes ago and you've been talking to me the entire time?
Okay, the one I saw wasn't 16 pages. So did you post more than one?
Yes, there's 2.
Okay, well, I just read the one of the South Pole, and it doesn't cite any data.
Yes, it does.
No,
they don't give like a table.
Yeah, so JS, I think we need to ask, what do you consider to be data? What's it?
Well,
is it just numbers in a table?
If you want to actually have any type of value to your claim, then what you're going to do is you're going to show every single time that you attempted it, and you're going to document exactly what you got every single time. You're not going to handpick the one that you think is closest to what you expect it to be. So we need the actual data, because you guys say it works every single time. I know
no one is saying it works every single time.
I know
That's
for a
straw
fact
man.
it does it. Well, a lot of you guys do. So, and I know for a fact it's not even close to every single time. So cite the data.
Okay. How about you stop straw manning us? No one is saying this works every single time, no fail. No
How many
one
times
will
does it
ever
work?
say that.
What's the percentage?
I'm not
of times
going to
it works?
give
Hold on a second. Am I missing something here? Is the Earth meant to be spinning all the time?
Information that says it doesn't work.
Wait a second. Is the Earth meant to be spinning all the time, not sometimes only? What do you mean it's detected only sometimes?
Every time it doesn't work, they say it's user error because it's very delicate. Can anyone please cite the data or admit you just make stuff up? Like, it's just pretty simple here. Okay, this is what really happened, okay? Everyone's heard the idea, they understand it, it's from 1851, and since they understand the idea, they just say it with a lot of boldness, and they say, fine then, flat earthers, explain the precession of the pendulum. But the truth is, they've never actually went and sifted through the data. Now, a bunch of us flat earthers have, including myself, and I happen to know for a fact it's incredibly inconsistent. So if anyone wants to cite any type of contradictory data, I would be happy to look at it because I'm being honest.
I cited a video as well of a guy doing the freaking experiment.
Okay.
With like a very rudimentary setup.
Yeah, how many times
Right?
did he do it?
A minimal error.
How many times did he do
He
it?
shows himself. He's just showing you how to do the experiment. So he just does it one time.
It's not an
right?
experiment,
But
man.
So that doesn't help us then. See, the question here is if the Earth is spinning, right? If there's axial, listen, man. If there's axial
So just
rotation,
ignore it, right?
listen, man. If there's axial rotation, then the pendulum should consistently precess relative to latitude. The axial rotation doesn't change, nor does your latitude. Therefore, the result should be the same if that's the cause. If that's the case, cite the data.
How does the
the video I cited is awesome, right? Those are
You robot Andreas.
The creator is trying to save you from embarrassment right now, man. Because the truth of the matter is, bro, that it just doesn't.
Their results, and I could make that into like an Excel table of like, okay, here's sample 1, they got this result at this latitude. Here's sample 2. I could do that for as many times of the experiment that I could find, right?
No, I don't want you to have to do that. It
And
should
what do
already
you
exist.
think the result is gonna be?
I know what the results are. I've seen the data, and the only data that exists is when they actually document it correctly. So they show every single attempt. It shows major discrepancies, and it's super inconsistent. If you just keep doing it 100 times, and then one time you get to what you expect, and then you say, okay, all the other 99 times was user error. This is the one we know is right. That's not science.
That's not what anyone does. That's not how you do it scientifically.
Then cite the data.
I just told you. I cited 3 different things, right? And someone doing it, right? I don't think I mean, if you're willing to believe and claim that the gentleman physicist guy did this experiment a couple times and just showed the video of the one that actually worked, that is ridiculous, man. It's a ridiculous way of looking at things.
So you're claiming it does happen every time?
No, don't straw man me.
So
Right?
you're
It's
saying
within a margin of error, right? So errors occur through 2 different ways. There's random error that just is due to uncertainties in measurement devices. Then there's systematic error, which can be due to human error, right? Just humans making mistakes when they're doing the experiment. Those are always going to be factors in an experiment. What you do is you try to minimize both the systematics and the random errors in your experiment. Then you can get a confidence interval of how the result is, like up into this confidence interval, be it 90%, 95%, 99%. The value of this is this, right? Within this uncertainty at this confidence level. That's what scientists report. That's what we do. We make
I'm not dumb.
confidence intervals.
Yeah, I'm not dumb. I know what you do. So this is for all the flat earthers, because what the Globers do is they bring up the pendulum and then they drag you guys through the weeds. They try to make you replace their theory and all the stuff, and they trick all the flat earthers into assuming the validity of the data. But when the truth comes down to it and you say, cite the data and cite how consistently it works, they all don't give you anything, and almost all of them have never even tried to look for it. It's nothing more than hubris, derivative of consensus. It is very see-through once you put their feet to the fire.
You can keep like claiming that, but literally I did a 30-second search and found video.
A video
like,
doesn't.
I didn't even try hard with it. Like
It
if
doesn't
I was
take
trying
much
to do
evidence.
a
The thing is,
literature search
the
on
thing is with the video, he's manipulating it while in his reference frame it's off to the right. That's why it precesses off to the left. It's seeking equilibrium.
Where to what? It's at the right to what? It doesn't
It's the
make any
right.
sense.
In his reference frame, it is off to the right. The string. That's why it processes off to the left. It is seeking equilibrium.
But it was no. Before the string is born, the ball wasn't swinging, right? So it was already vertical. There's no bias towards any direction.
That is biased.
Just because from the view of the camera it was to the left or it was to the right of the guy, it doesn't make it will cause the pendulum to do anything. It's just how you're looking at the pendulum. It's still vertical. There's no bias to either left or right if the pendulum is vertical when you drop it. And if
Okay,
you're not
so
dropping with any side motion, it's just gonna go back and forth.
hey Bacon, have you ever looked through all the data and see how consistent you get the correct precession?
I'm not talking about the rest of the data. I'm responding to Don.
No one likes to answer this question. You guys see, I'm giving the flat earthers. I'm not doing this for you guys. I'm doing it for the
I
flat
wasn't making that claim.
All you guys' claims are based upon the assumed consistency of the data.
There's no assume that it's not consistent. Otherwise, you would have people questioning it. You would have people saying, "Hold on, you can't use it. It's too inconsistent."
You mean like Brian Cox?
I don't
You
see
mean
that
like
that's
Brian
happening.
Cox?
And the
You
other
mean
thing
like
I was going to say is that a couple of days ago I was talking with Essie, and we were talking about cameras on the moon and how the film wouldn't survive, etc., etc. So the usual stuff. And he said, I've looked and I can't find any citation or evidence that the film would be able to survive the rigors of being in space. So I said, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a look. And so I did. And within
Completely
just
not
about
related.
3 minutes, I found a site where someone had
Listen,
gone through all the
listen, you
information.
giggling dude. Show me the blueprints of the weathering of the cameras. Right?
I could.
Dude,
You're
don't.
lying.
No, we're
You're
not
a
changing the
liar.
subject. We're not
post that.
changing the subject, though. Like, it's a very
I
simple
wasn't changing the
concept.
We'll
subject. I
get
was
to
giving an
this
example
later.
of
You're not going to get away with this.
The non-necessity of providing citations.
Yeah, we'll get to this, me and you, later. Don't you worry, Sonny boy.
We will. I you know what? I didn't save as a bookmark, so I'm sorry, but it took just like Essie. It took 2 minutes to find it.
But Hugh, you admitted that you've never
You're
seen
a
the data.
liar. You
Essie,
did
don't
not
take the bait.
find blueprints
so I'm
of
a liar.
weathering of the
That's how
Hasselblad.
you do it.
You are a
That's how
liar,
you do
sir.
See, Essie is
And
trying
I
to
will
change
prove
the
it to you
subject,
later.
and you're taking the bait.
No,
So
we won't. Essie, you won't talk to me later.
okay,
Yes,
see,
I
we're
will.
not.
And now you're not gonna. It's not gonna work. Witsit is gonna finish destroying you,
I
and
at
I'm
no
gonna
point
love
called you
it.
a
Go
liar
ahead,
or
Witsit.
anyone in here a liar.
Yeah,
That's
so they want to
unnecessary.
change. Hugh, you've already admitted that you didn't ever see the data. There's no reason to get all worked up about this. But
No,
if you're on
he's all
Hugh,
calling me a
Hugh,
liar.
Hugh,
He's
Hugh,
getting worked
if you can't help yourself from interrupting, then just mute yourself while other people are talking, dude. Okay, so okay, so this is the thing. The globe earthers have heard that the pendulum precesses relative to the latitude of the globe because of axial rotation. Now they go around and they invoke this as evidence that the earth spins. But the problem is, none of them have actually looked into it. They've only read some summary about why it works and they understand it. Now I'm asking for the consistent data because the earth is always spinning at the same rate, right? We have the same axial rotation always on the globe. So that means that it should be consistent results. If that's the case, you should be able to do it 10 times and at least get 9 of the 10 with the correct precession. Can anyone please cite the data? Or just admit you don't have it, because even Einstein himself said that the pendulum didn't prove the earth spins. Brian Cox himself says that the pendulum doesn't prove that the earth spins. Relativity itself says the pendulum couldn't prove that the earth spins, and it doesn't even have the consistent data to even get that far. So if it does, and I'm wrong, please cite it. I'll look at it, and if you can show a consistent probability of the same precession relative to latitude, I'll admit I'm wrong. I happen to know that you guys don't have it, and the flat earthers keep getting duped into being drugged through the weeds. So cite the data, you're making the positive claim. Yeah, exactly. So if the pendulum from 1851 proves nothing, if you want to get even further into it, the first time they did it, it went the wrong way.
I'll admit I've always just taken their word for it that yeah, it does precess at the latitudes accordingly.
Exactly. And they've just taken the word for it as well.
Do we have the actual data? What did Jay? I thought Jay said he was posted the actual data. Did he not?
He posted a video of someone doing it and he posted another video where it tells it literally. I mean, he posted an article. I read through it. I didn't read the longer one. He said he's posted 3, I guess, but I read the other one about the South in the South. I think maybe even the South Pole, right? And it just says one of the results that were decently consistent to what was expected. That is not data. That is not. And even Jace, you just explained how you know how it works. You keep on. You account for everything and you try to minimize human error, systematic error, right? You try to account for different error rates, right? So we need to see the data if we're going to have any type of intellectual argument here.
Yeah, I told things right when I get home.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll get data tables for you. Like,
Cool.
what is the issue?
Okay, I mean, that's at least I can tell that I actually don't dislike you or anything, by the way, Jace. I think you're one of the most honest anti-flat earthers or globers, okay? So I don't dislike you. At least that's an honest response. But maybe for now, you guys should put it back in your pocket. You definitely shouldn't stick your chest out because you should go verify the veracity of your claim first. I happen to know that data is not going to exist because I looked diligently for it.
Well, you claim there's inconsistent data. Where'd you get that?
Yeah, okay, I'll have to find it, but I have found many a times in different universities, like when universities try to do the pendulum in their class, most of them have scrapped it as something that they teach people because it's so inconsistent and so difficult to get the right precession. Now, if you've actually looked into it, you would know this. I believe Harvard is one of the schools that I saw. Yeah, Harvard. Okay, so everyone knows this. It's because it's very intricate and delicate and it's very difficult to get it. That's the official excuse. So if you do it 10 times and 9 times you get the wrong one, what they assume is that the 9 times there was user error. And so the one time we get the right answer, we're like, oh, that's because the earth spins. See, I proved it. And that is clearly not valid, is it? And again, this is why Brian Cox says that the pendulum doesn't prove that the earth spins. This is why Einstein said 70 years after Foucault's pendulum that there's no optical experiment that could prove that the earth moves because there wasn't any sufficient evidence of such.
The errors are linked to variables. That they're errors. So, right, there has to be a way to distinguish between error and measurement result.
If the earth is spinning, the precession would be consistent. So you would need to cite data of it being consistent. And cherry picking one time that you get a number close enough to the precession you expect for your globe Earth reification is not efficient or sufficient. And I'm trying to do this for the flat earthers because what I see happen a lot is flat earthers take the bait and they argue with the glober as if they assume that that data is legitimate. But the truth is it's not. You don't have to say there's an ether drift and blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. No. It isn't consistent. It proves nothing.
The Foucault pendulum in Europe, isn't that consistent?
The one that's in the museum with the electromagnetic device?
Yeah, it seems like it's assisted. Is it not with a hammer? You know, so it's gonna, when it pushes the string or whatever like that, it's got 3 choices. It's either going to go back in the direction it came in, it's either going to go left or it's going to go right, isn't it? So naturally, if it's moving in one direction, it's going to stay in that direction.
Yeah, like the ones in museums are all assisted because, like the Glober's official explanation is because it's so difficult to get it consistently because it's so delicate that to have it in a museum, you need it to always be doing the right thing. So you use electromagnetic devices to keep it going in the right precession, which obviously doesn't prove that the Earth is moving, does it?
That is a lie.
I mean,
That is not the state. So that's a lie because that's not. You said that that's the stated reason why electromagnets are introduced, which is a complete lie. That is not why electromagnets are introduced.
It's to keep it going and keep it consistent. That's objectively
Yeah, but it's
what it
not.
is.
So it's not to keep the precession going. It is to keep the pendulous motion going. There is a distinct difference between these two statements.
It's to keep the precession consistent.
And that is once again incorrect. It is to keep the pendulous motion consistent.
Yeah, it gets given a little push by a lever, right? And then when it pushes that lever, and when the lever pushes it, it could go in any direction, but it only goes in one direction, doesn't it?
Not a lever; it's a magnetic thing.
Hey,
But
so
it,
can
it
we?
And you'd
pulls.
have to
And that's
look
why
at
I
the
say you have
mechanism.
to include geomagnetic precession,
You,
in
to
which
then is
none of you are probably understood on.
you'd have to go to each of the you'd have to go to each of the museums that have a full court pendulum, and you'd have to go and look at the mechanism that keeps the pendulum swinging, and confirm that it also makes it precess.
Hey,
Because
so Realm,
there's a
can you
big
cite the data?
difference.
Realm, can you cite the
Hold
data where the precession is consistent, please?
Witsit,
To
can
prove
you
that the mechanism makes the pendulum precess.
Witsit, can you agree that it is that the reason for the electromagnet is not to make any precession happen? It is to keep the pendulum's motion happen.
Well,
Can
yeah,
you
but
agree that this is the stated
no.
reason?
No, because the motion that the device gives it has a bias towards the desired precession. It's for museums, for people to go see it.
That's quite the claim. Could you substantiate this claim in any way?
Well, sure. I've actually seen the different museums. They're not called blueprints, but whatever you want to call them, manuals for the devices. Yeah. Have you ever looked at them?
So please
Have
give
you
me
ever looked
some
at them?
sort of source. I have. Can you please give me some sort of source that shows that this magnet actually introduces precession and not just keeps pendulous motion going?
It doesn't introduce precession per se. What it does is it introduces the motion and at a different angle, a certain angle, so that that precession is consistent to the latitude where the museum is. And yes, it's in the manuals of the museums themselves.
Could you speak correctly? Because first you say it does not introduce precession, and then you say it is pointed at an angle to introduce precession. Can you please say something that's internally consistent?
Well, yeah. So
does it or does it not make precession happen?
It makes it happen by pushing it in a certain angle. It doesn't literally make the whole precession. It's not like literally moving it in a precession due to an electromagnet. The electromagnet literally just pushes it in a certain direction, and then the precession happens.
So in that direction, is that in the motion of the pendulous motion, or is that in the direction of precession?
It's an oscillating motion. It's a
It doesn't
magnetic
matter.
torque.
It's an action or a reaction that's going to happen. It doesn't matter.
Can my question please be answered? Is this push in the direction of the pendulous motion or in the direction of the precession?
That's a question for you.
So, but my
so you're
question is,
it's
Gummy
both.
Bear, are you claiming that museum pendulums do prove that the Earth is spinning? Is that what you're saying?
It's currently not what we're talking about. We're talking about the claim you've made just now that they are designed for the electromagnet to push it in a direction so that it precesses.
Yeah,
and
that's
my
right.
claim is that it is merely to keep the pendulous motion going. It is not pushing in any direction of precession.
Okay,
Only
so
in the
Gummy Bear,
direction of
then
pendulous motion.
what you're saying by default is that the museum's pendulum that uses an electromagnetic device is actually precessing because of the spin of the Earth. Is that your claim?
Once again, that is a claim I could make at one opportunity, but right now I'm questioning your claim that the electromagnet is pushing in the direction of precession.
Well, it depends on many things. So it depends on what specific museum you're talking about, because they're not all pendulums are made the same, right? So
Give
some of
me
them.
any large museum,
Okay,
reputable
I'll have to go
museum
find
that
it.
gives this
Hold on a
as a
second.
quote.
Hold on.
Made a
Could it
claim.
be? Do you think that could it be?
I'll
Is
have to
it
go
possible?
I'll have to go find it. But before so, if you were being honest, you'd answer my question. And any of the Globers can. Are you guys saying that the pendulums and museums that use electromagnetic devices are actually precessing because of the spin of the Earth? Yes or no?
Once again, that is a statement I could make, but currently we're talking about your claim.
Okay, he can't answer it. Does any of the other Globers have an answer?
Yes.
Wait, who said that?
Extremistus.
Okay,
Yeah,
extremist.
when you right, the specific statement is when you minimize the errors involved in the experiment, however you choose to do that, you will get a result consistent with your latitude.
You're not doing an experiment. You don't have a latitude. That's all made up. What you're doing is you're swinging. Hold on, man. Hold on. You're swinging a cat toy, and you get a reaction from it. What else is going on there in physics? Nothing other than you guys making up stories. You put on a lab coat and you say this cat toy I just swung is going to do something. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't a cat toy on a string spin?
What's going on, Damak, is Witsit is being saved from his claim that he made.
No, I
So
will go
Witsit,
find
can you
the manual.
Okay,
Gummy
please
Bear,
do.
shut up. But
Thank you.
here's the deal, buddy. So you think it's funny? Don't you think it's funny that you expect me to get it in here as soon as possible? But for the last 15 minutes, I've asked a room full of Globers to cite the data that shows the procession's actually consistent in the first place to even be a conversation that needs to be had, and not one person in this entire room can cite the data. But all of a sudden, I'm supposed to sprint over here and get a museum's manual for you. Cite the data, then. Nope, there's another domino.
Yep.
Any other one? Anyone else?
Dude, this is severely dishonest, right? Like, I can't just start arguing with someone about a random topic and expect them to have at their fingers right that moment data, right? Like, no one came in this room expecting to argue about the pendulum to have that data
Go get it.
made with it, right?
Go get it, man. We'll
So I
keep the
said
lights
I
on
will
for you.
go get.
I'm ready for the density.
Right.
I'm ready for the
already
density.
I hear what you're saying. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm sitting here
Should
on
we
my
play
phone
the violin?
by my girl.
Hold on.
Hey! I'm sitting here by my girl on my phone. I'm not sprinting over to my MacBook to get you the museum manual I read 3 years ago. I said I'll get it and drop it in here in a little bit. But we have a whole room full of Globers, and the problem is Hugh, for example, was talking about how insane we are for not believing it. But then when I asked him, he said he's never even seen the data. So if you've never seen it, then you don't actually know it even exists. You're just believing it based on consensus.
Regurgitating indoctrinated belief.
Do you also realize the difference between you asking for the pure measurement data and me asking for a substantiation of a claim you made?
This is me asking for substantiation of the claim you make, which is that the precession of the pendulum is consistent with the latitude. That means you need to show how you even knew that in the first place.
Okay, but you're asking with the extra caveat of having the actual measurement data. I am merely asking for the quote or the source of your information. I'm not making any caveats on whether it's data, word, video, text, whatsoever. I just want the source for your source. You
Okay, what's the
want
source for your
mine
claim?
to be pure measurement data.
What's the source
There
for
is
your
a
claim?
difference.
What's the source for your claim that it's consistent with latitude?
Once again, I am not talking about that right now.
Yeah, of course.
Gummy Bear, so you want him to get a quote? You want him to get some words that say he's right? That's it?
So
you don't
He already gave
made a
you.
claim.
He quoted
He made a
Einstein for
claim.
you, man.
He made a claim that the institute or the person or not the person,
No, back up to
whatever
your
people who use the focal pendulum
I know, and he said he'd
use
get you
the
that paper in a minute.
electromagnetic motion
He
to
said he'd get you the
produce
paper in a minute.
perception.
He quoted Einstein. He quoted Professor Brian Cox. You know, they're all saying there is no way of detecting movement of the Earth. I don't know what's.
Gio was talking about Gio. I think you might be robot and try again.
Yeah. I just said, being be home in a minute. I've got 2 manuals I can send you. They specifically now have brands exactly how
You're
to
roboting,
put
Gio.
together. They definitely have magnetic.
Yeah, you.
All right,
Gio, you're really roboting out for us, man.
I think he said something about 2 manuals, but I'm not sure. So anyway, I'm gonna go look for this.
So, right,
Hopefully by the time I get back, you guys can cite your data you're so confident in and have been arguing for years, but have never actually seen.
Right. So
yeah, can we?
So right then right. Let's follow this thought. Right. Leon Foucault is doing this pendulum thing, and it's swinging back and forth. And so, how does he come up with the idea that this proves the Earth if it's so inconsistent?
He's insane.
Or proves the rotation.
He's ignorant.
Right. If it's just going crazily different processions. Where does the idea that this proves the Earth's rotating come in his
Good
mind?
question. Good question. So, if you had actually researched that as well prior to trying to add it to the list of evidence you have for movement, then you would know this. So, I actually have. And so, the first time that Foucault did it, literally the first time he did it, it went the wrong way. They then messed with it a little bit. It didn't get exactly what they wanted then either. Then they did it again, and it went the other way, which is the way that they would expect it to go if it was because of the Earth spin. And then they called it a night. And they wrote about it, as well did other witnesses that were first there. So the answer is they had a bias. And in fact, what he said was, then they went to church the next morning and said, look, it confirms that the Earth spins like the church says.
So the church told him this.
No, you're not listening. So they did the Foucault. The first time they did it, it went the wrong way. They then messed with the mechanism a little bit, got it to go the right way. Then they called it a night, and they went to church the next day saying, look, we have an experiment that proved that the church is right about what the Earth is.
That's not how an experiment works.
Exactly. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, so that's why I don't think that's exactly what happened.
Well, that's what the witness
Because
said.
no
So
one
you know more
repeat
than
what happened.
You know more than the person that was there, Jace.
Nobody
Show
would
us, buddy.
accept that.
You know more than the person that was there.
When you're talking back in the day and you don't have any papers, hold on, and you don't have any internet, hold on a second. You're talking way back in the day, no internet, no papers, just word of mouth, which does travel fast. But if you only got a group of 10, or you're the only 2 guys over there, or the 3 guys seeing it, and you're the only 3 guys writing about it, then who's in contention with you? No one.
But
no
scientists don't just we don't just accept things.
Who is we? Who is we?
Jace, you're right. That's why the scientists said it wasn't proof of Earth movement, including Einstein himself 70 years later.
Right, you're saying we, but all these we's are saying against it.
Even Brian
You're
Cox
trying
said it.
to conflate 2 different things now, right?
Who
You're
are the
talking
we?
about constant motion in the equivalence principle compared to the rotation of the Earth. And Einstein was talking about optical things. A pendulum
The
is
principle of what? What are you talking about? The principle of what?
A pendulum's not optical experiment?
No, it's a mechanical device.
So how do you get your readings? So you
Not
have
a
to
laser.
optically see the results, right?
That's not what optical means, man. It means like lasers and photon experiment.
Well, yeah, of course. I understand.
How do you see the lasers and photons? How do you pick them up?
Anyways,
is the rotation of the Earth constant?
You guys continue. I'm gonna look for some stuff.
Is the rotation of the Earth constant?
Yeah, that's the point, man.
Game over.
It's supposed to be constant. And when
Brian
Brian
Cox
says, yeah, right.
Exactly. Brian Cox literally said
There's nothing that's constant. There's not one constant in their science. Their science is all wrong. That's why I hate science. I like physics, natural reality, physics, material physics. If they want to go do physics, we can do physics to demonstrate any globe or anything in a physical lab. If they want to demonstrate anything they got, we can do it. Now, who wants to talk about some density and some what's denser or less dense, air or plastic?
I want everyone in the room that's a Glober to admit they've never seen the data and that they just have hubris based on their recollection of consensus. I want the flat earthers to take note here. This is how it's going to happen every single time. None of the Globers have actually ever looked at the data. They only have arrogance because they're part of the majority.
So I will do so if you concede that you have no idea about anything either.
I know. Like, you can just keep asserting that, but I did 30 seconds of searching.
That's how your science works. You guys predict or assert a claim. You predict, which is asserting, making stuff up. That's your hypothesis, which makes no fucking sense. In science, what you should do, if you're really doing science, all you need to pay attention to are natural physics and what conforms to reality. Go outside, action, reaction. Then you write down your result. You don't have a preset result. You write down your result. You do whatever you want. You can put whatever you want on the paper as your made up idea of what could happen. I don't care what you want to call that. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is the end result, what actually happened. not what you hoped for, not what you liked. You know what I mean?
And it's got all quiet in here all of a sudden. Does that mean we won?
Yeah, because it got all
Yeah,
quiet.
because
It got all
models don't
quiet.
say anything. Physics do. The only thing you can conform to us or can show us are what physics do in reality of the natural physical world. You cannot do anything other than that, right? Globe sayers, your plastic doesn't say anything. Models don't talk. I got models of stuff all over the room here. Cat toys, all kinds of stuff. They don't talk, believe me. They don't do anything. They're plastic stickers. Now, physics are what tells you stuff. Action, reaction.
The reason it got so quiet is because I asked all of them to actually cite the data for the Foucault's pendulum that proves consistent precession relative to latitude.
Oh, let me guess.
They can't
Nobody
recite
had
any
it?
data.
Yeah, but right, like I could do the same thing for anything you say. I could just demand that you cite the data on the spot.
Well, I mean,
That's
have
an
you
easy
actually
thing
looked
to
at it,
do.
though? You haven't even looked at it, bro. You haven't even looked at it,
Can we?
dude.
No, Jace, I understand your
Since
point,
we
but the
got
reason,
him on,
Jace, I understand your point,
can
but
we
the
talk
reason
to him about the
Jace, let me be honest with Jace for a second, okay? Because you guys are kind of not. I understand his point. He's saying that it's unrealistic or it's not very reasonable to expect someone to just drop it on the spot. But the problem is, I was just asking them if they'd ever even actually seen it, and every single person in here said they hadn't seen it. They just know it's true, or they didn't say anything. Okay, so that's the problem. It's not, I'll give you 15 days. Guess what? You're not going to come back with the data. I've already diligently looked for it. It doesn't exist. In fact, the
right, you
data
guys got
shows that
15 days.
But, right, like I'm saying that I have looked into this before. I have seen the data. I just don't have it at my fingertips. But now I'm at my computer, so give me a couple minutes. I could put some of it together for you.
Gummy Bear, here's the pendulum manual I'm about to drop you.
Well, I did a search on Foucault pendulum data set, and I've got a few pages of data on my browser right now, but I don't know what good it would do to post it.
Well, it would do good if it shows like consistent precession and it shows the different times it didn't work. It would be good data, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I just
an actual.
I was just gonna say I just got home. No, it's all good. I just got home, so I think my connection should be good now.
You
But yeah,
sound great.
cool. I've got a couple manuals as well here. I can look them up, and one of them in particular, Gummy was talking about. Does it actually adjust the precession? It specifically has an adjuster screw that you actually change, and it literally says in the manual that in case it's not knocking over the pegs, which is the precession, in the right way, or if it's swinging in a way that's knocking them over, you can adjust this adjuster screw. So I'll get that.
Wow. Thank you, Gio. So back to the. Can we get the data?
Well, I think he's got it. Yeah.
No, I know
so we
Gio
just need to
has
wait
it.
for them, right?
And I just dropped the
yeah.
manual.
We just need to wait for them. Yeah.
Right.
I just dropped another manual.
This is slightly dishonest, right? Because a museum manual, they're not trying to prove anything, right? They're just trying to get the device to work correctly.
What's the point of them?
But that's what I said, Jace. That's what I said. I said the Glober should say, well, the museum isn't trying to prove the precession. It's just so when people come there, it consistently shows them what they're supposed to see so they can understand what the pendulum is. It's just for looks, basically. But all the Globers said no. All the Globers said that wasn't true, Jace.
Well, I disagree.
It's called a magic trick. They're like David Copperfield.
Well, yeah, it's because you're actually honest sometimes, Jace. That's why you disagree. But that's the point. My point remains.
The Globers say here, right? Like they aren't making the initial claim. These are claims that scientists have made. Other scientists have made.
What is science? What does that even mean?
Data for
science made a claim.
Right?
Who is science?
Even myself, like if I make a claim or talk about
that would be you.
Science, it's usually not something that I discovered myself, right? Like I'm just saying this other person has done this, or other people have done this. They have provided sufficient data for myself and most of the other public to conclude that their conclusion is correct and to agree with them, right?
Well,
I'm not
surely you
making
can
the
reproduce it.
initial claim.
But hey, Jace, do you agree that if what people have done is they have just heard this story and then they run around saying that they know it, but they've never looked into it, then that would make them ignorant. And it doesn't matter how many people think that's the case, it's still wrong.
Exactly.
But right now we're getting along the lines of fallacious reasoning, right? Only
No,
one
because we
person
want you to reproduce
shows
it, you
something
yourself.
true.
To
Only
be fair,
one
let
person.
him talk.
Yeah, only one person has to show that something is true or valid or whatever you want to call it, right? If one person can show that it's true, then at least in that case, that it's true.
Okay, well, there are the PDFs of the museum. So Jace is the only one in here that this isn't relevant to, but everyone else that said, like Gummy Bear, where is Gummy Bear still in here? Because you were really jumping all over me. I've dropped a manual. It has all kinds of PDFs for the museum pendulums, and now Geo's dropped a PDF. So, Gummy Bear, what say you?
Yeah, the one I just posted is the Mark II Foucault pendulum installation manual. It's got a good amount of information on here, talking about the armature, the magnet, adjusting it. Now it does say in here, let me see, I'll go down to that section. I think it's like on page 9. Let's see. Adjusting the amplitude control. You will need to know how far the pendulum should swing. With the meter switched on. I mean, you guys can read it on your own. I don't have to read all of it here, but it does say here, it says the speed at which the pendulum will progress around the pit depends on the latitude of the installation. At the North Pole, it will progress 360 degrees every 24 hours. At the equator, there will be no progression, while in Mexico City, 30-degree latitude, the pendulum will only travel 180 degrees in 24 hours. So it does say that, but it also talks about, right before that, it's talking about adjusting the amplitude control to get the proper amount of swing and to get the progression. And then it also says for the troubleshooting guide, it says one of the issues, the pendulum does not progress. Now they mean process, because in this thing, they what we call procession, that's when you read this, they're using the word progression. So one of the troubleshooting thing is pendulum does not progress. Should you encounter a problem with the progression, be sure to check both the armature adjustment and the photo beam centering adjustments. If a height adjustment is required, you can adjust the height bolt to raise or lower the armature. However, this will change the ball's height as well. Make sure to check the centering of the armature after the height adjustment. And then it says here, here's another problem with the troubleshooting. Pendulum fails to operate in one or all quadrants. If your pendulum operates for several hours, then slows or stops. Or if it fails to operate in a certain area of the pit, check the photo beam alignment. Check to see if the photo beam at 90 degrees to the swing is operating. Cover one beam intermittently, the one at 90 degrees, to see if the light on the CM5 logic module blinks. Check the sensitivity control adjustment and check the armature adjustment.
Yeah, all those things they're talking about minimizing the error, right? Those are all
Error
things that
for what?
lead to errors. So when you
Of a
minimize
constant?
the error, then you get
it said that you can use a certain part of the mechanism to get the procession that you need.
And if it stops, then they tell you what to adjust. If it only goes through one of the quadrants, they tell you what to adjust. If this is supposed to be the slam dunk thing that proves the Earth is rotating, this is shoddy as can be.
It doesn't. What they need to do is actually be able to reproduce it. Hold on, man. Can I even say anything here?
It's actually causing, but there's no mechanism that's causing it. You haven't proven there's a mechanism causing the procession. So if there's a problem that it's not processing, then the mechanism is stopping it from processing. That's the issue here. That's as far as I can.
It's stopping it from processing. It's stopping the Earth spin.
It's the error. They're talking about minimizing the errors in the experiment. That's what they're describing.
You guys, let's let Democ out over talk. Go ahead, Democ.
I want to say, can you use it? He said it takes one guy to be a witness. Can you use a blind guy for that witness to see the procession or anything? No is the answer. Hell no is another answer for the same question. For two, for you to be able to do something and have a witness, one witness doesn't work. The one witness could be you lying to get a check. So we definitely need someone else to be able to reproduce it and believe you at the same time. So they need to see yours, reproduce it, and have the same exact effect. And that's what Witsit's trying to ask you for. Where's the data that has the consistent same effect for every time you've ever done it anywhere, all of you? And it doesn't exist. Simply, right?
Yeah, the inconsistency is a huge issue with this. I mean, this manual that I posted, it kind of says both. Like it talks about the precession, saying that, you know, that it will at the different latitudes, but then in the same sentence, it's talking about how to make it electronically work. I mean, here's the introduction to it. The Mark II Foucault pendulum kit operates by using a small amount of electrical power. It is important for the photobeam adjustments to be made accurately, for power to be applied equally in all directions to the armature. Two pairs of photobeams trigger the magnet's power as the cable swings through the center. Pay close attention to the photobeam's alignment. This adjustment can affect the ball's precession around the pit. It may require a couple of days to determine if precession is operating properly. And then it says precession is a function of the Earth's rotation. Depending upon the latitude of your pendulum, the time it required to make around the pit will vary. So it then says that, but it also goes on and on to talk about adjusting the amplitude control. And so, yeah, it's kind of...
They're talking about all the things that will cause a torque, right? And stop the precession or cause a different kind of precession than just that you want the torque to be zero. And so they're explaining how to accomplish that.
You don't. So how are you going to show elevation on a globe, first of all, to say that there's elevation and differential? Because forward, down, up, and back to where you started, our elevation on a globe, there's no difference. If I walk forward and there's 1,000-foot hill in front of me, I'm walking 1,000 foot up, forward, back, down, around the globe? No. You have to differentiate all the stuff you're claiming right now that even makes this stuff possible to be presented as an evidence for something that doesn't exist. You can't say a spinning cat toy exists without having the spinning cat toy in the lab with the processor on it showing us what it does. You're just making up a lot of stuff, man.
I mean, my personal viewpoint on this, I actually do think it precesses. I think it's due to the ether and the movement of the environment that we're in. The sun, moon, and stars are clearly moving at their rate, and I think there's a vortexual nature to the environment that we live in. So in terms of like Coriolis and this precession, I actually do think that these do exist. These do happen. It's not because the Earth is spinning. So I'm just saying that's my viewpoint on it. So I actually wouldn't deny that this thing does precess if you set it up correctly. But I think it has to do with the electromagnetic field and the vortex ratios at the different latitudes.
Have they done it on a flat plane with the field? Have we tried this on a flat thing with the field?
Well, that's what it's being done on.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, yeah, that's my whole point. Like, where have they ever done it on an actual round thing that's spinning somewhere in a lab of physics and reality with physics?
Well, that's
like, we don't care what a model.
No, that's a good point. That doesn't exist. Yeah.
Make an observation.
Gio, yeah, I know.
I looked at this. How tall is this apparatus? Or how high it goes? Just real quick.
Check.
That's a good question. They're usually pretty tall though, like because they're in museums. They're usually installed like the actual this thing that shows the pictures of it. That's usually installed up in the ceiling, you know, and then it's usually like 20 feet. It's pretty tall. The ones I've seen. Like you mean the cable? How tall is the cable?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if it says it in this or not, but yeah.
I'd like to know that. I would really like to know.
Yeah. We should totally get away from their models. Get away from their models and what their model says and go to physics, the lab of physics.
Like, you know, the one that like Fight the Flat Earth and pretty much every Glober just uses one. It's that, what is it? Smarter Every Day. That might not be the right one. Who's the one that guy did where he did it in like a big stairwell and it's a very long, cable, and then he does it and he calculates it and he gets the precession that matches with the latitude. It's like the one that Fight the Flat Earth always shows. And
well, if they're using nylon, it's supposed to block out electrical, but if they're using copper or iron, yeah, well, that definitely can hold a electrical charge.
You can't block electrical. You can never block electrical. Let's talk about density real quick and I'll show you how you can't block electrical.
You can. You use a long wire, string, whatever you want to call it.
So what is density to you?
Because
what is density?
It's harder. It resists torque better than a short line. So that's why
So what?
the longer the line, the harder it is to put a torque on it. Right? You're trying to control for the torque. You don't want outside factors causing any kind of precession or stopping the precession. You want the torque to be as close to zero that you can get it.
Right, but I mean, if to use the term ether drift, if there is an ether drift occurring, it would be so minor that you would have to have like a very long cable, and you would be able to just pick up this very slight. Same with like the Coriolis, like shooting a bullet, it has to be long enough distance. So it'd be such a gentle, and the fact it's happening because it's made of metal and the electrostatic field. So that makes so much more sense.
The thing that's bringing
a globe that's supposed to be warping and whirling at millions of miles per hour in circles all over the place. That doesn't make sense that you would get this tiny bit of precession from that.
I just want to point out something. Flat earthers have been claiming for years and years now that pendulums don't work and the ones in museums are just are faking it. But it seems today that this is the first time you guys have pulled up a manual for one of those pendulums in a museum.
No, we've done it all the time. I read this 3 years ago. We just dropped it, and this is the same guy who said that he's never even looked at the data. So why would you ever and say, "Oh, this is the first time"?
You should know that stuff inside and out.
Why is this the first time you would ever even? Why would you say this is the first time you've ever looked at the manual when you're the guy who just now admitted you've never looked at any of the data, but you swear that you? I thought I was talking. But you said that you swore you knew the data was real, but then you said you've never seen it.
I did.
Okay.
So
I think you cut out Hugh. Well, I mean, people say different things. So obviously people are all different. There are some people that will say that the pendulums don't precess at all and it's all doesn't exist. Others will say, yes, it is occurring, but it's not because of Earth rotation.
But dude, this is the thing. The people that say it's occurring, like, rarely have they actually looked into it. So, like, I think I have sufficient answers as well. I agree with what Gio has said. I think that the ether drift would explain it perfectly fine. That's not the point, though. When you actually look into it, it is not consistent at all. At all. And I have
when you move things.
No, that's a good point.
When you move stuff. When you move stuff, you have kinetic energy. When you move the copper, it stops by the magnet. Anything moving, anything with that torque you saw call claim, changes the field of electricity that you can never get rid of. Ever.
I'd like to mention something about gyromagnetic precession, which is essentially magnetic torque, and it's also called Lamar precession, which is essentially the necessitated precession, or accurately the field friction between the magnetic and the dielectric, in which magnetism generates phase, which is why there's a proportional disparity of a ratio of 1 to 5 between the north and south pole of the magnet, and eventually enough torsion that causes flips of polarity over time. And this is just as the same when you look at a gyroscope. As it spins down, it'll precess more and more until it literally flips itself over. And that's what we call field torque, which is a byproduct of a magnetic toroid, and said resultant field friction. Said resultant field friction generates torque, and this is the very same cause of Earth's precession, and likewise the flipping of the poles from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they go the wrong way, dude. Sometimes they just go the wrong way.
Yeah, see, in that factor, to me, that indicate, like, if it was really the spin of the Earth, then it would be quite consistent because you're on this massive globe and it's spinning, so the pendulum would be consistent. But if it is due to something involved with the ether, magnetic, electrostatic fields, you're going to have other things that could affect that. Other field variability due to the environment, the nature of the field, the moisture in the air, all of those factors. So that lends itself to like what you're talking about, Whitsitt, in terms of like it being inconsistent. That would make a lot more sense, that if it is a gentle ether drift that's causing it in the first place, but other things could affect it, then it could go the other way, And then of course you get into that like Elias effect, where during eclipses it changes. So it changes direction. But if it is more of a gentle thing like that, then all these other things could affect it and make it inconsistent. Whereas if it was the spin of the Earth, I would think it'd be much more consistent and to be more like a physical, mechanical process.
And the spin of the Earth,
ether is real.
When you minimize,
hold on. If ether's real, hold on a second, it's differential. If ether is real, listen to me real quick, you guys. If ether is real and it causes any movement, any vector, any force or anything, it has to be this word, differential, which causes resistance, which is everything. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. It causes the push or pull, repulsion. It causes temperature, magnetism, movement, everything. It's all from that through the energy, from the reaction in this energy field we live in. Yeah.
The rotation of the Earth doesn't appear to be a sufficient cause for pendulums to precess because there are other hanging objects that don't appear to similarly precess. So this notion that the spin of the Earth is a sufficient cause for the precession of these pendulums is a little questionable. There has to be
No, a
something.
tornado is a tornado. You like when the cold and the hot meet, they spin, they make that badass tornado out of nowhere on a nice warm day. Yeah. So it's the hot and the cold. It's the differential that causes that torque, the toroidal torque, the field. It's the differential.
Well, the Globers need to explore the possibility of space being some sort of substance that has causal power to cause these pendulums to precess, while the Earth is motionless beneath it and flat.
It's a super negative energy. It's the negative, like the proof. Like when you have a negative of something, that's the proof of it, right? Not the actual positive of it. What they tell you is all. It's just it's different. It's just a differential. It's all different. Like the way they explain stuff to you, and the way we got voltage, we got the other things. Now, when they tell you something's dense, right? They tell you plastic is more dense than air, which makes no sense, right? Because it's not, and neither is it when you put helium in it. How can putting another dense material of mass or matter inside a dense object that's already denser than the air? At what point does that make this stuff less dense? It never does. The only thing you're doing with this plastic material, when you make it buoyant, supposedly, or rise, right? You're giving it a magnetic effect. Negative, negative, positive, positive. What do those things do? If they're the same, they repel. If they're opposite, they attract. So you're giving this thing a potential, right? By putting the helium in it. Once you put the helium in it, you change the electrical potential of the material. It has nothing to do with density. That doesn't exist, and neither does buoyancy. It's all differential of electricity. High to low, hot to cold, and positive to negative in the field that you are in.
JS, I think
resides on water.
JS, were you going to respond before? I think a couple people jumped in at once.
It's okay. No worries.
I'm dropping some bangers in the chat, by the way.
I just want to clarify something that I've said before. When I said the pendulum doesn't swing, that it doesn't drift, that is the globe claim part. The globe claims that this pendulum doesn't drift. Yeah, the apparent drift is due to the Earth's spin. That's what I mean. The pendulum doesn't drift on the globe claim. So, as a glober, to say that it was drifting, I try to correct you. The only on the globe side, the only reason as to why the deviation is due to the Earth's rotation, not due to the pendulum.
The only way they can show this, do you understand, is having 5 little pendulums on a big ball in a lab. Spin the ball at the gradient of rotation you think the Earth is spinning, right? And then put your little objects in different locations, make little mountains like your little supposed model is, and put ones on a little mountain, put ones on this, and they should all be constant or different, right? They should all work a certain way, right? Where's this at? Why can't we see any physics? We just hear stories. Well, this story proves this story, proves this story. Look at my math story. You know, it's like a little kid coming up to you and saying, because, or please believe me.
Well, from a concept that we live on a stationary planar surface surrounded by a sphere, just for a moment, like that kind of concept, like the dome on the top and whatever would be underneath, that we're like within a celestial sphere, which so many of the ancient cosmologies seem to depict. From that concept, it would be like we're on a stationary plane surrounded by a spinning sphere, whatever that sphere is, whether it's plasma, whether it's a field, whatever it may be. So if the sun, moon, and stars are embedded within that material, within that sphere that surrounds us, then there would be a spinning sphere quality to the whole system. It's just
what if there's not?
It's just not that we're on the outside of one. It's that we're on the inside of one. And if that's the case, then it would make sense how they could have reverse engineered a lot of these effects of a spinning sphere into their globe model.
It's just a circle. It's just pi. That's all they have. It's a flat layer. There's no sphere needed. If you have a flat plane and there is no underneath of it and no spaces going around it, in my idea, then you have a flat gradient above it that spins in a circle. There is no sphere. It's a circle flat gradient that spins in a circle, like left to right or clockwise. There's no spherical spin ever anywhere. It's a gradient of air above you, and the stuff spins in a circle, and they're the dots lined up. They're like little dots lined up of like to say if you got little pieces of food in the fish tank is squared and it's a flat layer and you got all the little dots. If we're underneath looking up, we don't know what shape those are. We can't give a shape to that. I'm not going to give a shape to it. So what I'm going to say is what I know in physics are we have flat layers. That's all I can depict. I can't see round gradients. They don't exist. It doesn't make any sense. You can still have your toroid of a circle spinning in a flat gradient. That's the only way you can have it. That's the way superconduction works. It's a flat gradient. With the thing you drop it, it stops, it levitates, and it starts spinning. I mean,
well, in all actuality, DMOC, magnetic repulsion is the only force that actually exists, being that magnetic attraction doesn't really exist. And most people think that magnets have poles, which they don't. Most people think that magnets can be juiced up with magnetism. I mean, all these are just beliefs, and they're wrong.
That's why all these fucking goofy words that they get to double use don't help. That's why you need to go to a physics lab and demonstrate. We see the action and reaction, like that guy said. It takes a witness. Well, probably takes 1,000 witnesses. And when the 1,000 witnesses can all repeat it and their kids can repeat it, then that's probably what it takes. When they can touch the stuff and repeat it.
Magnetism, or the loss of inertia, which is magnetism, which is actually the dielectric, which is magnetism itself. Is that this is yeah? Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I agree with that one. Go ahead, Leftline. I agree with that, Dicelo, but you said, wait, okay, so you're saying you can't take a magnetizer and dice like a Gauss reading on, like, say, a subwoofer? Increase its efficiency?
I'm not talking about subwoofers, man. That's not my forte here. But,
well, but
in terms of magnetism,
you know what
in terms of magnetism, yeah, in terms of magnetism, nothing changes before an object becomes magnetized versus after, due to the fact that the magnetic field is ab extra to the magnet itself, and science is yet to really pinpoint that. So a magnet is a multiplicative device, and therefore has an ab extra phenomena around it. Like I'll quote Steinmetz. He says, in electric circuits containing energy stored in the magnetic and in the dielectric field, the change in the amount of stored energy occurs by a series of changes from magnetic to dielectric and back again from dielectric to magnetic stored energy. He wrote that in his book, Discharges, Waves, and Impulses.
Okay. Yep, because water is both. Water is potential. That means it can be negative, positive, or neutral. Actually, it can be 3. And air is the same. It's just like the potential, the same potential. The same with the helium. That's why it goes away from. If it has the same potential as the ground, it's going to go away from it. That's it. That's all you're changing. When you have ice, you change the potential.
Logically, we should just call magnetism dielectric dissipation, such that analogously, magnetism would be akin to like water or ice, and the dielectric akin to steam. And ice and water and steam are all the same thing, but due to the pressure and temperature, are conceptualized as different entities. And the same is true for magnetism in the relation to the dielectric, and the attribute of magnetism such that it's force and motion itself.
The amount of resistance for each material.
This is the creation or wake front of a divergent magnetic field that manifests space, and further, therefore, measure of which is time. Because space nor time are things themselves whatsoever, despite you know, what science tries to tell you. They're ultimately nothing more than what a shadow is, which isn't a thing in itself, but the absence of a thing, and that thing being the absence of energy or the dielectric.
So you had to go and mention time, right? I was minding
Yeah,
my
I
own
don't.
business, listening.
Yeah, I don't follow the time shadow part right there at the
Time is
end.
just the expression
I
of
do.
magnitude.
I think I get
That's
it.
all time is.
I get what you're saying,
Yeah,
Dysel.
we know you get it. Demonstrate it, Don. I don't get that at all. I don't get anything being nothing or a negative of something that's not even possible like that. You have a negative potential. That's an electricity thing. That's still something. There's no when you have light, you have a shadow.
Well,
So
magnetism, in
when I light
short,
up the room and I'm standing in the room and I got one light source, that light source outshines itself, outshining me. So the light still lights up the whole room, right? To even show you what a shadow looks like, you got to have the background of light to light the shadow on, right? Because if you have pure blackness, how could you ever see a shadow? It would never exist. So light is the shadow. You're standing in the way of it, right? So you block a certain amount, but the rest of it gets around you and outshines itself.
so what? Yeah, what I was gonna say is, magnetism, in short, is just energy as manifest, whereas ether is the energy and potential, and the dielectric is energy and torsion. And magnetism is literally that which gives shape to shapelessness and form to formlessness.
It's kind of like if you yell in a room. It's saying like the sound that dissipates from a body being in the way of it and not on the edges is going to, no, it's the sound still working. The sound's being blocked by a little portion, but it's still going to make it around the edges. And that little portion, you know what I mean? That's how acoustics work. You have to stand in the right spot. See? Because they can be focused. So it's just focused or non-focused light, right? Or you in the way or out of the way of it. It's still light, outshining itself. That's it. That's how the eclipses work. That's how the lunar eclipse works. That's how the solar eclipse works. The sun is its own, I mean, the moon is its own light source, but only because it gets charged and becomes that from the sun. The sun charges it, and when the sun's not close enough, the moon holds a charge. But it only goes for how close or far the sun was to it at that period in time. It has a cycle. So it has a cycle of being so bright, not as bright, and whatever. And then you have the flat layer gradient, like a lens, and that's what magnifies everything. In a lab, you can literally in a physical fucking like flat layers, flat gradients of physics. That's all we have. That's it. I have never in my life seen anything round for all these like round ideas. So when you demonstrate them flat, if you do that, you're probably into a result that probably matches as much as you can of what happens in reality.
It's all wild assumptions. That's all they have.
Yeah, I know, but do you guys get the thing about Archimedes? He's the one that controlled the variable of everything they thought of, not numbers, not Einstein, and definitely not Newton. Archimedes jumped in the bathtub and the water went out. So who was denser, Archimedes or the water? I would say the Archimedes was more dense than the water because the water was the thing that was displaced. Now, does displacement mean density all of a sudden? So the material that got thrown away is the more dense material now that got pushed away by the other material? Is that how we're judging density now? Is that how we judge buoyancy? How about the resistance, you know what I mean, surface tension? What's that all about? It's all about electrical differential. That's it. If the material can take the electrical permeability or it's thicker, right, and more resistant, it's going to be more resistant to the water because the water is electricity. Depending on the potential. That's why air super matches water. They're both potential. They're both a magnet. They're both the same. Whatever the potential they are, they're the same. That's why they force away from each other. You'll never have air or whatever you call air or whatever you want to call oxygen. You'll never have that dilute into any liquid. It's not possible.
Actually, not too far off, to be honest, Denmark. Because density and buoyancy are really just manifestations of the electromagnetic.
Yes, sir. You're actually watching. You're actually watching the bubble. I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go. You're letting the bubble, the bubble. You're actually watching electricity leave the other electricity. You're watching magnetism live. You're watching liquid potential electric and electricity. The shape of electricity. The resistance is a sphere. That's not acceptance. It's not mass attracting mass for the shape of a sphere. The shape of a sphere is exactly the opposite. Resistance, which is differential, which is potential or power. That's it. That's all we have. So if you want to say the word ether, I mean, we're not getting away from energy, right? No, everybody agrees energy exists. So all you can have in this energy is differential or action or reaction, right? In physics, literally, I swear to God. I mean, I'll challenge anyone. I don't care who it is. In a physical lab, all we can do is have action and reaction from these things. You're not going to make up stories in the lab and say, okay, now I'm making this ball of gas do this. No, 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 no. I'm making this do this. No, 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 no. The lab is a flat floor. In the lab, there are flat gradients of flat oil, flat water, flat soap, flat dirt, flat sand. Yeah, you got mountains, you got dips, but it's flat.
What if my lab floor tilted?
Doesn't help you. Still a flat, tilted floor.
Hey, Jace, did you know that South Pole thing that you invoked, the first time they did it, it went the wrong way?
Uh-oh.
Did you not get what I'm saying? Right? When air... So if you have a bunch of air experiments, that isn't very useful. When the error is minimized, you get a specific result within a confidence interval range of outcomes.
You're kind of cutting out or
I
something.
was just saying that when you sent that South Pole pendulum thing, they say that it went the wrong direction the first time they tried it. They had to make adjustments because it went the wrong way.
Of course, right? When you have error, you have to make adjustments.
The wrong way. It went the entire wrong way.
They had it set up wrong.
Or they're just doctoring it until they get what they want, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's right. So now you're making claims.
No, this is their claim. I'm about to cite it.
No, you're saying that they had to doctor it to get a result they wanted.
Well, but
I'm
Jace,
saying in all experiments, you minimize the error, right? You take your initial measurements, and they include errors usually. So as you keep doing the experiment and making it more and more accurate, you make it more accurate by eliminating those errors.
And what are those errors?
That it went the wrong way, and then when they got it to go the right way, it was going twice as fast, and that they tried like dozens of times and couldn't get it to go the right way. I'm about to cite it.
Nice.
Well, really,
I don't
what did they bet?
deny that any
Hold
of
on a
that.
second. What they're betting their basis on? What are you guys betting your thing on? You guys are betting your stuff on the total calculation of the digital animated chart of like mountains and hips and hills and valleys. Hold on,
It's pretty off topic, Denmark. They were talking about something.
No, I'm right on topic. Trust me. They're mapping out a sphere, right? Which, never mind. Go ahead.
Well, it's just simple. I'm just saying that what they said was the first time they did it, it went the wrong way. The second time, when they finally got it to go the right way, it went twice as fast as it was supposed to, and then it was very difficult for them to get the proper results. And that was the one that you cited after I asked the whole room for data. The one you cited helps my point, which is that it's incredibly inconsistent and does in no way prove the Earth is spinning. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think anyone denies that it's difficult to do, right? It's a difficult thing to eliminate that experiment.
Who made the result? Who made
Oh,
the
can I just
result?
ask?
From what?
Can I just
Any
ask?
torque on the line is gonna make the precession different.
Okay, can I just ask which way the globe model dictates that Coriolis deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere?
That's what I'm asking them. Where'd they get it from? Who
Demo.
set the amount of
Oh,
numbers up is what I'm asking them, Jeremy. Who set their like thing that it's supposed to match?
thanks, Demo. Thanks, Demo.
Well, I've been trying to ask that. You guys said it wasn't on point. It's very on point.
No, he was just I just pointed that out. It doesn't matter. Go, you guys go ahead. Gio was just saying that I had brought up something to Jace, but go ahead. Like it's over now, so it's all you guys.
Which way does the globe model dictate that the Coriolis deviation will happen in, say, the northern hemisphere, James?
Well, one thing I was just going to say real quick on the topic that you guys, in terms of, I mean, JAS, I understand what you're saying with the precession having, margin of error and so on. But in my mind, if it's a physical thing, like a mechanical, like you've got this huge Earth that's rotating and the pendulum is doing that, is precessing because of that, it should always go the right direction. Yes, there could be a little bit of margin of error, but it's a mechanical process. It's not just caused by, a little bit of wind drifting or whatever. It's in that viewpoint, it's caused by a mechanical process. So wouldn't you think it would be a lot more consistent if that's actually what it was?
It's a value, right? The precession is a value, has a strength, you could say, right? So torques on the line, these are, vector magnitude and directions, right? So torques on the line will subtract from that magnitude and the direction.
Yeah,
so
but this
that's
isn't even.
why you don't get an exact value. Because
But
when you have torques on the line, it's going to change things.
But
right?
you keep saying exact. You keep saying
Implicit,
exact, man.
You can get wild values. I said you don't get exact values.
Yeah, but that's kind of dishonest way of putting it. Like exact. We're not talking about, like he just said, a minute error. We're talking about it literally went the wrong way. And then when they got it to go the right way, it went twice the angular velocity expected, which would be 12-hour days instead of 24-hour days. It's not even close. That's not a slight error. That's twice as fast and the entire wrong direction, bro.
Sounds like electricity to me.
Where did they get where did they get the amount from that they're supposed to have at like 10,000 feet? Who's the first person that said these are the measurements that should match this globe that they don't have and they've never seen and they haven't been able to physically produce? Like, where did these numbers come from? Where do the calculations come from? If you're trying to see if the calculations even make sense or see if they are real. Like, where did the actual established calculations to match them with, where did they come from?
They come from the Lagrangian of the pendulum.
So
right?
they come from a pendulum?
No, they come from the Lagrangian, the equation of motion of the pendulum. From that, you get the period, and from that, because the period contains your latitude, you can then solve for the latitude once you measure the period.
Do what?
Yeah.
So you swing a cat toy and you make up a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I'm up this high, I'm down this high, I'm low, I'm on the side of a ball, I'm on the front of a ball. And that, what?
No, there is a calculation that it's not. Okay, JAS, do you want to unpack that a little bit more?
Yeah, right. So there's something called the Lagrangian, and what that is the kinetic energy.
Hold on, man. Just let him hash it out.
It's a definition, right? It's the kinetic energy minus the potential energy is defined. It's defined as the Lagrangian. That's what the word
So it's
is.
a word. So a word is what you guys are getting all your readings and so if
It's
I
a
say a word,
and
couch
equation.
potato, the couch potato effect, right, is going to give you all the equations and all the numbers you need. I'm going to bring them to you. You want me to put them in the chat? I'll just put all these numbers and equations in there for you. And then does that prove what I'm saying? And then we're good to go, right? We're good to go, right?
No.
It's getting painful.
So we can put that down as science because I said the couch potato effect, and I'll make up a word. Then I'll say, well, since this pendulum cat toy swings, that means my couch potato effect is real, and you can't assert anything against it because I made up a word, couch potato.
Can I just ask which way the Coriolis, the globe model dictates the Coriolis effect deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere? Jace?
Based on the couch potato.
It's from a word. He just told you
My
it all
shit
came
won't
from
get
a word.
answered.
You can't calculate a word, Jeremy. Words don't spin.
Well, there is a calculation involved. It's not, I mean, so JAce, where does the radius of the Earth come in to that calculation?
Where does what?
The radius of the Earth come into the calculation of the precession of the...
It doesn't.
Interesting.
This thing called the
It's a
Lagrangian.
word.
And plug that into the Lagrange equation. Solve it gives you the equation for the pendulum, right? Depending on
Words do
some.
not give you equations. No, they don't. I'm sorry. You said Lagrangian was from a word that came from the word differential. Now, where the fuck is your equation at, please, from that word? I would love to see all your math for the word differential. And now you took your Lagrangian from differential. Now you got your equation from a made-up word of Lagrangian.
Yeah,
Now
I'll
you
just
got the word.
post the.
Come
I'll just
on, man.
post the freaking process in the chat. You can just look at the equations.
I got a real simple question. Why can't Jace? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Which way does the globe model dictate that the Coriolis deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere?
Isn't it counterclockwise?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I'm asking you. Do you know or no?
I think it's counterclockwise, right? I'd have to look it up. I think I know.
Hey, let me know when you figure it out. If you ever figure it out, let me know.
What is?
I think
we can't go forward. If you don't know, we can't go forward.
I think the pendulum precession is clockwise in the northern hemisphere, but I may be wrong about that. But I think that's right.
I want to ask, if I may, Jace, real quick. Does people, or when they're doing that, do they document that a body or a human body could affect this?
How is the human body going to affect it?
I'm just asking, do they document that?
Do you have a good reason for why it should be documented?
Yeah, depending on the materials that is being used.
Your ground.
Yep.
Okay, so what kind of materials?
Well, it depends
Your
on
ground.
it depends on the wire that is being used. Brass is highly diamagnetic. It is repelled. That's for sure. And it depends on the string they're using, what material.
And if you touched it, you ground it.
So, like,
reaction.
how much would this brass wire be repelled by a human body?
I mean, as
right. So that's the thing. You have to show that it would be a significant value. It should be counted.
Well, right. Well, but with the Cavendish, I know we're talking about the pendulum, but with the Cavendish, I know it's so sensitive that a human body near it will affect it. That's why I want to know about
get
the
a pump. You can get some warm blood, like from something, an animal or donated blood or something, and get it in one of those pumps, and you can have it pumping and have it about 98 degrees, 99 degrees, and you can put it close or far or closer to the thing without touching it, just really close, and see if it affects it. That's how you'd be able to see if the human body's like iron and the blood and the flow like affected it.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, Demo?
I don't believe in globe stories.